Chapter 1 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 School Opens. There was no doubt about its being September, even if one had not been willing to leave the decision to the calendar. Other proof was not lacking. There was more gold in the sunshine, more blue in the sky, more russet and orange and crimson mingling with the green of the maples than ever August could boast of. The days had that mellow warmth, the nights that exhilarating coolness, which tell that summer is passing. And there were the children. Where they came from, no one could say, unless they had sprung up like mushrooms overnight. Every block teemed with them. There were the little kindergartners, generally 2 or 3 of them together, holding one another's hands, and looking so much like playthings that the lot of their teachers seemed nothing more nor less than a prolonged frolic. From the kindergarten tots they graded by steps hardly perceptible, up to the students of the high school age, preternaturally important, incredibly wise, and so near grown-up that only a person of extreme daring would have ventured to deny them that dignity. At the girls' high school that crisp September morning, Friendly Terrace was well represented. In the senior class its dignity was upheld by Peggy and Priscilla, while Amy and Ruth were classmates of the junior year. Dorothea Clark, who was not exactly a Terrace girl, but was magnanimously included in their number because she lived just around the corner of 60th Street, was the representative for the sophomores, while the freshman class included one of Peggy's neighbors, Rose Fletcher, a rosy, bright-eyed girl who bade fair to uphold the reputation of the Terrace, both in her classwork and outside. Everyone had come early that first morning. Girls who had been together on an average of every other day all summer greeted one another as rapturously as if they had been separated for months. Others who had not met since the close of school, for the simple reason that they had not cared to take the trouble, were exchanging greetings of the most affectionate nature. The incoming first-year class could readily be distinguished by the fact that the members stood in silent groups, using their eyes and ears rather than their tongues. Occasionally a teacher passed through the corridors, nodding right and left, and was welcomed with radiant smiles. It was a singular fact that every teacher was popular on the first day of school. Peggy Raymond, as usual the center of an interested group, was giving an animated account of some of her vacation experiences, when Amy Lassell pushed through the encircling ring and seized her friend's arm. "Oh, Peggy, have you seen the flat?" "The flat?" Peggy looked about her, as if expecting to discover the article in question lurking in some corner of the corridor. Amy pinched her reproachfully. "For the household art, stupid! It's in the basement, and a perfect dream. Oh, I know I shall neglect my French and history, and everything else, and play all day in that adorable baby house." The result of Amy's eulogy was to send a score of girls clattering down the stairs in a headlong fashion, extremely censurable on any but the first day of school. Amy's enthusiasm was not misplaced. During the summer an unused portion of the basement had been converted into a little apartment, in which the various household arts, necessary for girls in all walks of life, could be more effectively taught. The rooms, opening one into another, were about the size for a family of Tom Thumbs, but this fact only heightened the delight of the observers. "See this dining room, with the sideboard and dear little round table. Doesn't it make you hungry just to look? The bedroom takes my eye. I wish I had white furniture in my room at home." "Paint your set white, then," advised Peggy. "I did mine." She peered into the tiny living room of the flat and sighed. "Oh, why couldn't they have had this when I was a first-year girl, instead of waiting till I was almost ready to graduate?" "I think it's intended for the first and second-year girls. We seniors are rather beyond that sort of thing," said a voice from the outskirts of the circle, and Peggy turned quickly. The speaker was an odd-looking girl, tall and slender, with an apologetic stoop, as if she hoped by this method to eliminate a few superfluous inches. Her near-sighted eyes blinked at the world through spectacles with unusually thick lenses. Her hair was heavy, and might have been beautiful if becomingly arranged, but drawn back tightly into a thick braid, it suggested only a determination of its owner's part to get it out of the way. It was not, however, the peculiarities of Victoria Wells's personal appearance which accounted for Peggy's air of surprise. She had been familiar with them too long to find them astonishing. For us seniors, did you say, Victoria?" questioned Peggy. Victoria's face was naturally impassive, but for the moment a little breeze of complacency rippled its surface. "Yes." "Then you must have skipped a year," Peggy exclaimed, and the watching girls realized that Victoria was actually smiling. "Yes, I've been in summer school the last 2 years, and I've made up some studies outside." Victoria peered at Peggy and the silent circle as if eager to see just what impression she had made, and Peggy did not leave her long in doubt. "Why, that's splendid, Victoria, and it's perfectly wonderful, too. I have to work so hard just to keep up, that I can't imagine jumping ahead a year." Peggy looked around upon the others, as if inviting their congratulations on Victoria's behalf, but the group was singularly unresponsive. Far more decorously than they had descended, the girls mounted the stairs to the long corridor, close packed now by a constant increasing throng of girls, and humming like a gigantic beehive. Priscilla, who brought up the line, had just reached the foot of the stairs, when Blanche Estabrook, another senior, fell back and joined her, slipping a hand through Priscilla's arm. Something peculiar in her classmate's manner brought Priscilla to a halt. "Did you ever hear anything so ghastly?" The tragic character of Blanche's inquiry was intensified by its reaching Priscilla in a hissing whisper instead of being spoken in a normal voice. "You mean," Priscilla found herself whispering too, though she had no idea why, "that Wells girl. Isn't it awful?" "I can't say I'm very keen on having her in the class." Priscilla tried to speak with feeling, but she could not help thinking that Blanche was making a needless fuss over a very little thing. "In the class!" In her indignation Blanche forgot to whisper, and indeed the others were so far ahead that this precaution was no longer necessary. "Do you mean you can't see that there's more to it than that? How do you like the idea of Victoria Wells for our valedictorian?" Priscilla fell back against the wall. "Oh, Blanche!" she gasped. "She can't be. She mustn't." "She can be, and she will, unless something's done," replied Blanche, forgiving Priscilla her previous apathy in view of her present emotion. "Victoria Wells is a perfect shark when it comes to books. She can't walk, she can't stand up, she can't wear her clothes so they look as if they belong to her, but when it comes to history and mathematics, she can beat any of us, hands down." Priscilla uttered a little groan expressive not only of perfect concurrence with the views so eloquently expressed, but of the keenest vexation. Blanche continued remorselessly, "Yes, she'll be our valedictorian, and we took it for granted that it would be either you or Peggy Raymond." "Me?" Priscilla cried sharply. "As if I'd have any chance against Peggy." In the intensity of her loyalty to Peggy, she really resented the suggestion. "Well, if it had been either of you, all the rest would have been satisfied. But Victoria Wells, it isn't as if she had been in our class all the way up, so we would have had a chance to get used to the idea. But to spring her on us in our senior year, Victoria Wells, it's not fair." An electric bell began buzzing. Overhead sounded the tramping of feet as hundreds of girls moved toward the assembly room. Blanche and Priscilla mounted the stairs with faces as grave and movements as deliberate as if it had been the middle of the term, with a test imminent instead of the first day of school. And though the principal's opening talk was well worth hearing, there were at least 2 girls present to whom his words offered no vestige of inspiration. Little work was done the first day, except by the principal and teachers. Classes were organized, lessons assigned, and the school dismissed at 12 o'clock instead of at 2:30, the usual hour of closing. Peggy came into the cloakroom, where Priscilla was pinning on her hat without any aid from the mirror, about which a score of girls made frantic attempts to view themselves over the heads of the others. "I've got to stop to see Miss Layton and Dr. Radford. I do want to take the 2-hour chemistry course, but it conflicts with history, and I want that too. Going to wait for me, Priscilla, or are you in a hurry?" "Blanche asked me to walk with her," Priscilla replied rather reluctantly. She was extremely curious to know what Blanche had to say to her, having been given to understand that she might expect a communication of the most unusual nature. Yet it cost her a pang to be obliged to deny Peggy the pleasure of her society. Peggy, however, took the deprivation with her usual sunny serenity. "Oh, all right. I'll see you sometime this afternoon." And then, as she took her breezy departure, Priscilla found Blanche at her elbow. There could be no doubt that Blanche had tidings of some moment to communicate. She gave Priscilla the impression of fairly bulging with importance. As they left the building together, Priscilla could have imagined that she was about to be honored by the confidence of some distinguished diplomat weighed down by state secrets. It was rather disappointing to have Blanche hark back to the subject of Victoria Wells. "I've been thinking about having that girl for valedictorian," Blanche began, "and the more I think of it, the surer I am that we mustn't stand for it. I've talked to lots of the girls, and they all feel the same." "Of course we're all sorry, but I don't see that there's anything we can do about it," Priscilla returned helplessly. "Well, there is. I've got it all thought out, and I've sounded some of the other girls, and they think it's a great scheme. But before I go any further, Priscilla, you've got to promise that you'll never breathe a word of this. Several of the girls thought I oughtn't to speak to you as long as your father's a high school principal." "My father hasn't anything to do with this school," protested Priscilla, her color rising. It annoyed her to learn that, in the opinion of certain classmates, her father's occupation disqualified her for sharing in an enterprise they were cordially supporting. "Yes, of course, he's in the boys' high school, but some of the girls thought you might have a sort of professional bias. I told them I was ready to vouch for you, as I was for myself." "Thank you, Blanche," said Priscilla, really grateful. "Of course I'll never mention a word you say." It is possible that her determination to deserve Blanche's good opinion may have influenced her attitude more than she imagined in the discussion that followed. "The first thing," began Blanche, accepting Priscilla's assurances with flattering promptitude, "is to decide on a valedictorian who will suit everybody. Peggy Raymond, for instance." She looked triumphantly at Priscilla, whose blank expression was sufficient proof that she was far from enlightenment. "Of course it would be lovely. Everybody would be satisfied with Peggy. But you said yourself she didn't stand the ghost of a chance beside Victoria Wells." "She doesn't," Blanche acknowledged candidly. "Peggy is a bright girl and a hard student, but she's not a walking encyclopedia like Victoria. Of course Victoria's skipping a year gives Peggy a little advantage. It's not likely that anybody's marks would be quite as high for work made up, and besides, we've got a year left." "Yes, we've got a year left," Priscilla repeated. Then her common sense impelled her to add, "But what can we do with it?" "Push Peggy ahead as hard as we can, and keep Victoria back." "Blanche Estabrook!" Priscilla turned on her classmate a pair of blazing eyes. "If you don't know Peggy Raymond any better than to suppose she'd let you Please don't have a fit right here on the sidewalk, Priscilla. Before you take my head off, you'd better be sure of what I mean. I don't suppose Peggy Raymond would copy off an examination from another girl's paper, but there are plenty of ways of giving her a shove without doing anything dishonest, and without her knowing as far as that goes." Priscilla looked uncertain. "Now there's her Latin. You're the best Latin scholar in the class, by all odds, Priscilla." "Oh, I don't know," Priscilla murmured in polite deprecation. "Well, everybody else knows. Now you could plan to study your Latin every day with Peggy and see that she gets everything right. Amy Dubois says she'll look after her in French. Of course Amy's way ahead of the rest of us in French, because she learned to talk it when she was a baby, at the same time she learned English. Now you see my idea, don't you? Peggy's just about as good in one study as another, and if the girl who's best in each class should make a point of coaching her, her standings ought to be splendid." "You certainly have everything planned out," exclaimed Priscilla, moved to admiration, and Blanche accepted the compliment with equal frankness. "I guess I have a pretty good head for that kind of thing. Papa says that if I'd been a man, I'd have made a politician. And anyway, when there's a chance of that dreadful Wells girl carrying off first honors and disgracing us all, it's up to us to put our heads together and find some way of getting the better of her." The mention of Victoria recalled to Priscilla the ground for a certain vague uneasiness she had hardly time to define. In the suggestions to which she had listened for helping Peggy, there was nothing very much out of the way, as far as Priscilla could see. But apparently Blanche's scheme included more. "You said something," she reminded her delicately, "about helping Peggy, and then wasn't there something about keeping Victoria back?" "That," said Blanche with decision, "would be just as necessary as the other." "I don't see how we could do it." Blanche's face wore a little reminiscent smile. "My cousin in Cleveland," she began with seeming irrelevance, "told me about a boy in her class who thought he was something wonderful, and at last the girls decided he needed to be taken down a peg. So they made an agreement that whenever he got up to recite, they would all look at his shoes. The first day he didn't seem to notice it much, but by the second he discovered that something was queer, and on the third he was so nervous that it was perfectly killing. He'd shuffle and squirm and try to hide one foot behind the other, and of course he couldn't recite decently for wondering what made everybody so interested in his feet all at once." Blanche stopped to laugh, and Priscilla wavered between honest indignation and a wish to seem suitably responsive. "It was funny," she admitted without any indications of extravagant amusement, "but somehow it doesn't seem exactly square." "You're not nearly as much interested as I thought you'd be, Priscilla. Of course we've all got the interests of the school at heart, and besides that, you're such a friend of Peggy Raymond's that I thought you'd like to do her a good turn." "Of course I'd love to see Peggy come out ahead. I'm glad to help her all I can. But the other well, it almost seems to me like cheating Victoria out of what belongs to her." Priscilla's tone was so apologetic that Blanche took no offense at the disagreeable word emphasized. She even smiled. "Oh, well, if you feel that way about it, just leave the rest of us to look after that end. There'll be enough without you. And all's fair in war, you know," she ended jauntily. They parted on the next corner, and Priscilla was aware that in her classmates' opinion she was committed to the conspiracy. To herself Priscilla owned that to see Victoria Wells in the exalted role of valedictorian would detract in no slight degree from the pleasure of her graduation, while Peggy's triumph would, of course, be her own. Yet even with this realization she was unable to work herself into enthusiasm over the plan. "If it was to help anybody but Peggy," Priscilla thought, "I wouldn't have a thing to do with it." To make sacrifices for one's friends, even a sacrifice of scruples, seemed rather noble. Yet it must be acknowledged that when Peggy dropped in during the afternoon, Priscilla felt herself under an odd constraint, and experienced a most unusual reluctance to meet her friend's candid eyes. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 30 Minutes for Refreshments. The bell giving the signal for the noon recess was always a welcome sound to the students of the girls' high school. When one stops to think of it, the dinner bell, even though brazen or possibly cracked, has a melody all its own. But on this particular Wednesday, as Peggy Raymond put away her books in compliance with the summons, she told herself that in another hour she would have starved to death. Peggy was blessed with a good appetite 12 months in the year, but nothing rendered her so wolfishly ravenous as protracted study. By the time she reached the corridors, the march in the direction of the basement had begun. From classrooms and laboratories trickled the little tributaries to the stream of girls sweeping down toward the school lunchroom. At first glance, a stranger would have been impressed by the unlikelihood of recognizing the most familiar face in the kaleidoscopic throng. But by the time Peggy reached the head of the stairs, Priscilla had her by the arm, and Amy and Ruth were awaiting her. The agreeable odors of hot chocolate rising like incense prompted Peggy to hasten her steps. But Amy seized her by the arm and forcibly detained her. "Wait a minute. I just want you to notice that picture across the hall. Doesn't she look like Marie Antoinette on her way to the guillotine?" Peggy looked and found herself smiling at the aptness of the comparison. The slender figure, standing back till the hurrying line should pass, had a suggestion of disdainful aloofness not inconsistent with the reputation of the ill-fated queen. "New girl?" inquired Peggy. "She'll be second year, I guess. She's having a hard time to get her credit straightened out, because she's always had governesses or attended private schools till now. You can see what she thinks of us plebeians," Amy ended with a wicked chuckle. "Why does she come if she dislikes it so?" Priscilla asked, coldly resentful. "That's not her fault, dearie. Last year they sent her to a school near New York, very select, you know. And Genevieve picked up a good many new ideas and wasn't sensible enough to keep them to herself. And all at once, her father announced that as long as his daughter was an American, he was going to have her brought up like one. And that's why Genevieve is continuing her education in the public schools. But it's awfully hard on her, associating with the bourgeois. How's that for accent, Peggy? I see you're getting to be quite a shark in French." "Have you noticed that I'm improving?" Peggy asked happily. "Amy Dubois and I have been studying our French together after school. It's awfully good of her, because it stands to reason I can't help her any. She speaks French almost as well as she does English." Luckily no one noticed the telltale crimson of Priscilla's cheeks. The greater part of the hungry procession, headed for the lunchroom, had passed, and Genevieve Alden, recognizing a familiar figure in the quartet at the head of the stairs, crossed impulsively. Ordinarily, Genevieve held Amy in comparatively slight esteem, as her father was by no means rich, and her mother laid no claim to being a society leader. But in the unknown perils of her new environment, the sight of Amy's plump, good-humored face was welcome. "Good morning," remarked Genevieve, in a tone intimating that the morning and all pertaining to it was very bad indeed. "Good morning," responded Amy, and briefly performed the ceremony of introducing her friends. "We'd better hurry," she went on, "or they will have everything eaten downstairs." "If they'd only eat and go away," said Genevieve plaintively, "I wouldn't care whether they left anything or not. Isn't it simply dreadful?" To a nature less sensitive than Genevieve's, the scene in the basement might have seemed cheerful and animated rather than depressing. About the round tables were ranged stools, many of them already occupied. The majority of the girls, however, were still selecting their luncheons from the menu provided. Tea and coffee were tabooed, as not being conducive to the health of schoolgirls, but big pitchers of milk and gallons of hot chocolate promised solace to the thirsty. From the stove, kettles of hot soup emitted savory odors, and platters piled high with sandwiches, and other receptacles loaded with cakes and fruit, gave the cheering assurance that no one need go away hungry. Everything was sold at so reasonable a rate that few girls paid more than 10 cents for their luncheon, and, as Amy had been heard to remark, on 15 cents one could simply gorge oneself. "Frosted cakes to-day," remarked a girl who passed them, carrying a soup bowl in one hand and a loaded plate in the other. Peggy smiled as radiantly as if frosted cakes were the realization of her lifelong dreams. But Genevieve Alden looked appalled. "I wonder," she murmured, addressing herself to Ruth, "what class of society a girl comes from, if frosted cakes seem an event. Oh, dear." The last exclamation did not indicate that Genevieve had been splashed with some of the hot liquids carried past in bowls and mugs, or even that she had been jostled, but merely expressed her profound and deepening sense of dissatisfaction with everything. When the four friends found seats at one of the tables further down the corridor, all were uncomfortably aware of Genevieve's presence. Discontent is a peculiarly pervasive quality. In her present mood of resentful unhappiness, Genevieve was admirably fitted to act the part of the death's head at the feast, successfully checking all tendency to undue hilarity. Even Peggy, who was blessed with a magnificent lack of self-consciousness, found herself more than once nipping some casual remark in the bud, for fear it would meet the disapproval of the silent and dejected Genevieve. The approach of two smaller girls, each very erect and important, dissipated the unaccustomed feeling of constraint. The foremost addressed herself to Priscilla. "Will you please walk with me on the roof after you've finished?" A little smile tugged at the corners of Priscilla's lips. "I'm afraid there won't be a great deal of time for a promenade. I'm so dreadfully hungry this noon." "I don't care if it isn't more than 5 minutes," replied the small girl earnestly, "if only you'll come." And in the meantime her companion had turned to Peggy. "Please, will you walk with me?" "Oh, bless your heart, yes, but hurry and get your luncheon," Peggy replied, with very much the air of a doting grandmother. And then, as the two girls moved away, she bent her head and laughed. Priscilla, too, indulged in an appreciative giggle. "Anyway, we know we're seniors now, Peggy," she said. "We couldn't be sure without this." "It's the custom in this school," explained Amy, seeing that Genevieve looked mystified, "for the first-year girls to fall desperately in love with the seniors. No senior girl feels that she's the real thing unless there's some freshman just hankering to send her violets." "How very interesting," murmured Genevieve, looking at her ham sandwich as if she wondered what it was doing on her plate. "It is. It's interesting to the freshies because they're so dead in earnest, and so jealous of one another and all that. And it's interesting to the seniors because it gives them practice in being adored. And, of course, the rest of us enjoy looking on, and thinking that's what we're coming to." "I don't like it," said Peggy abruptly, and with so much earnestness that they all looked at her. "Why, I think you're one of the lucky ones. Your crush is a perfect little dear," remarked Ruth, with the air of patronizing superiority so characteristic of girls of 17 toward girls of 14. "Kitty? Why, of course she is. I've known the child for years, and I'm awfully fond of her. But when she slips little notes into my French grammar, telling how she adores me, or brings me chocolates instead of eating them herself, I can't help worrying." "They're only playing," suggested Priscilla soothingly. "Of course they aren't so dreadfully fond of us as they think they are. It's like playing dolls, only different." "Yes, but it's real while it lasts," Peggy persisted. Don't you remember how in our second year a freshman slapped somebody who was walking home with the senior sheet picked out for herself?" "How perfectly loathsome!" exclaimed Genevieve, speaking with the animation she reserved for purposes of criticism and showed at no other time. "But after all, what can you expect from such a rabble?" "I certainly shouldn't expect that," returned Peggy warmly, sorry she had made use of the incident, for all that it illustrated her point so excellently. "Nothing of the sort ever happened in this school except that once. I only spoke of it to show how seriously the freshmen take things that seem like a joke to us older girls." "Some of the seniors have an eye to the loaves and fishes," remarked Amy, who had a certain shrewd insight into people's motives which frequently surprised those who thought of her merely as fun-loving and jolly. "One of last year's graduates, Clara Gifford, went to the moving pictures nearly every day with that little Hudson girl. I don't know how the child managed it either, for her father's anything but rich. Who can lend me 2 cents? I want another frosted cake. They are delicious." An examination of the combined funds of the company resulted in Priscilla's producing a spare penny, while Ruth contributed the second. Amy hurried off in the direction of the cake platters, whose somewhat denuded appearance indicated the advisability of haste. And almost immediately her place was taken by a thin, angular girl, whose face, while not exactly agreeable, indicated a remarkable degree of strength and determination for one so young. "Amy's not coming back, is she?" the newcomer inquired, with a glance at the empty plate. "Yes, she's only gone to lay in a new supply of cake," explained Peggy, "but there's plenty of room for another stool." Then, noticing that Genevieve was regarding the new arrival with a peculiar fixed attention, it occurred to her that these two classmates were possibly not acquainted. "Oh, Addie, do you know Genevieve Alden? This is Addie Dwight, Genevieve. You're both second year, aren't you? I should think you have some classes together." "We do, several," said Addie, nodding toward her classmate in recognition of the introduction. "But we haven't happened to speak yet." Judging from the contents of her plate, Genevieve had only made a beginning of her luncheon, yet at this point she rose, and murmuring something which might have been an explanation, or an apology, for all any one could understand, walked away. The other girls exchanged surprised glances. "What happened?" Peggy demanded. "She hasn't finished, has she?" Whether Genevieve had satisfied the pangs of appetite or not, she had evidently finished with the lunch room, for she was now seen ascending the stairs with a marked stateliness of demeanor. Amy came back in time to hear Addie's hard little laugh. "I guess I can explain it," she said. "She doesn't think I'm good enough to sit at the table with her." Amy had no difficulty in guessing the subject under discussion. "Nonsense!" she cried, dropping upon the stool Genevieve had vacated, and the others echoed her verdict with hearty derision. But these well-meant efforts at condolence seemed to have surprisingly little effect on Addie. She was naturally a pale girl, but now there was an ominous spot of color on either cheek. "You don't know what you're talking about," she retorted. "I do. You see, I have to earn money in the summer. I couldn't go to school if I didn't. And last summer I took care of somebody's baby, of Mrs. Langley Ashton's baby." "It's such fun taking care of babies when they're nice," observed Peggy, now uncomfortably apprehensive that Addie had offered the correct explanation of Genevieve's unceremonious departure, and anxious to atone, as far as friendly sympathy could do it, for the other's rudeness. "The baby was all right," replied Addie without enthusiasm, "and I could earn almost as much money as I could clerking, and my board beside. And then the family went to the seashore, and every pleasant day I was out with the baby hours and hours, and it was almost like a vacation." Addie had spoken with a curious, monotonous fluency, as if rehearsing an argument made familiar by endless repetition. Then she looked across at Peggy, who was just beginning to say that she wished somebody would pay her to spend the summer at the seashore, and interrupted the well-meant assurance somewhat ungraciously. "That's the trouble, you see. The Aldens and the Ashtons are neighbors at home, and they went down to the shore at the same time. Genevieve must have seen me wheeling the baby around." I had to wear a cap," confessed Addie with a gulp. "And now she looks on me as a servant." "My dear," said Amy consolingly, as she disposed of the last crumb of frosting, "Genevieve looks down on all of us. Oh, from the most tremendous heights. Those natural born aristocrats must be terribly lonely. Think of all the hundreds of girls in this school, and not one for Genevieve to associate with." The friendly Terrace girls laughed encouragingly, but Addie did not share in their mirth. Her face was not pleasant to look upon at the moment, though its peculiar strength was more noticeable than ever. "I'll get even with that girl some day," she declared, a little hysterical catch in her voice. "She can treat me like the dirt under her feet now if she likes, but some day she'll wish she hadn't." The moment was awkward. The two freshman girls were approaching to claim their partners for the promenade, which every pleasant day took place upon the flat roof of the school building, and which, in spite of the necessity of climbing 4 pairs of stairs, was not the least popular feature of the noon recess. Peggy and Priscilla rose to accompany their ardent escorts, and the faces of both were troubled. "I see just how you feel," Peggy began, longing to be sympathetic, and yet woefully conscious that sympathy was not Addie's great need. "Only it isn't worth while. Perhaps Genevieve has some good reason for going away, but if she's as silly as you think, you ought to laugh and let it go at that." It was really very good advice, but even Peggy realized that in Addie's place she would have experienced some difficulty in acting upon it. "It's getting dreadfully late, Peggy," said the plaintive voice of Kitty Fox, and Peggy turned away with a meaning glance in Ruth's direction intended to suggest that she continue the task of soothing Addie's ruffled feelings. As Addie left the table almost at once, Ruth had no choice but to follow, leaving Amy alone and contemplative. "Tomorrow I hope Genevieve finds somebody else to honor with her company. This sort of thing at luncheon every day would give us all nervous dyspepsia. If I had another 2 cents, I'd get one of those frosted cakes. I really need something to brace me up." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Blue Monday. History came at 9 o'clock 3 mornings in the week, and as Peggy entered the classroom one sunshiny Monday, she felt unusually complacent. History had never been a favorite study with Peggy. It was always hard for her to realize that the actors in these great world dramas were flesh and blood, and though her tender heart was so easily stirred to pity, the carnage of the great battles of which she studied moved her less than the mew of a frightened kitten. But this year Peggy realized a change in her attitude. It was, she supposed, due to the fact that she was a senior, and beginning to take a really grown-up view. For the first time since she had begun the study of history, she was realizing the possible fascination of this branch of knowledge. Indeed, all her studies were proving interesting, and she had a sense of satisfaction in her progress new to her. Although she had always been a conscientious student, and generally an enthusiastic one. At the door of the classroom Peggy halted the girl ahead of her, and handed over a thick notebook. "I'm awfully obliged for those outlines, Mary. They're the greatest help in getting things straightened out." "You can have them any time," said the other, with a cordiality evidently not perfunctory. "You're perfectly welcome." And as Peggy went to her seat, it occurred to her that she must not take all the credit for her unwonted progress. There seemed a singular unanimity among her classmates in the matter of helping her out. She studied her Latin daily with Priscilla, and Priscilla was really very strict with her, and scolded if Peggy showed any disposition to slip lightly over something perplexing in the construction. Amy Dubois, whose father had been born just outside Paris, was wrestling with Peggy's French accent, and was accomplishing wonders. In the history class, outlines and tables and other labor-saving devices had been thrust upon her, without any suggestion on her part. And even in the English class, where Peggy stood second to none, various little helpful suggestions had come from one girl and another. Peggy's heart warmed over the realization of the kindness there is in the world. Victoria Wells came in the classroom immediately after Peggy, and took one of the front seats, bending her long neck ungracefully, as if humbly desirous of getting out of everybody's way. It struck Peggy that Victoria was looking thin and worried, and she did not wonder. "It must be an awful strain on anybody, making up a year of high school work that way. Victoria looks nearly worn out." The recitation progressed without any unusual incident for 20 minutes or so. Peggy was called on, and acquitted herself in a most creditable fashion. Others did about as well, and others still faltered and floundered, and took their seats looking dejected or indifferent, according to their dispositions. And then Miss Layton called on Victoria Wells. Peggy noticed with surprise her classmates start when her name was spoken, as if the last thing she had expected was to be asked to recite. It confirmed her in the opinion that Victoria's nerves were in a bad way. and that she had made a mistake in crowding an extra year of work into the necessarily heavy schedule of a high school student. Victoria rose hesitatingly, her sallow face suffused with momentary color, and, at the moment, Peggy was conscious of a stir that was like the ghost of a titter, something so vague that the most rigid disciplinarian could hardly call the offender to account, and yet unmistakable. Instinctively Peggy turned her head in search of the explanation of this subdued merriment. But though her sense of humor was at least as keen as that of the average girl, she was unable to discover anything amusing. But several of the girls, Blanche Estabrook among them, were looking hard at Victoria, and seemingly having a struggle to keep their risibilities within bounds. Peggy's sense of uneasiness was increased when she glanced again at Victoria. Apparently the most recent addition to the ranks of the senior class had lost some of the assurance that generally characterized her. As she began to recite, it was evident that she had not fully understood the question, and Miss Leeton was obliged to check her voluble utterances, and explain again what was wanted. Victoria, starting out for the second time, evidently confused by her previous misunderstanding, came to a complete halt before she had spoken a half-dozen words. Something, apparently a marble, had dropped from one of the back seats. It rolled along the smooth floor from one corner of the room to the other, and then, as if it had solved the secret of perpetual motion, started on a return trip. Of course the class exploded in laughter, after the time-honored custom which puts all students under the necessity of laughing at whatever is unusual. Miss Leeton rapped sharply on her desk. She was a pretty little woman, an enthusiast in her department. Anything in the line of disorder was a sore trial to her temper. The class sobered when her black eyes flashed sparks, and then again gave way to hysterical merriment as the gyrations of the irrepressible marble became distinctly audible. "Will someone kindly capture the occasion of this disturbance, and let me congratulate the members of the class upon their sense of humor. If you were as quick to see the point in your lessons as you are to recognize the humorous, the standings of some of you would be vastly improved." The laughter died down into stifled giggles. A girl from the back seat rescued the marble after a chase that came near bringing about another outburst, and order was restored. "Now, Victoria, you may recite," said Miss Leeton, the sharpness in her tone implying that quite enough time had been wasted. Peggy was far from being prepared for what happened next. Victoria stared at her teacher vacantly for a moment, then shook her head and dropped into her seat. And it was Blanche Estabrook who gave the desired information, with a glibness which must have added to Victoria's humiliation, for Blanche, though the class president and an extremely popular girl, had never been regarded as a shining light in the classroom. Peggy did not know why this little episode left her uncomfortable. It was nothing unusual for a girl to fail in her recitation, and Peggy could see no especial ground for taking Victoria's failure to heart. Yet the fact remained that she felt unreasonably sorry for the girl, and at the noon recess she found a chance to express her goodwill by saying kindly, "You're coming to the senior meeting after school, aren't you?" Victoria regarded her with lackluster eyes. "What senior meeting?" And then, before Peggy could reply, she added indifferently, "No, what should I come for?" "Why, it's very important. You know we're going to give She Stoops to Conquer in December, and this afternoon the class is to choose the actors for the different parts. You know how they do it." Victoria shook her head. Peggy found herself irritated, not because of Victoria's ignorance of one of the established customs of the school, surprising as that seemed, but because of her equally surprising indifference. "It's lots of fun. Different girls volunteer for certain parts. For instance, I'd like to act Mrs. Hardcastle, and so I'll read her lines in some scene the class committee picks out, and all the other girls who want to be Mrs. Hardcastle will read the same, and then the committee will decide who's the best of us. They do the same with every part, and sometimes it takes a good many readings to get the cast selected." "It isn't likely I'll be picked out," said Victoria. "There's no use of my going." "Why, yes, there is. Only a few girls out of the class will be chosen, but everybody's interested. You're a senior now, and everything that concerns the class concerns you. You'd better come. You'll enjoy it." "I need time for my lessons." "Victoria!" exclaimed Peggy, looking hard at her classmate. "I believe the trouble with you is that you're studying too hard. If you hadn't been nervous this morning—" She was astonished by the vivid color that leaped into Victoria's cheeks. Instantly her air of apathy had disappeared. "Of course I'm nervous," she cried. Anybody would be. As soon as I get up to recite, something happens." "You mean that marble, I suppose. But you wouldn't have minded a little thing like that if you hadn't been—" "If it isn't one thing, it's another," Victoria interrupted. "It's always something when I'm reciting. The girls look at me." "When you're reciting? Why, of course. What else would you expect?" "Not the way you mean." Victoria seemed to be swallowing springing tears. As if I were an animal escaped from a menagerie." "Why, Victoria Wells!" Peggy did not know whether to be more sorry or disgusted, though her natural tolerance inclined her toward the former attitude. Poor thing! Such wild talk only showed how seriously Victoria's nerves had suffered. And then Peggy remembered uneasily the smiling glances she had seen leveled in Victoria's direction, and she resolved to drop a hint to the girls that they needed to be more careful. Of course they had no idea of Victoria's supersensitiveness, but since she was in this morbid and unnatural mood, it was necessary for them all to be on their guard. Victoria's next observation confirmed Peggy's opinion. "They didn't want me, and they think they can scare me into dropping back into the junior class, but I won't do it." Peggy burst into a reluctant laugh, wrung from her by the absurdity of Victoria's remark, and Victoria looked slightly taken aback. That spontaneous laughter was, indeed, more convincing than any amount of formal argument. "I hate to laugh at you, Victoria, but I can't help it if you're such a goose. Come along to the class meeting, and don't think any more such ridiculous things." It spoke well for Peggy's powers of persuasion that, at the close of school, Victoria made her appearance in the assembly room. Peggy noticed, with a little impatient sigh, that instead of joining the throng of girls excitedly discussing the possibilities of the comedy selected for the class play, Victoria took her place in the vacant section of seats to the right, remote from everybody. After that momentary regret, Peggy of necessity forgot Victoria and gave her entire thought to making a good impression as Mrs. Hardcastle. Had Peggy known it, she might have spared her pains, for Blanche, who by virtue of her office was one of the committee to select the cast, had laid down the law with her customary decision. "Whoever we choose, we mustn't have Peggy Raymond." "Why, I think she's one of the best we've got," remonstrated one of the girls. "I'll never forget how funny she was in that old woman's part last spring." "Of course she's good, but we can't afford to choose her," Blanche insisted. "She's got the best chance of anybody to get the valedictory away from that Wells girl, and we simply mustn't distract her from her studies." "I don't know as that Wells girl impresses me as so wonderfully smart," declared Peggy's defender. "I've always heard that she was a perfect whiz, but she's got badly mixed on her Latin several times the last week or two. I guess she'll find it a different matter to keep up a reputation in this class," she added triumphantly. Blanche suppressed a gratified smile. She had not taken many of her classmates into her confidence regarding the plan she had outlined to Priscilla the first day of school, and she was pleased with disinterested testimony that things were progressing satisfactorily. At the same time she held rigidly to her opinion that on no account must Peggy's time be broken in upon by the rehearsals necessary to a successful presentation of a class play. The scene chosen by the committee for the testing of the candidates for the role of Mrs. Hardcastle was the inimitable dialogue between the incorrigible Tony and his mother, where she comes to tell him of the loss of the jewels, and he affects to believe that she is merely playing a part. There could have been no more fortunate selection from Peggy's standpoint, for she practically knew the lines and gave them with a spirit which contrasted most favorably with the efforts of the half-dozen girls who had already essayed the part. Indeed, when the scene was finished, a spontaneous burst of applause from the listening seniors told where their preference had been given. Peggy went to her seat smiling. She was extremely fond of amateur dramatics, and had never failed to acquit herself with credit on any occasion where she had been given a chance. She had a comfortable certainty that in She Stoops to Conquer she would add to her laurels. Owing to the number of candidates, but 3 parts were tested that afternoon. The committee, sitting well to the front and out of earshot of the others of the class, consulted in an undertone, and finally reached a conclusion. Blanche ascended the platform to make the announcements. "The selection of the cast will be continued after school tomorrow. The 3 chosen today are—" She held up a paper on which several names were written, and seemed to have a little difficulty in making them out. "Mr. Hardcastle, Eleanor Hewitt. Mrs. Hardcastle, Marian O'Neill. Tony Lumpkin." Peggy did not hear who was cast for the part of Tony. Her thoughts were for the moment occupied with the discovery that she herself had not been chosen. Close upon this came the realization that she must not show either wonder or disappointment, for almost to her surprise she found her disappointment keen. It meant a great deal of work to take part in the class play, so much work that she had hesitated over presenting herself as a candidate. But though she had no exaggerated estimate of her own abilities, it had not occurred to her that if she entered the contest she was likely to be rejected. The assembly was breaking up. Peggy discovered that she was the center of considerable sympathetic attention. The girls were looking at her and exchanging murmured comments. From their expression it was easily seen that the decision of the committee had not been popular, and this was undeniably a solace to Peggy's wounded sensibilities, even while she tried to smile and look as if nothing had happened. She caught sight of Victoria Wells moving off by herself, and her thrill of ardent sympathy surprised her. Poor Victoria! It was not a pleasant feeling, this sense of being left out. Priscilla, who walked home with Peggy, took her friend's defeat more philosophically than would have been expected from her usual attitude of ardent championship. "You see, it takes a lot of time, Peggy. Of course you can play Mrs. Hardcastle any amount better than Marian O'Neill, but your class standings would suffer, and that wouldn't pay." "I'm not so sure about that," Peggy replied, rather crossly for her. "Anyway, the play's more fun." And she heaved a tumultuous sigh. In spite of its auspicious beginning, there was no doubt that this was a blue Monday. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The School Board in Disgrace. Mary Donaldson, one of the senior girls, counted it among her afflictions that she had an uncle on the school board. Though Mary had no share in the deliberations of that august body, and could not properly be held responsible for its decisions, she was continually called upon to explain and defend its rulings. There was no question Mary dreaded more than the familiar one: "Is Mr. Donaldson on the school board any relative of yours?" Golden October had given place to November, and the school machinery was running with its customary smoothness, when poor Mary entered the cloakroom one morning to encounter an indignant group of schoolmates. "Mary Donaldson," cried Marian O'Neill, "I wish you'd explain about the day after Thanksgiving. You know as much about it as I do." Mary made a brave attempt to speak nonchalantly, as though the matter were no concern of hers, but her air of guilty responsibility betrayed her. "You've got an uncle on the school board, haven't you?" asked Amy Dubois, but with the air of an accuser, rather than one who merely wishes information. "Yes, but Uncle Frank doesn't ask my permission." Blanche Estabrook broke in with authority. "Never mind about that, Mary. But please explain why we've always had the day after Thanksgiving for a holiday. We're not going to have it this year." More girls were coming in, and none were leaving. Excited voices blended apparently in tumultuous agreement. Everywhere clouded faces promised ill for the day's work. "Why, you know we've never had election day before," Mary began unwillingly. "But somebody wrote to the board and made a fuss because that's a legal holiday. So this year they gave us election day and—" A chorus of protests drowned her explanation. "Who wants election day anyway? It's ridiculous to talk of school the day after Thanksgiving. Who could study?" "I couldn't." Amy Lassell entered just in time to answer that question. "I can't study while the turkey lasts," she continued blithely. "Saturday afternoon we have turkey soup, positively the last appearance, and then I begin to come to life a little." "It's all very well to turn it into a joke," Blanche said with heat, "but I say it's unfair. Papa's promised to take me to New York for a few days, and now if I go I'll have to miss school. Will you please explain, Mary, what your uncle—" But Mary had reached the point of flat rebellion. "I don't know anything about it," she cried, "and anyway I've got to finish my geometry." She pushed through the resisting throng of her schoolmates, and though she did not lift her eyes, she was sensitively aware of their air of disapproval. "Oh, if only Uncle Frank would resign from that school board," thought Mary. "If I wasn't a senior, I believe I'd leave school." Whatever justification might have been offered for the board's action, there was no question of its unpopularity among the schoolgirls. Ordinary disaffection blew over, and was forgotten in a few days. In this case it seemed to grow. Morning by morning new adherents were added to the list of the aggrieved. The girls who were expecting out-of-town guests for Thanksgiving discussed the innovation in season and out of season. Those who had planned week-end festivities added fuel to the flame. And even the big majority who were going nowhere and expecting nobody, demanded with an air of injury when they were to get their Friday's lessons before the Thanksgiving dinner or after. By Monday of Thanksgiving week, feeling was intense. Wherever a group of girls congregated, invariably they were heard denouncing the school board's latest act of injustice. Peggy, who was no better pleased than the rest with the new ruling, complained that she was tired of the subject. "Seems to me I don't hear anything but grumbling. Of course I like the old way any amount better, but what's the use of fussing as long as we can't help it?" "I'm not sure we can't," returned Priscilla, to whom the remark was addressed. She had joined Peggy on the way to luncheon, and she leaned toward her to speak in a confidential undertone, although the tramping of several hundred pairs of feet would have enabled her to shout her most cherished secret aloud without fear of being overheard. "You know we're going to have a class meeting after school in Miss McNair's room." Peggy stared. "About this?" "I don't really know." Priscilla's air suggested that she suspected herself of indiscretion, and then Rose and Kitty, the devoted freshmen, came hurrying up, and the two older girls at once modified their conversation to suit their youthful minds. Probably a high school senior never feels quite so mature as when patronizing a girl of the first year class. Peggy was a little late in reaching Miss McNair's room that afternoon. The classes in freshman English were always large, but the big room which gave them ample accommodation was now overflowing with seniors. 2 or 3 girls squeezed into each seat, and others perched upon desks. The sills of each window served as a settee for 3 or 4, and the remaining space was crowded full of girls standing. Peggy's entrance occasioned a little disturbance, due to the obliging efforts of the girls to crowd together and make room for one more. But the shuffling of feet and the murmured protests of those who were being jammed against the wall did not avail in checking the eloquence of the girl who held the floor. "This is the first year they've tried it," she was saying. "If we take it like little lambs of course they'll think we like it, and we'll have to submit to it for ever and ever." "This is our last year," a voice interrupted. "I don't care if it is. Some of us are going to be teachers, and, if nothing's done, we'll always look forward to having school the day after Thanksgiving. And besides, we ought to think of those who are coming after us as well as ourselves." A burst of hand clapping interrupted the speaker. Peggy guessed from her expression that she had not really meant to stop at this point, but thought it well to close amid such unmistakable tokens of approval. And as she took her seat, one of the girls perched on the window sill scrambled to her feet, and from this precarious elevation offered a motion. "Miss President, I move that a committee be appointed to present a petition to the school board asking them to give us the day after Thanksgiving for a holiday." Everybody began to talk at once. Fragmentary protests made themselves heard above the general babble. "Too late for that." "Much they'd care for a petition." And while the president pounded for order, Eleanor Hewitt rose. She was a dark-skinned girl with a rather foreign look. Now, with her dark eyes blazing, and her olive cheeks unusually red, she was a figure to stir her impressionable audience to enthusiasm. "It doesn't seem to me that a petition is what we want. We ought to insist upon our rights instead of asking favors. I, for one, don't believe in going on our knees to tyrants." The corners of Peggy's lips twitched a little. Such a term, applied to the estimable citizens who served the community gratuitously, impressed her as a piece of unconscious humor. As she looked about her she saw no reflection of her amusement. Every face was intensely serious. "We're seniors," Eleanor continued in the same impassioned manner, "and naturally the rest of the school look to us to take the lead. I think it's time to show the school board that we know our rights, and mean to have them too. The best answer to such a piece of tyranny is to strike." Eleanor's voice rang out with dramatic emphasis. And, in the pause that followed, every girl in the room caught her breath. Some faces looked approving, and others only startled, but there was no doubt that Eleanor had succeeded in impressing her audience. "A strike!" repeated Blanche, forgetting her exalted position as class president. "Why, Eleanor, what do you mean?" "In the first place," Eleanor explained, "we wouldn't come to school, not a single one of us. They could have it a school day if they liked. with all their teachers here, but there wouldn't be any classes. And then, well, we might have a parade and march around the schoolhouse with banners or something like that." "Seems to me," remarked Peggy Raymond in a matter-of-fact tone, which contrasted strikingly with Eleanor's decidedly oratorical style, "that marching around the street on a cold November day and carrying banners would be considerably harder work than going to school." A smothered titter recognized the aptness of Peggy's criticism. Then one of the girls who was sitting on the window sill exclaimed that it was the principle of the thing that mattered. "That's just it," cried Eleanor, recovering herself. "It's not a question of what's easy and pleasant. It's a question of standing up for our rights." "Seems to me," insisted Peggy, with a twinkle which the youthful apostle of freedom found vaguely irritating, "that we're not quite like garment workers and people of that sort, working as hard as they can for less money than they can live on. Instead, we're being presented with something very valuable. Once I saw how much money it cost the city to educate every graduate from the high schools. Don't some of you remember how much it was?" demanded Peggy, appealing to the crowded room. Apparently no one remembered, but every one was listening. "Well, I can't think of it either, but I know it was a lot of money. It made me feel as if I owed something to somebody, to have had so much spent on me. And if the board makes us a present of an extra day on our education, I can't see that it's anything to feel so bad about." There was a little rather reluctant laughter, but no applause. Peggy's logic would have seemed more convincing had she espoused the popular side. But for a week the girls had been nursing a grievance, and they did not enjoy the suggestion that it was their business to be grateful rather than aggrieved. Anna Joyce, one of Eleanor's most intimate friends, rose from one of the back seats. "Miss President," she said, "before we decide this question, I move we all agree to obey the will of the majority. Of course, we won't all think alike, but every girl ought to be ready to do as the majority of the class decides, whatever it is." "I second the motion," Eleanor exclaimed. Blanche repeated the question. "Is there anything to be said?" she asked mechanically, and again Peggy Raymond had something to say. "Of course, I'm only one, and I shouldn't think of letting a majority vote settle such a question for me." "But you'd have to," Eleanor exclaimed impatiently, "if the class voted that way." "Oh, no, I shouldn't," replied Peggy, still with irritating good nature. "I should vote the way I thought right, and then do it." Anna Joyce was on her feet again. "I must say, Peggy Raymond, if that is the way you feel, I don't call you very loyal to the class." "Oh, dear me." Blanche pounded the desk frantically. "It isn't parliamentary for you to talk to one another. Please address the chair." "Miss President," said a girl in spectacles rising from Eleanor's right, and speaking impressively, "I would like to ask whether, if this class voted to stay away from school the day after Thanksgiving, Peggy Raymond would attend." "I think I should, Miss President," Peggy replied cheerfully. "I hadn't thought about it before, but as far as I can see now, it would be the sensible thing to do." "Then it seems to me," said the girl in spectacles, "that we might as well give up trying to do anything. If we could count on the loyalty of all the seniors, it would be different. But under the circumstances, we had better drop the whole matter." Peggy's cheeks burned. There are few charges to which young people are more sensitive than the implication of disloyalty, and it cost her a struggle not to defend herself against the veiled attack. Common sense came to her rescue, and she set her lips as firmly as she defied any disagreeable insinuation to pry them apart. As a matter of fact, she had said all that was necessary. Eleanor's fiery denunciation of something they had all resented had come very near stampeding the meeting and committing those present to a drastic course of action. Peggy's protest gave some of them time to recall that a school strike, especially if accompanied by a public demonstration, might not win the approval of the home authorities. Eleanor made another effort to kindle the enthusiasm of her classmates from her own, but her words were like sparks dropping on wet straw. The girls were whispering to one another that it was a shame, but there was no use trying to do anything. Priscilla voiced the sentiments of the assembly at length. "It seems to me, Miss President, there isn't any use in our staying any longer. I move we adjourn." The motion was seconded and carried with a snap. The tired girls began to move away. Some hurriedly as if recalling waiting duties, others slowly in little groups, continuing as they went the discussion of the meeting. "Do let's get away from this." Priscilla came up to Peggy and slipped a hand through her arm. "Let's go down to Bishop's and have a cup of chocolate. I feel as if I needed something to brace me up." "All right," Peggy agreed, but her manner was quieter than usual. As she passed along the hall, one of her classmates, whom she had counted among her warmest friends, looked the other way. In the miniature world of the school, as in the big outside world, nothing is so uncertain as popularity. Peggy had chosen to stand by her convictions instead of allowing herself to be swept along by the current, and she read the result in those averted eyes. And though Peggy drank her cup of chocolate with seeming relish, and chatted of indifferent things, Priscilla was not deceived. Priscilla was inclined to think that Peggy might have been less outspoken. There really was no use in making oneself a target for other people's prejudices. And then her little attempt at worldly wisdom lost itself in admiration for the girl who, liking to be liked as Peggy did, refused to consider a compromise with her conscience. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. An Extension of Thanksgiving. It was not an altogether satisfactory Thanksgiving Day which interrupted the labors of the week. For one thing, the skies were gray, and a fine, almost invisible drizzle coated the sidewalks with a moisture which promptly froze, so that the outdoor world resembled a huge skating rink. Peggy had done her best to learn Friday's lessons on Wednesday after school, but Mrs. Raymond was to have half a dozen guests for Thanksgiving dinner, most of them forlorn inmates of second-rate boarding houses, and Peggy's study was interrupted too often to be fruitful. And though the Raymonds' turkey had come to them from a farmer kinsman, and was fat and juicy, and in every way a model of its kind, the realization that she had not looked at her Latin for the next day was a sort of death's head at Peggy's feast. On Friday morning the drizzle had ceased, but the skies were still overcast, and the wind had a doleful sound, as if it had over-eaten the previous day, and was regretting its indiscretion too late. The four friendly terrace chums, meeting on the corner, on their way to school, carried in their faces little reminiscent brightness from the day before. "I expect to drop off to sleep in every class," grumbled Amy. "You know we always have all the relatives for Thanksgiving, and it was 1:15 when I got into bed last night." She interrupted herself with a comprehensive yawn, which exerted its usual contagious influence. The other girls yawned and blinked. "I hope Miss Phelps calls on me right away in Virgil," said Peggy. "I shall make dreadful work translating anywhere after the first 10 lines." Priscilla looked very much annoyed. "Now, Peggy, why didn't you read your Latin with me?" "Because I haven't been able to study more than 10 minutes at a time since I came home from school Wednesday. Getting a Thanksgiving dinner for 10 people is no joke, let me tell you." "Probably Victoria Wells will know every word," fretted Priscilla, and a little ripple of irritation ruffled Peggy's wonted serenity. "Victoria Wells? What has she to do with it?" Priscilla was vexed at her slip. "Why," she explained with suspicious fluency, "it's only because I hate to have you beaten by a girl of that sort." Peggy laughed. The very absurdity of the explanation helped to restore her to her wonted good humor. "Victoria isn't much to look at, but when it comes to Latin and history, it's no disgrace to be beaten by her. Ruth, honey, why don't you say something?" "I feel too cross to want to talk," owned honest Ruth. "When Graham is home for over Sunday, it does seem too provoking to start off to school." That the Friendly Terrace girls were not singular in their feeling of dissatisfaction was evident enough as they entered the school building. The girls crowding through the big doors came unsmilingly and marched straight to the cloakrooms, where they hung up their wraps almost in silence. Peggy was uncomfortably aware that the looks that came in her direction were decidedly cool. Human nature dearly loves a scapegoat. The deliberations of the senior meeting should have been a profound secret, but in the interval which had elapsed since Peggy had thrown her influence on the side of law and order, the impression had gone abroad that something might have been done to teach the school board a lesson if it had not been for Peggy Raymond. Friday was one of the days for assembly. Instead of going to the smaller rooms where they studied, the girls filed down to the big assembly hall, seating over 1,000. One could have guessed the humor of the audience by the vehemence with which the opera chairs slammed down as the girls took their places. Each report was like the crack of a revolver. The girls were at liberty to talk quietly up to 5 minutes before the opening, but few improved the privilege. When the opening bell rang at 9 o'clock, there were many vacant seats, and an observer looking over the rows of indifferent faces would have guessed that the majority of those present were absentees in spirit. Dr. Radford, the principal, came upon the platform, escorting a distinguished-looking man in a gray business suit. A few pupils, who recognized the latter, straightened themselves and cast significant glances at their companions less well informed. Something like an electric current tingled through the listless assemblage. Faces grew suddenly animated. Eyes brightened. Curiosity and interest replaced the former indifferent gloom, and all before a word had been spoken. Dr. Radford came forward smiling. He looked like a man who had an agreeable message to deliver. "I have an unusual pleasure this morning in introducing a speaker who would be listened to with interest and pleasure anywhere. Perhaps it would be indiscreet to call him our most distinguished citizen, but there is no question that our city feels it an honor that Mr. Rowland Mackenzie belongs to us. Mr. Mackenzie will give you a brief talk on art." A little gasp more eloquent than words went through the room at the mention of the visitor's name. Then, over in one corner, an impulsive girl clapped her hands, and in an instant it had swelled into a jubilant tumult. However much or little she knew of art, there was not a girl in the room who was not aware that Mr. Rowland Mackenzie had the largest and most valuable private art collection on this side of the blue Atlantic. The handsome building he had erected to house it was one of the sights of the city, though it was Mr. Mackenzie's private property and only open to the public comparatively few days out of the year. Had Dr. Radford given the guests the title at which he hinted, that of the city's most distinguished citizen, there would have been no objectors in the girls' high school. The applause became an ovation. Mr. Mackenzie rose, looking frankly pleased with his reception. No matter how distinguished a man may be, nor how accustomed to honors, he is not likely to be indifferent to youthful homage. The uplifted shining faces, as well as the applauding hands, told him how big a place he had in the hearts of these girls of his own city. A little touched, a little surprised, and more than a little gratified, he bowed his acknowledgments and began his brief address. A high school girl's knowledge of art is likely to be fragmentary. Mr. Mackenzie evidently appreciated that fact, for he avoided all technicalities and made his talk delightfully simple and informal. At the end of 20 minutes he paused and consulted his watch. The girls waited expectantly. "I'm sure you will agree with me," said Mr. Mackenzie, "that art cannot be learned from books or speeches. One good painting will teach you more than all the books that are written. When your principal brought me the invitation to address you this morning, I consented on the condition that after my little talk I might receive you all as my guests at the gallery on Grace Street. Whatever else I have to say to you, I will say there." The clapping broke out again tumultuously. It really was a relief to the girls to find such an outlet for their feelings. It was necessary for Dr. Radford to come forward and raise his hand for quiet. "A number of street cars are waiting at the door," he announced, "each marked special. Mr. Mackenzie insists on considering us his guests from the door of the building. The school will be open till 1 o'clock if you wish to return for your books, but there will be no further school exercises today." Had the invitation come at another time, the result might have been less spectacular. On any day of the year, the prospect of exchanging the routine of schoolwork for a visit to the Mackenzie Art Gallery, with Mr. Mackenzie as host, would have awakened enthusiasm. But coming as it did, at a time when they all were a little dejected and inclined to consider themselves aggrieved, the effect was magical. Every face beamed like a Halloween jack-o'-lantern. The girls who had come near staying at home were hilariously congratulating themselves that they had not yielded to that temptation. The absentees were recalled by their friends with a sense of superior pity, as if their loss were due to a regrettable lack of judgment. Peggy Raymond, just squirming in her jacket, was suddenly seized and hugged by an enthusiastic sophomore. "Peggy, you dear thing!" cried the sophomore. "We might have gone on a strike and been parading with banners, if it hadn't been for you." and Peggy, realizing for the first time what such a demonstration would have meant in view of the rather elaborate preparations to give them a pleasure, could not immediately find breath to answer. Even the sun entered into the spirit of the thing, and the girls, swarming out to take the cars, found pale sunbeams struggling through the canopy of cloud. 8 street cars were in waiting, and in spite of the unusual number of absentees, each of the 8 was crowded. And as they glided through the busy thoroughfare, with the signs special warning other passengers off, the clamor of excited voices and the hilarious laughter brought people to their windows on both sides of the streets. Probably only 1 girl in a dozen could have told what she was laughing at, and the 12th girl would have failed to make her listeners see anything amusing in the speeches which called out such peals of merriment. A little wit goes a long way amid such general joyousness. Peggy had visited the art gallery on several previous occasions, but this morning she saw it with new eyes. Not only was Mr. Mackenzie present to call attention to the fine points of some beautiful painting, or to give the history of a rare bit of pottery, but scattered through the building were a number of people who, if not as well posted as himself, were able to impart a great deal of interesting information regarding the collection. Even some of those paintings which Peggy had always privately regarded as extremely ugly and uninteresting, in spite of the fact that they were the handiwork of men whose names are revered wherever art is loved, began to take on a different aspect to her untaught eyes. Humbly Peggy realized that art is long, and that the cocksure judgments of youth are very likely to be mistaken. 2 hours is a long time in an art gallery. It was a little before 10 when the invading high school army took possession of the building, and when the noon whistles began to blow, everyone felt that she had had enough. Mr. Mackenzie stood near the door smiling on his youthful guests as they passed out. Peggy, who was talking animatedly to Amy, did not realize how close she was to the host of the occasion. "It started out to be such an abominable day," said Peggy, "and then it turned into a perfectly gorgeous one, just like magic." At this point something impelled her to turn, and she looked into Mr. Mackenzie's laughing eyes. The leaping of the blood to Peggy's cheeks demonstrated the unexpectedness of the encounter, but she returned his smile bravely. "That must be what they call white magic," said Mr. Mackenzie, looking as if, in this instance, he had quite enjoyed being an eavesdropper. "The whitest kind, and thank you so much." The steady advance of several hundred girls in the rear swept Peggy forward, but she carried with her the recollection of a pleased look on a kind face, not the least of the happy memories of the day. The girls returned to the schoolhouse for their books, and were halfway home before Peggy's lightened heart prompted her to inquire, "Girls, doesn't this seem 100 times more like Thanksgiving than yesterday did?" "It does to me," Priscilla agreed. "We might call it an extension of Thanksgiving," said Ruth. "I always did think," Amy declared, her expression of judicial gravity befitting the seriousness of the subject, "that turkey cold on the second day is even better than at first." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Should Auld Acquaintance be Forgot? School had been over half an hour, but in the gymnasium a score of girls still lingered, trying again the steps of the folk dance which had been their lesson, and which, though apparently simple, had proved unexpectedly puzzling. 2 or 3 of the musical ones took turns at the piano, while the others went through the graceful evolutions familiar to the Portuguese peasants for hundreds of years. Peggy had spent the last school period in basketball practice, a practice so spirited that a shower bath had seemed advisable before she ventured into the outdoor cold. After her bath and rub down, she ran upstairs tingling from head to foot with that sense of superabundant vitality which makes bare existence a delight. Peggy dearly loved that strenuous game which in the affections of the modern girl has supplanted the old-time favorite, croquet. Blanche Estabrook fretted because Peggy spent so much time in practice, but though she had carried her point in the matter of senior dramatics, where basketball was concerned, Peggy had her way. Upstairs in the cloakroom, Peggy found Genevieve Alden sulkily putting on her wraps. Genevieve's teachers were spending a great deal of extra time on her without awakening any ecstatic gratitude on Genevieve's part. In the select schools she had attended, scholarship had been a matter of such minor importance that Genevieve's least anxiety had been her class standings. Wealth and family were, of course, of paramount importance, and then came the vital questions of dress and personal attractiveness, so that a girl measured up to the standard in these particulars. She might fail daily in her recitations without losing self-esteem or the good opinion of her mates. Now, from Genevieve's standpoint, the world was upside down. The algebra teacher who had spent the last half hour with Genevieve did not care in the least whether she was the daughter of Charles Alden, wealthy manufacturer, or of John Zinzwalski, teamster. All that interested her was to inject into Genevieve's reluctant brain some faint inkling of the principles of factoring. Genevieve was sure she dressed better than any other girl in school, but her costume of dark blue corduroy, made the most exclusive shop in town, had utterly failed to impress her instructor in Latin. Such a wholesale readjustment of standards is always difficult, and up to this time Genevieve had not got beyond the point of being sure she was right and all the others wrong. Genevieve, pinning her hat in place, stared at Peggy's glowing face with a vague, vexed wonder. Something about Peggy exercised a peculiar fascination over the discontented girl. Peggy's winter coat was unmistakably not a new one. Her everyday hat had never altogether recovered from a hard shower earlier in the season. Genevieve noticed these things, and then glanced doubtfully at the bright face of the owner. There really was no sense in a girl's looking so cheerful when she had to wear a last year's coat. Genevieve did not recognize her own inconsistency in resenting the very quality in Peggy which most attracted her. "Do your people send for you?" inquired Genevieve languidly, as they left the cloakroom. "Or do you take the street cars?" "I take the street cars if I don't walk." Peggy spoke with painstaking pleasantness. She had rarely seen a girl who attracted her less than Genevieve, but she could not help feeling sorry for her. "Mamma almost always sends one of the cars for me, but today they are all in use. I think it would drive me crazy if I had to take the street cars every day. Such a rabble." Not deeming it wise to enter on the discussion of a subject where disagreement was inevitable, Peggy made no reply. The two went downstairs and out into the street, where a group of girls stood at the crossing, awaiting the westbound car. With a sense of apprehension, Peggy recognized Addie Dwight among the number. Genevieve was not long in making the same discovery. "I fancy I've succeeded in teaching that Dwight girl her place," she announced confidentially. "Why, she was ready to be as familiar as you please that first day. And last summer, if you'll believe it, she was the Ashtons' nursemaid. I think these schools are dreadful, where you're thrown in with all sorts of people." For all her wish to part amicably, Peggy could not let this pass. "I think we'd be lucky," she said with heat, "if we were always thrown with girls as ambitious and plucky as Addie is." "Oh, really?" The supercilious, interrogative note in Genevieve's reply was too much for Peggy's sensible conviction that argument would be a waste of breath. "Most girls are willing to get an education," Peggy went on, "if everything's made easy and pleasant. But Addie really wants it. She's ready to make all kinds of sacrifices, and work awfully hard. I believe we'll all be proud of her some day." "Oh, really?" Genevieve said again. This time her inflection implied that Peggy was hopeless. She looked expectantly in Addie's direction, wishing the girl would look up, so that she might demonstrate for Peggy's benefit exactly the sort of bow to bestow on a classmate immeasurably below one in social position. But Addie obstinately looked the other way. The car came along and the girls swarmed aboard, Addie finding a seat well up to the front. Genevieve and Peggy, who were later getting on, stood at the rear, clutching the straps that hung suggestively overhead. At the next corner an old woman carrying a market basket climbed aboard, a fat smiling old woman with blue eyes that had not lost their brightness in the many years that they had looked on life, and with the humorous mouth which is the common heritage of Ireland's sons and daughters. Her old black bonnet was set rakishly atop her scant white hair. As she reached for the strap next to that which Genevieve clutched, that exclusive young person drew away, her sidelong glance at Peggy conveying the impression that her worst forebodings were being realized. The old Irish woman set her market basket carefully between her feet, hunted out 5 coppers from a slim, shiny purse, and then gave her attention to Genevieve. All at once Peggy was startled by the vibrant tones of a voice that once must have been rich and sweet. "Good day to yez, Miss Genevieve. To think I should be after a standin' this close and not knowin' yez at all. Peggy looked at Genevieve appealingly. The old face was so radiant with satisfaction over the encounter it seemed to her that Genevieve would hardly have the heart to blight the pleasure of her old acquaintance. The edge to Genevieve's voice, when she answered, showed Peggy her mistake. "Were you speaking to me?" "'Deed I am, my pretty," cried the old woman, smiling broadly. "'Tis a proud day for Mary O'Toole, to see what a fine young loidy you've growed to be. Think hard, and see if ye be after rememberin' me, darlint." Genevieve's face turned white. It was bad enough to be addressed in public by this singular, shabby old woman, so unmistakably belonging to what Genevieve was in the habit of calling the lower classes. But to have pet names lavished on her in the presence of a smiling audience was beyond endurance. It is characteristic of the snob always to stand in awe of what people will think. Genevieve's heart chilled at the realization that someone looking on might suppose that this disreputable old woman had been on friendly terms with her family. "I'm sure I don't remember you," she said, her manner an odd blending of hauteur and irritation. "You have probably mistaken me for someone else." "Hear her now!" The old woman laughed as delightedly as if Genevieve's reply had been a masterpiece of humor. "Hasn't she the grand way wid her?" She seemed to be appealing to the company in her gratified pride, and then her beaming blue eyes came back to Genevieve's face. "Sure I remember yez, when I could have slipped yez into me basket, and carried yez home without knowin' 'twas more'n a peck of praties. A foine babby yez was, and a fine girl you've growed to be, acushla." The old black glove, through the worn tips of which Mary O'Toole's fingers peeped out on the world, just brushed Genevieve's sleeve. The warm-hearted old creature was bubbling over with reminiscent tenderness, and had it not been for her cowardly fear of possible misinterpretation, Genevieve might have accepted it as a princess of the blood accepts the homage of her humble subjects. But the touch on her arm was too much. She drew back with a disdain to which the most obtuse could hardly be oblivious. "Eh?" The blue went out of the Irishwoman's eyes. The long upper lip drew down grimly. "What's the meanin' of that, if ye plaze?" "Really," said Genevieve, looking through the window instead of at the speaker, "I don't see any reason to continue this conversation." "Maybe I'm not good enough to be spakin' to yez before folks," Miss O'Toole suggested. People sitting toward the front of the car turned their heads as her uplifted voice reached them. "If you don't stop annoying me, I shall speak to the conductor." "Annoyin' ye, is it?" Miss O'Toole's voice dropped to a whisper. She turned appealingly to Peggy. "She calls it that I'm annoyin' of her, just for passin' the time o' day. A fair face she's got, but a cold heart. Bad cess to her." She seized her basket and marched up to the front of the car, curious eyes following her progress. As she halted by Addie Dwight's seat, Addie glanced up and saw the white hair under the ridiculous drunken bonnet. At once she was on her feet. "Won't you take my seat?" To her astonishment the tears gushed from the old woman's eyes and ran down her wrinkled cheeks. She turned to Addie like a grieved child. "Bless the sweet heart o' yez. Sure it was yez I'd loved when you was a bit of a child. You wouldn't be after shamin' me before strangers, would yez now?" Addie's eyes went to the back of the car. She had noticed that this old woman of eccentric appearance had been engaged in conversation with Genevieve, but she was sitting too far away to catch what had been said. Now, at Miss O'Toole's question, her face hardened. "I'd hate myself if I could do such a thing." Then she added more gently, "You'd better sit down, hadn't you?" Miss O'Toole dropped into the seat Addie had vacated, lifting her tearful eyes. The ready sympathy of one young girl was grateful to her, after the rebuff she had received from the other. Sure it's a cold-hearted she's grown, and it's a pity. A sweet babby she was, and her little voice was like a harp for music when she called me. And to think that now she'll have none of me. You knew her when she was a baby, then?" Addie's remark was more indicative of the sympathy she felt for the indignant old woman than of any interest in Genevieve's past history. "'Deed I did, darlint. Her pa warn't so rich in them days, and her ma kept but one servant, and that was me. Many a time she left me for the afternoon, or evening, with little Genevieve. 'I know I can trust you with the babby, Mary,' she'd said to me. And now she says she'll spake to the conductor if I don't stop annoyin' her." "Annoyin', do you mind?" "You mustn't feel bad about it," Addie comforted her. "She treats me the same way." She was hardly prepared for the effect produced on Miss O'Toole by this simple statement. The figure drooping dejectedly, straightened itself with a spasmodic jerk. "Sure, why should she be after lookin' down on the loikes o' yez? Ain't yez a fine young lady, same as herself, wid an edication?" "I imagine I'm at least as well educated as Genevieve," Addie returned with a rather wan smile, "but she doesn't consider me a young lady at all." "And why not, then?" demanded Mary O'Toole. "Oh, because I'm not as rich as she, nor as well born." Addie was a little startled by Miss O'Toole's manner of receiving this statement. She had been far from intending her remark as a joke, but Miss O'Toole apparently accepted it as a delicious bit of humor, and continued to laugh for a good 2 minutes, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. When she again opened them, the clouds had entirely disappeared, and the blue showed no sign of tears. "Glory be! 'Tis a quare world, sure," said Miss O'Toole. "I transfer at this corner, darlint, and you can be having your sight again." "I transfer here too," Addie said. "I'll help you with your basket." Genevieve watched them as they left the car. Evidently they were old friends, she said significantly to Peggy. And then, as if Peggy's air of grave reserve was not what she had expected, she continued angrily, "I hope this will be a lesson to Mamma. She'll have to arrange to send the car for me every day, and when she can't do that, I'll stay at home. I won't run the risk of meeting such horrible people." Peggy did not reply. She looked back through the window and saw Addie and the old Irish woman standing on the corner, talking busily. There was no apparent reason why such a spectacle should have excited her apprehension, yet a sense of foreboding crossed her mind, which in view of what happened later, seemed almost prophetic. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 A Mysterious Disappearance. "Peggy, dear," said Kitty Fox tenderly, "what would you especially like for Christmas?" Peggy prefaced her answer by a look of mock severity, which brought the pretty color into the freshman's cheeks. She caught Peggy's hand coaxingly. "Tell me, please, darling. Don't be cross." Peggy's judicial aspect relaxed a trifle despite her efforts. "Well, then, I should like one of those red striped pencils they sell at Foster's, with a rubber on the end." "Don't be horrid, Peggy." Without losing her hold on the hand of the older girl, Kitty showed her dissatisfaction by a little pettish stamp of her foot. "As if I'd give you a pencil." "Say a Christmas postcard, then. Price 1 penny." "Peggy!" "Because," Peggy declared firmly, "I'm not going to let you give me anything nice, you silly little kiddie. Why should you be squandering your allowance on me?" There was a sincerity about Peggy's protest which carried conviction. Clearly it was not a perfunctory concession to the proprieties. Kitty pouted. Peggy guessed that the tears were trembling under her drooping lids. "I don't see why you won't let me do anything nice for you. Marian O'Neill is just lovely to Estelle. She lets her take her to the matinee and buy her candy. You won't let me pay your car fare even." Before Peggy could defend herself against the accusation, Marian O'Neill came into view at the end of the corridor. escorted by a first-year girl who was carrying her books. Forgetting her late criticism of her idol, Kitty clutched Peggy's arm. "Look!" she exclaimed intensely. "Rose is trying to cut Estelle out. Poor Estelle. I believe it would kill her if Marianne liked somebody else better." "Oh, you silly children!" Peggy groaned. "When you talk that way, I want to shake you." She stood watching her classmates advance, her brow knitted perplexedly. Marianne was a tall, handsome girl, who throughout her school course had enjoyed a degree of popularity rather difficult to explain. Certainly it was not her unselfishness which made her liked, for Marianne was thoroughly consistent in always thinking of herself first. Now that she had reached senior dignities, she was heartily enjoying the havoc she wrought in the hearts of the susceptible freshmen. Without doubt she was not indifferent to the loaves and fishes, as Amy Lassell put it, but Peggy guessed that the realization of her power over the younger girls gave her a keener pleasure than the material proofs of their devotion. Rose Fletcher was helping Marianne off with her coat, when Estelle Burdick appeared. Estelle gave a little start at the sight of her rival's occupation, and the angry color flared into her thin cheeks. Peggy could hardly suppress a smile at the girl's air of consternation, though she was more sorry than amused. "It's fun for Marianne," thought Peggy, "playing one freshman off against another and setting them all by the ears. But oh dear, I wonder she doesn't see that it's a serious matter with some of them. I don't worry about Rose. She's a level-headed youngster, and she won't go too far. But that little Estelle Burdick is different material. I do wish Marianne wouldn't tease her so." Estelle came into the cloakroom, making a visible effort to control her excitement. Marian was at the mirror arranging the fluffy light hair which framed her pink and white face so charmingly. She did not seem aware of Estelle's entrance. Rose Fletcher, however, greeted her classmate with a bright little smile in which there was more than a suggestion of mischief. "If I don't see you at luncheon," said Rose, addressing Marian, "I'll wait for you at the east entrance after school." "Very well," Marian replied carelessly, and Estelle's thin face took on a brighter color. "Marian," she said in a singularly incisive voice, "will you go with me to the Melba concert Saturday afternoon?" Every girl within hearing caught her breath. Peggy let her French grammar drop. "Good gracious," she thought, as she stooped to recover it. "The Melba concert! Tickets $3. Marian certainly will put her foot down." But Marian, turning slowly from the mirror, showed a pleased, pretty face. It was evident that the idea of declining the invitation had not entered her head. "Why, that would be awfully nice, Estelle." The unexpectedness of the invitation had startled her into real enthusiasm, quite unusual for Marian, who ordinarily accepted all such tributes as her due. "I'd love to go." "Then I'll get the tickets this afternoon. There's pretty sure to be a crowd." There was a ring of triumph in Estelle's voice, and Rose Fletcher looked crestfallen. She had asked Marian to go with her to the skating rink at the close of school, but the magnificence of Estelle's invitation made her feel of no consequence whatever. Peggy, following her into the hall, laughed at her downcast face. "You little goose," said Peggy with the cheerful candor possible only with one's intimate friends. "What do you care?" Rose laughed ruefully. "When she begins to talk about Melba concerts, she's out of my class. Estelle's father isn't a bit rich," she went on after a moment. "He works in the post office, you know. I don't see how Estelle can throw money around the way she does." For the next few days Marian and Estelle were inseparable, and the freshman went about with her chin in the air, like one sure of her ground, while Rose Fletcher and other aspirants for Marian's favor modestly withdrew into the background. Peggy, who had noticed Estelle's uplifted air with a blending of amusement and pity, was really shocked when she came into the cloakroom early Friday morning to find Estelle weeping in Marian's arms, her head upon the older girl's shoulder. And Marian, aroused for once from her chronic cheerful self-absorption, was making energetic efforts to comfort her. Peggy, supposing the scene the termination of one of the lovers' quarrels, which were not infrequent results of the freshmen's exaggerated devotion and absurd jealousy, hung up her wraps hastily, preparing to beat a quick retreat. But Marian checked her as she turned to go. "Come here, Peggy. Tell Estelle that she simply must stop crying." Peggy advanced and looked judicially at the heaving shoulders of Marian's disconsolate admirer. "I think she'd stop if she wants to do any work to day," she declared. "Yes, it isn't any use to take on so, Estelle," said Marian, patting the unsteady shoulders gently. "Of course it's a dreadful disappointment, but " "Why, what's happened?" exclaimed Peggy. Estelle made a choked effort to explain, broke down and sobbed, and Marian took up the story. "She left her purse in her desk when she went home yesterday, Peggy. She was late leaving, and she had 2 or 3 errands to do on the way home, so she didn't take the car. That's why she didn't find out about the purse till it was too late to come back for it. But she wasn't really worried because she stayed so late yesterday, and nearly everybody had left. Then she came early this morning and went right to her desk. The purse was there, but the tickets were gone." "The tickets?" "Yes, for Saturday. Estelle was going to take me to the Melba concert." Estelle's sobs broke forth afresh. Again Marian patted her shoulder with unwonted solicitude. Peggy, too, was overflowing with sympathy. The concert tickets had been a piece of extravagance to start with, but it was certainly hard that, after Estelle had spent so much more than she could afford, she should miss the pleasure to which she had been looking forward. "Have you reported it at the office?" Peggy asked, after she had joined heartily in Marian's efforts to restore Estelle's composure. Estelle wiped away her tears. "I don't think I shall say anything about it." "Not report a thing of that sort? Oh, Estelle, I think that's a mistake." "She feels this way," explained Marian, again acting as spokesman, "that even if there was any chance to get the tickets back, it would be too late for the concert, and makes everything so disagreeable to have it get around that something has been stolen." "Yes, I know," Peggy said uneasily, "but if the thief " She stopped on the disagreeable word, and sought vainly for one less uncompromising. "If the one who did it," she resumed, "isn't found out now, she's as likely to do it another time. Did you lose any money?" "Just a little," said Estelle. "Not enough to amount to anything." Peggy could well believe it. She was sure that after paying $6 for concert tickets, Estelle would have little remaining. "I'd see Dr. Radford about it," she urged, "or else Miss Leighton. It seems to me we haven't any right to keep it to ourselves." But though Peggy pressed this view of the question with unwonted insistence, she was unable to bring either of the others to share her opinion. The unpleasantness resulting from starting a campaign for the apprehension of the thief seemed paramount in the minds of both girls. "Don't mention it, please, Peggy," begged Estelle. "I really didn't mean anybody should know except Marian." "I won't speak of it, of course," Peggy promised. It was not her business to report the loss, but she was uncomfortably certain that if Estelle held her peace, further mysterious disappearances would take place. The fact that the 2 concert tickets were missing from the purse, with only a trifle of money, made it seem probable that one of the girls was the culprit. At least Peggy could not imagine that the bedraggled woman who came in daily at the close of school to clean up, would be interested in a Melba concert. Peggy kept her promise religiously, not even mentioning the unpleasant affair to Priscilla. But 3 days later Priscilla had news for her. "I'm going to tell you something, Peggy, but you mustn't speak of it, even to Amy or Ruth." "All right." "Somebody stole some concert tickets out of Estelle Burdick's purse. She left it in her desk one night when she went home from school. Isn't that awful?" Peggy agreed that it was awful, though with less conviction, Priscilla thought, than the seriousness of the case deserved. Instead of dwelling on the shocking certainty that the girls' high school harbored a thief, Peggy was very curious to know how she had come by her information. It seemed that Blanche Estabrook had been Priscilla's informant. She made me promise not to tell," said Priscilla, looking a little shamefaced. "But I don't count you, Peggy. I'm not talking about it, you know." Amy called for Peggy on the way to school next morning. "I came a little early," she explained, dropping her voice mysteriously, "because I wanted to tell you something perfectly awful. Only you must promise not to tell, Peg. Cross your heart?" Peggy promised, though without the suggestive ceremony Amy had requested, and Amy hurried on. "Estelle Burdick had bought tickets for the Melba concert, and " "Mercy!" cried Peggy. You don't know about that, too." "About her tickets being stolen?" demanded Amy, a little taken aback. "Yes." "Why, yes. Dolly Clark told me. How long have you known it, Peggy? And why didn't you tell me?" "I promised I wouldn't." Again Amy's expressive face showed discomfiture. "Well, so did I," she admitted reluctantly. "But I made an exception of you." "I guess everybody's made exceptions," Peggy said. "Even Estelle and Marion, and they were so determined to keep it a dead secret." She was confirmed in this opinion when Ruth took her aside at the noon recess to make her a confidential disclosure which she was on no account to repeat to any one. "I'm very sure I know what you're going to tell me," returned Peggy moodily. "But go ahead." And when Ruth began, "Estelle Burdick," Peggy stopped her on the spot. "It's what I thought. Next thing Dr. Radford will hear of it." Peggy's prophecy did not indicate occult powers. With the whole school seething with excitement over the mystery, it was inevitable that the matter should come to the attention of those in authority. One morning, as Estelle entered her study room, the teacher in charge stopped her. "Dr. Radford wishes to see you in his office immediately." It really was not Estelle's fault that the story of her loss had been spread broadcast. Her aversion to publicity had sealed her lips, and was evident now in her lagging step. She was able to add very little to the information the principal already possessed. She had left her purse in her desk at about 3:15, as well as she could remember. It contained tickets and a little money. "How much?" asked Dr. Radford, his pen suspended over the paper. "Oh, not enough to amount to anything," Estelle answered quickly. "I'm not sure. It mightn't have been more than 5 or 10 cents." "Was there any one in the room when you left?" "No. I'd been alone for some time." "Did you see any one in the halls as you went out?" "No, there was no one in sight." "What day did this happen, please?" Estelle reflected. "Why, the Melba concert was the 8th. This must have been the 6th." "It was Thursday, then, when you left your purse containing your tickets in your desk, and Friday morning you discovered your loss?" "Yes, Dr. Radford." "That will do." The principal wrote the date on a piece of foolscap of business-like aspect, and placed the paper in a drawer of his desk. Estelle left the office with a sense of relief. She sincerely hoped she would never hear of the matter again. Chapter 8 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 Many Cooks. A dozen seniors in the household arts department had been excused from their regular classes at 10 o'clock, and every girl in school knew why. None of the 12 had appeared in the lunchroom at the usual hour, but nobody wondered at their absence, for Miss Morse, the head of the department, had introduced an innovation. The class was giving a luncheon. It was to be a very select affair. In the dining room of the miniature flat, which the girls always referred to as the doll's house, the table was set for 4. Dr. Radford, the principal, had been assigned the host's place, and opposite him was to be seated Mr. Edmonds, the city superintendent of schools. The other members of the quartet selected to enjoy the girls' hospitality were Mr. Donaldson, a member of the school board, and an Englishman visiting the city. The latter was making something of a study of the public school system of the United States, and Miss Morse had proved her confidence in her class by including him in the invitation. For the Englishman's published comments on the schools he had already visited had been frank rather than complimentary. The little table had been carefully arranged. The silver was only plate, but it shone resplendent, and the damask cloth was immaculate. The centerpiece consisted of white carnations and ferns, for this was to be a green and white luncheon. Decorated place cards bore the name of each guest, and these were the handiwork of Amy Dubois, whose French blood revealed itself in her infallible taste in things artistic. The girls had gone into raptures over those place cards, with their decoration of maidenhair fern. "I spoiled 3 trying to get the name of that Englishman to look right," complained Amy. "Did you ever see such a preposterous name? Wilfred de Courcy, Winifred, locksmith. I asked Miss Morse if I couldn't leave out something, but she said no, that probably the part I'd omit would be the very name he was proudest of. If everything else is as successful as the place cards, this luncheon will be a feather in our caps," declared Peggy, and a little approving murmur showed general agreement. That "if" was not like Peggy, but, with all her native optimism, the magnitude of the undertaking weighed on her spirits. Of course none of the dishes on the menu were experiments. They had tried them all more than once, and each girl had been assigned her especial share in the day's activities a week earlier so she could practice at home if she felt in the least uncertain of herself. With Miss Morse at hand to supervise and suggest, there seemed little danger that things would not go off smoothly. Yet Peggy, who in her own home would have prepared a dinner for a governor with cheery confidence in her own prowess, was now conscious of an uneasy apprehension. For in this luncheon the credit of the school was at stake. In the roomy, well-lighted kitchen were a number of 2-burner gas stoves, raised to the proper height by tables, and 2 girls were assigned to each stove, each keeping anxious watch of the other's every move, to be sure that no blunder was made. Against the wall was displayed the menu for the luncheon, showing the price of each course, for one of the admirable features of this training was the inculcation of principles of economy and thrift in these prospective housekeepers. Though the luncheon consisted of 6 courses, and each entirely adequate to the occasion, the total cost was but a few cents over $2. It was 10 minutes past 1. "Turn your burner a little lower, Priscilla," Miss Morse commanded sharply, and Priscilla, who was one of the 2 girls in charge of the clam bisque, jumped nervously to obey. Suppose it had scorched and luncheon but 5 minutes off. 2 of the girls, Amy Dubois and Blanche Estabrook, were to act as waitresses, and they wore demure little aprons and fetching caps, beneath which their fresh young faces took on added charm. Peggy brushed an infinitesimal speck of dust from Amy's black shirt, and regarded the pair admiringly. "You 2 look good enough to eat. If the chicken croquettes are a failure, our guests can feast their eyes." "Don't talk, girls!" Miss Morse's nervousness showed itself in her unusually peremptory speech. Then, with an impatient glance at the clock, "It's time they were here." A moment later a welcome murmur of masculine voices sounded in the corridor, and, with a sigh of relief, Miss Morse went out to greet her guests. But Dr. Radford was accompanied by only 2 gentlemen instead of 3. "Mr. Donaldson has never seen our model flat," the principal explained. "I thought you might show him around and tell him just what we are trying to do, while we are waiting for Mr. Winford Locksmith." "Oh, certainly, Dr. Radford," smiled Miss Morse, but her air of pleased alacrity gave a most misleading impression of her real sensations. While they were waiting for Mr. Winifred Locksmith indeed, and how much longer was he likely to keep them waiting when her wrist watch showed him already overdue by 2 minutes? And while she was enlightening Mr. Donaldson's curiosity, what would the girls be doing to the luncheon? Miss Morse forgot that they were seniors, forgot that she had trained them to be equal to just such responsibilities. As she led the way into the model flat, talking animatedly, she was the victim of emotions which would have astonished her companions could they have read her thoughts. Dr. Radford, meanwhile, had returned to his office to await the 4th member of the party. To the girls in the kitchen, time seemed long. As the minutes passed, and Miss Morse did not return, they fidgeted and cast uneasy glances in the direction of the clock. At 1:30, Mary Donaldson broke the tense silence. "I wonder if anything has happened." The innocent remark was a relief, for it gave them all a chance to sneer at Mary. In withering accents they inquired what she expected to happen, their manner giving the erroneous impression that they themselves were quite superior to any such foolish apprehension. Poor Mary was quite crushed by their combined attack, and said in feeble self-justification that it seemed as if Miss Morse had been gone a long time. "10 minutes isn't so dreadfully long," said a scornful voice. "It's nearer 15, though," suggested Peggy, coming to Mary's defense. "Yes," added Marian O'Neil. "And I tell you frankly that if this luncheon doesn't start pretty soon, these deviled crabs aren't going to be as good as they should be." The pendulum showed a tendency to swing in the other direction. "I do hope nothing goes wrong with this clam bisque," Priscilla exclaimed unhappily. "I'm pretty sure that standing like this after it's made isn't going to improve it." "I can hear voices in the dining room," cried Blanche. her ear to the crack of the door. "You don't suppose Miss Morse expects us to start without her, do you?" After a little flutter of discussion, the question was unanimously decided in the negative, but every girl in the room was now thoroughly uneasy. The various cooks made plaintive appeals to be reassured or informed. How was the creamed potato to be kept warm without cooking it too much? Would it be better to take the peas off the stove? Or should the burners be turned still lower? And Eleanor Hewitt, who was to cook the croquettes, demanded excitedly from each of her classmates in turn, whether she had better put them on at once or wait till Miss Morse gave the word. "It would be awful to have them all ready for the course," exclaimed Eleanor, stooping over her kettle of lard, with the breathless absorption of one of Macbeth's witches, "and not have the croquettes done." "But you don't want them to dry up in the oven," some one else suggested, and then Peggy Raymond said with authority, "Have your lard hot, Eleanor, and it will be plenty of time to start your croquettes when the soup is served." Meanwhile Miss Morse was answering the questions of the member of the school board with an air of composure as deceptive as the serenity of an Indian brave under torture. Mary Donaldson's uncle thought he was making a most agreeable impression, and racked his brain for more questions. "Women like to talk about their hobbies," reflected the sagacious Mr. Donaldson. Beside his commendable wish to give another such innocent pleasure, he really felt that as a member of the school board, it was his business to inform himself fully regarding the work of the household arts department. His questions seemed unending. It was now 1:45. Miss Morse's earlier uneasiness had given place to a stony calm. She felt herself ready for the worst. Without question, the luncheon was spoiled, and she might as well continue to answer questions the remainder of the afternoon. Nothing made any difference now. She heard her voice continuing mechanically in the effort to satisfy the seemingly insatiable curiosity of Mr. Donaldson. When at length a figure appeared in the doorway, Miss Morse turned with a nervous start. But it was only the head janitor with the apologetic air of one who knows he is interrupting. She went toward him hastily. "Well, Martin, what is it?" "Are any of your locks out of order, Miss Morse?" "Not that I remember." With an effort she collected herself. "No, everything is all right here." "Then the man must have made a mistake. Queer looking party anyhow. But when I asked him who'd sent for him, he said Dr. Radford, all straight enough. I've been trying to locate the trouble for the last half hour." Miss Morse took a quick step forward, putting out her hands. The janitor recoiled, startled by her formidable expression. "Martin, who is it? Where is he?" "He calls himself a locksmith, though I have my doubts. Looks to me—" Martin never had a chance to explain the ingenious theory he had evolved. It was Miss Morse who explained in a few truculent words which made the stout janitor stagger as if from a blow. Then he rushed away to find one of his subordinates and entrust him to the delicate task of extricating the visiting Englishman from the small waiting room where he had been cooling his heels for nearly 3/4 of an hour, and to conduct him to Dr. Radford. Miss Morse made a mistake when she told the girls the cause of the delay, for the long waiting had tried their nerves and the story of Martin's blunder rendered them hysterical. They laughed until Miss Morse was obliged to use the severest disciplinary measures to restore order, and when Blanche Estabrook, starting to the dining room with a cup of clam bisque, was seized with a fit of giggling and set her burden down in haste, just in time to save it, the disorder began all over again. The visiting Englishman took the matter calmly, and seemed inclined to regard the janitor's blunder as indicative of a racial peculiarity. "Literal-minded chap," he remarked. "I saw from his face that he had no imagination. Now I had an idea that your American workingman was miles ahead ours in that." And he jotted down something in a notebook, evidently with a view to recalling the episode to his memory later. Poor harassed Miss Morse could hardly believe that the luncheon had been a success. It was too much to hope that these giggling, unnerved girls would not irretrievably disgrace her. But for the 4 hungry men partaking of the luncheon found it all delicious and cleared their plates. And when the salad course was reached, Miss Morse began to breathe freely again, and found herself able to smile faintly. The building was practically empty when the luncheon party broke up, and even then they found it hard to tear themselves away. With Miss Morse's permission, they inspected the kitchen, admired the rows of little stoves, the shining dishpans, and the array of preserves displayed behind the glass doors of the cupboards. The visiting Englishman made any number of notes, and expressed himself in the most complimentary fashion. Mr. Donaldson, of the school board, was also pleased to be commendatory. Over their dish-washing the girls beamed on these appreciative men. The fact that they themselves had eaten no luncheon whatever seemed a matter of utter insignificance. On the way out several girls stopped to make teasing inquiries of Martin. But by this time the janitor had recovered his usual philosophic calm. "All the furriners are a little thick," said Martin patronizingly. "This guy looked to me and says, 'Locksmith,' and I said, 'Who sent for you?' and he says, 'Dr. Radford.' Course then I told him to wait, and I'd see about it. Now if he'd just had sense enough to say 'Mr. Locksmith,' 'twould have been all right." Peggy and Priscilla often walked home on bright days, but a growing desire to inspect the interior of their mother's refrigerators prompted them to hasten matters by taking the street car. As they alighted at their transfer point, a shabby woman approached Peggy. "Don't know anybody who wants a woman for cleaning, do you, miss? I'm in need of work." She pulled her old shawl more tightly about her bent shoulders, and something in the gesture was eloquent. Instead of answering the question, Peggy looked at her hard. "Seems to me I remember your face." Light broke in on her as she spoke. "Didn't you work at the high school, cleaning up?" The woman drew back. The appeal of her manner changed with miraculous swiftness to defiance. "And if 'twas the last word I said," she cried shrilly, "I never seen no pocketbook, no, nor touched it. Hope I may die if every word I say ain't true." Peggy was staring at her open-mouthed. "I don't know what you mean. What pocketbook?" "Come, Peggy, there's our car," said Priscilla, plucking her sleeve. But Peggy had eyes only for the tragic creature, whose flicker of defiance died down like a burned out flame. She looked horribly cowed and beaten. "They said there was tickets missing," she whimpered, "and I don't want to go to no shows. I've got children to feed." A tear ran down her face, a rarer phenomenon that Peggy realized, for poverty as a rule is dry-eyed. She turned away mumbling, "If 'twas the last word I ever said." "I'm sorry," Peggy cried in much distress, and then Priscilla pulled her on the car. "It's the woman who stole the tickets and money from Estelle's purse, of course," she said. "I wonder how they knew she did it." "They know, of course, or she wouldn't have lost the place. She's a dreadful creature, looks capable of stealing or anything else." Priscilla was inclined to be a trifle superior in view of Peggy's illogical sympathy, and mentally Peggy acknowledged that probably Priscilla was right. And yet, as she feasted on cheese sandwiches and apples, with characteristic disregard of the proximity of dinner time, and told her mother of Martin's absurd blunder, Peggy enjoyed herself less than she had anticipated. For the forlorn figure of the woman in the shabby shawl rose before her persistently, and robbed the jest, and the sandwiches too, of their proper flavor. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Of Peggy Raymond's School Days, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Jack at a Pinch. The coming of December had started everyone preparing for Christmas. Everyone, that is to say, except the girls who were to take part in the senior play. Miss Wentworth, the honorary member of the class, was in charge of the production, and she was an ambitious young woman who believed that no price is too high to pay for excellence. The girls rehearsed daily after school. They spent every Saturday morning going over their parts. As the day set for the play drew near, they gave 1 or 2 evenings a week to rehearsals. Many of them were beginning to look fagged, and the recitations of others showed that the success of the play was looming larger in their thoughts than their schoolwork. "There's no loss without some gain," Peggy remarked to her especial confidantes from the terrace. "I'll own I was cut up over not being picked for Mrs. Hardcastle, but now—" "It was the most absurd thing I ever heard of," exclaimed Ruth, not giving Peggy time to make her point. "Why, you're one of the star actors in that class, and all the school, except the seniors, know it." "The seniors know it as well as anybody else," Priscilla interrupted tartly. "Then why didn't they choose Peggy?" Priscilla swallowed down the answer which would have made everything plain. Reluctantly she fell back on an evasion. "A committee of 3 isn't the whole class, Ruth. You can't hold us responsible for their decision." "It's a pity you didn't pick a better committee then," said Ruth, rather surprised at Priscilla's vehemence, and Peggy, wondering at her classmate's unusual irritability, hastily interposed. "What I started to say was that now I half believe I'm glad of it. I have plenty of time for my lessons and my Christmas work and for the little fun occasionally, and when I see those poor tired girls going along the corridors murmuring their parts, I almost feel as if I'd escaped something. Bess Myers, she's Tony, you know, says her mother threatens to take her in hand after the thing's over. She says Bess is acquiring real lumpkin manners, and she won't stand for it." "Is Marian going to make a good Mrs. Hardcastle?" asked Ruth, who, like some older people, was a little inclined to harp upon a grievance. She had resented the slight put upon Peggy far more intensely than if she herself had been overlooked. She was inclined to hope that Marian would not make a success of it. No one answered Ruth's ingenuous question, and Ruth turned to Peggy. "What do you think, Peg? You've seen her, haven't you?" "Yes, 3 or 4 times," Peggy acknowledged. It was not customary to admit members of the class not in the cast to the rehearsals, but several times Miss Wentworth had pressed Peggy into service to read the parts of absentees. In candor, Peggy could not approve Marian's performance. It was stiff and self-conscious. "I have an idea that Marian is a girl who needs an audience to do her best," said Peggy hopefully. "Lots of people are that way, sort of mechanical till the right time comes, and then, anyway, I'm perfectly resigned to not being in her shoes, and let me tell you, that's a very comfortable feeling." The play was to be given twice on the 20th of the month, in the afternoon for the benefit of the entire school, and again in the evening for the friends of the senior class. On the 19th, Miss Wentworth called Peggy into her room. "I wish you'd come down this evening, Margaret. The dress rehearsal, you know, and you can help me in a great many little things." She drew a tired sigh. "It'll take me all my vacation to get over this." "You'll feel rested to morrow night when the thing comes off and proves a stunning success," was Peggy's comforting assurance. "And it's bound to be a success, you know, after all your drilling. I'll come, of course. I like the fun of it." "Sometimes I'm afraid I've drilled them too much," sighed Miss Wentworth. "They go through their parts like wooden dolls. They're too sick of it to be spontaneous. But that may be different when they come to give it before an audience. 7 o'clock sharp, remember." Considering that it was a final rehearsal, the presentation of the evening was most creditable. Of course, as it was a final rehearsal, it was necessary for some of the actors to forget the lines they had always remembered previously, and for others to begin their speeches without waiting for their cues, and to make the wrong exits, or to rush on the stage before they were wanted, while a number of unique and totally unexpected accidents marred the smoothness of the production. But knowing that the final rehearsal is invariably the signal for a medley of mischances, no one was disheartened, some of the girls going so far as to say that a smooth final rehearsal was unlucky. "They really did put a little life into it tonight," the weary Miss Wentworth remarked to Peggy, who nodded agreement. "Seeing themselves in their costumes makes all the difference in the world. At this time tomorrow night you'll wonder you ever worried." Remembering Peggy's prophecies, not long after, Miss Wentworth was inclined to believe her right, for the afternoon performance had gone off without a hitch. It was true that Marian had given a rather flavorless presentation of Mrs. Hardcastle, and it had been remarked by a number of the audience that Peggy Raymond would have done far better in the part, but the girls who thus expressed themselves were Peggy's warm friends, or else ultra critical. The general attitude was of pleased admiration, and Miss Wentworth congratulated herself. At 5 minutes of 8 that evening, Peggy was attaching a white, bushy eyebrow to Mr. Hardcastle's wrinkled countenance, when the door of the improvised dressing room slammed open and Anna Joyce rushed in. "Peggy Raymond!" she screamed excitedly. "Now there's no use your saying you can't, for you've just got to. If you don't, the whole thing's a fizzle." Peggy held Mr. Hardcastle's eyebrow firmly in place, to give the mucilage a chance to dry. "What is it you want me to do, Anna?" she inquired serenely. She had seen excited girls too often to be disturbed by Anna's vehemence. "Play Mr. Hardcastle. Marian's fainted." Peggy looked up with an incredulous smile. The idea that Anna could be in earnest did not cross her mind, though in a vague fashion she reflected that it was a poor time for jokes, even jokes less silly than the one Anna was perpetrating. "Come quick," cried Anna, seizing her hand. "You've got to hurry and dress." "Anna, what are you talking about?" "Don't act stupid, Peggy. Marian's fainted. Nobody can play Mrs. Hardcastle but you." "Nobody but me? Why, I can't play it. I don't know the part." Anna was dragging her through the hall. "Yes, you do, Peggy," she cried, tears of pure excitement running down her cheeks. "When you gave the funny scene with Tony, you never looked at the book." "Don't be absurd, Anna," Peggy protested crossly. "Just because I know a few scenes." She paused, realizing that in her excitement Anna was not hearing a word. And now at the end of the corridor appeared a distracted and motley group. Girls in the quaint, charming costumes of the time of the quaint, charming comedy, and girls in modern dress, girls in wigs, girls partly made up, girls with their hair hanging, and all with faces eloquent of dismay. Dragged ahead by Anna, Mr. Hardcastle followed with an agility remarkable in a gentleman of his years. Peggy felt herself an actor in some incredible dream. Snatches of lamentations reached her. "It's too awful!" "Everything's spoiled." And then she heard her own name spoken hopefully. "If Peggy Raymond! Oh, yes, Peggy Raymond!" She was in the center of this dream group before she knew it, and they were appealing to her in person. "Oh, won't you do it, Peggy? It's so awful to have things slump with every seat filled." "Oh, girls, I only wish I could." Peggy let her fancy play a moment with the possibility, then turned resolutely away. No, it was out of the question. She would only disgrace herself, and the school too. It was true that she knew many of Mrs. Hardcastle's lines, as she had aspired to fill that role, and she had a general idea of the whole from her familiarity with the play and attendance at rehearsals. But to play the part! To face an audience without warning! It was not to be thought of. The chorus of appeals died down into tragic moans as Peggy firmly reiterated her refusal. Then from out of the group spoke a voice with a noticeable edge. "I'm sure," the voice cried, "I don't blame Peggy at all. She ought to have been chosen for Mrs. Hardcastle in the first place. But you put Marian O'Neil in, and now you want Peggy to go on and play a part she hasn't practiced, and be at a disadvantage compared to all the rest of you. I wouldn't be Jack at a pinch either." "Oh," Peggy cried impulsively. "It's not that. I don't care for that." But an unmistakable change had come over the faces of the circle surrounding her. Peggy realized that her champion had placed her in the wrong light. There would always be some of her schoolmates to believe that Peggy Raymond was ready to sacrifice the success of the senior play to gratify a little personal grudge. Her protesting recoil sent her a little further in the other direction than she had any intention of going. "If you thought I could, girls, but I don't see how it would be possible to keep from spoiling the whole thing." That was quite enough. At the first sign of her yielding, they took possession of her. With the only alternative, the dismissal of the expectant audience, they were ready to believe that Peggy could improvise the part of Mrs. Hardcastle. They dragged her into one of the classrooms, now doing duty as a dressing room, and proceeded to array her in the garments which poor Marian had donned a few minutes before. While one girl powdered her hair and another supplied the realistic wrinkles, a third was reading Mrs. Hardcastle's lines in the opening scene. Peggy, her eyes tightly closed, gave her attention to the reader. She had a power of concentration which many a more advanced student might have envied. And instead of insisting that the whole house should be hushed to a death quiet when she began her studies, she had learned to give her attention unreservedly to her history lesson, while downstairs Dick and his friends enjoyed themselves in noisy boyish fashion. That practice stood her in good stead now. The patient audience, an audience attending an amateur performance is generally in need of patience, was beginning to show signs of restlessness. Little spasms of applause broke out and died away. There was a noticeable shuffling of feet. An overwhelming certainty swept over Peggy that this was a dream, and that it was high time to wake. For the curtain was going up and she was facing an audience as Mrs. Hardcastle. If Peggy was amazed to realize her predicament, many of her auditors were equally so. The seniors, of course, were instantly aware of the change in the cast, and a little hum of incredulous astonishment followed the generous outburst of welcoming applause. A woman near the center of the house, whose smiling face indicated that she had expected to enjoy herself hugely, paled suddenly and clutched her husband's hand. "Dwight!" she gasped. "It's Peggy!" "Peggy? Oh, nonsense!" he said consolingly. He really was quite excusable for not recognizing his daughter. But when Mrs. Hardcastle addressed her spouse, Mr. Raymond's violent start acknowledged his mistake. "Something's happened to the other girl, I suppose," moaned Mrs. Raymond in her husband's ear. "And Peggy's filled in the breach, as she always does. I don't see how I can sit through it. I'm so nervous that it seems as if I must go home." "She'll be equal to it, never you fear," Peggy's father returned proudly, and his confidence was somewhat reassuring. Mrs. Raymond remained in her place, although her attitude throughout the play was one of courageous endurance rather than of enjoyment. Luckily for Peggy, the opening scene was one of those she knew best. Her voice quavered on the first lines, but that was like a plunge into cold water, and, as soon as it was taken, the worst was over. As far as possible she forgot the listening audience, and lost herself in her part. She could see the figure of Miss Wentworth in the wings, prompt book in hand. She knew that if she forgot, the important thing was not to let the audience know that she had forgotten. A little cautiously, as was inevitable under the circumstances, but with considerable breezy spontaneity nevertheless, Peggy went through with the scene. There was an unusual fervor in the applause which followed her exit. While few in the audience realized the fine audacity of Peggy's undertaking, the majority were aware that she must have come to the rescue at a pinch, and were generously appreciative. As Peggy left the stage, half a dozen girls waiting in the wings fell upon her. "Peggy, you're a wonder!" "Peggy, you saved the day!" "Hush!" commanded Peggy frantically. "Don't speak to me. Give me the book." She flung herself into a chair, gluing her eyes to her next lines, and was dead to all but these, until Miss Wentworth touched her shoulder. It was inevitable that a play given under such circumstances should have its vicissitudes. Peggy forgot a dozen times or more, spoke without waiting for her cue, gave the wrong cue, and, in several instances, inserted lines of her own, which could hardly be considered an improvement on the witty original. But so alert was the prompter, and so rigidly had the girls been trained, that there was no break apparent to the audience. Toward the close, even Mrs. Raymond's anxiety relaxed, and her heart steadied into something approaching its normal beat. The fall of the curtain in the last act was the signal for an outburst of enthusiasm, which is to be expected when the fathers and mothers and friends of the actors make up the audience. The curtain rose, and the smiling cast came forward to bow their acknowledgments. It fell again, and the audience sat steadily applauding. One by one the actors came before the curtain, and still the applause kept up. Then a clear girlish soprano rose from the back of the room. "Peggy! Peggy Raymond!" A score of voices took up the cry. The applause grew deafening. Miss Wentworth, behind the scenes, went over to a girl chattering excitedly in the center of a laughing group, and put an affectionate hand on her shoulder. "They want you, Peggy." "Me?" Peggy started up, staring incredulously at her teacher. "They can't." "Don't you hear them?" The cries had become a sort of chant. Every schoolgirl in the building apparently had taken it up. "Peggy Raymond! Peggy Raymond!" It sounded clear above the clapping. "But I made so many mistakes," Peggy protested. "I came near throwing everybody off and spoiling the whole thing. How can they?" Somebody pushed her forward. She found herself before the curtain, bowing low, the irrepressible, winsome smile that was Peggy's own, breaking through Mrs. Hardcastle's wrinkles. And that smile brought the audience to its feet. Little explanations had been passed from one to another. "Why, she came on at the last minute." "Nobody but Peggy could have done it." And when someone called, "Three cheers for Peggy Raymond," all the audience knew why, and dignified fathers and staid mothers joined with a will. And Peggy, looking out over the uplifted, smiling faces, and hearing her own name echoing above the uproar, was confirmed in her opinion that there are worse things in life than being Jack at a pinch. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Peggy Raymond's School Days by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 Amy in a New Rôle. The first few days of school after the Christmas holidays are the hardest of the year. The summer vacation is long enough so that all but the incorrigibly lazy come back to work with a real zest. But the girls found the Christmas recess too brief for them to become tired of frivolity, though many of them were tired with frivolity. There was so much to talk about, gifts exchanged, and good times enjoyed, that the mere thought of lessons seemed a presumptuous intrusion. In the cloakroom one morning Amy Lassell, under pretense of arranging her hair, listened as a group of first-year girls described their Christmas remembrances. High school freshmen are like high school juniors, except perhaps a little more transparent. Amy's eyes twinkled understandingly at her reflection in the mirror as the exchange of confidences went on. The freshmen were in a boastful mood apparently. Each seemed anxious to give the impression that she was possessed of the wealthiest and most generous friends in the world, characterized, in addition, by infallible good taste. Estelle Burdick, on the outskirts of the group, had maintained an absolute silence till Rose Fletcher, a flicker of malicious mischief flashing through her air of interest, suddenly included her in the conversation. "I suppose Marian O'Neill gave you something lovely, Estelle? I'm sure she ought, after all you do for her." Estelle prefaced her answer by a wan little smile. "Oh, yes, it was very lovely, but I didn't take much satisfaction in it, for my present to Marian was lost in the mail." A little sympathetic murmur went the rounds. The girls gathered about the disconsolate speaker. "Lost in the mail, Estelle? Why, what a shame!" "Didn't you register it?" one girl inquired with a business-like air. "No, that's where I was so foolish. If I'd been sending it off to another state, I suppose I would have registered it, but it didn't seem as if it was necessary right in the same city." "Was it, Estelle?" Rose asked, the suggestion of mischief in her manner vanishing in view of the tragic disclosure her question had called out. "It was a bracelet, just a little gold band, you know, perfectly plain and simple, but awfully dainty." Estelle heaved a sigh. "Marian must have been disappointed," exclaimed a voice, and Estelle nodded. "Yes, of course, but she minded particularly on my account. I'm just determined to give her something to take the place of that bracelet, and Marianne won't hear of such a thing." Amy Lassell, standing before the small mirror with her hands uplifted, was not thinking of her hair. Her face had become keenly attentive. A shrewdness which was continually surprising Amy's closest friends, looked out of the eyes studying the reflection of Estelle's unconscious face. "She certainly has had bad luck," said Amy to herself. "Astonishing what bad luck some people have." Her mind went back to the lost concert tickets, and an unreasonably strong conviction took the place of a suspicion that had haunted her for some time, without her realizing it. At luncheon Amy forsook her friends and found a seat in a corner beside Estelle. The freshman was in a pensive mood due to the fact that her heart's idol was engaged in conversation with a number of her classmates and seemed unaware of her existence. Estelle returned Amy's diplomatic smile with interest. Amy was a junior, and her attention helped to solve the wounded feelings of the first year girl. Amy commented on the barley soup they both had chosen. "Of course I oughtn't to eat soup, much too fat. Aren't you thankful you're slender and graceful?" "Mother's always fretting because I'm so thin," said Estelle, thinking that Amy was a most agreeable girl. "That isn't why my mother frets. And I like everything that I oughtn't to touch. Sweet things and chocolate and soups." Amy nibbled a wafer thoughtfully. "What a shame it was that the present you sent Marian never reached her." "Oh, you heard?" Estelle sighed. "Yes, that almost spoiled my Christmas." "It would spoil mine, you know, that a bracelet that was meant for me was at the dead letter office, or somewhere else that it ought not to be. Of course, you've reported it." "No," Estelle said quickly. "It wouldn't do any good." "It might. They send out something they call a tracer. We've had things found that weren't delivered right." "It's different at Christmas time." Estelle's manner had lost its pensive calm. She was plainly nervous. "When the mails are so dreadfully crowded, what's lost is lost for good." "Well, even if you never got your bracelet back, you might have the satisfaction of knowing that the person to blame had lost his job, just as happened the other time." "The other time?" Estelle paled slightly. "What other time? I don't know what you mean." "When your pocketbook was stolen, you know. Of course you didn't get your concert tickets, but they got rid of the woman, and that was worth something. Isn't it queer," Amy rattled on, her eyes fixed on Estelle's face, "that a poor woman with little children should take such a risk? She might have known they'd suspect her even if they couldn't prove anything." "I don't believe it." Estelle's lips were blue. "I never heard that any woman lost her place on account of that." "You ask Peggy Raymond. Peggy talked with the woman, and she felt dreadfully sorry for her. Peggy's so sympathetic. And the woman kept saying she didn't touch your pocketbook. They always say they didn't, you know." Then, with a complete change of tone, "Why, Estelle, you haven't finished already?" Estelle's white face answered for her, even before she spoke. "Why, yes, I'm not hungry today." She rose and threaded her way among the tables, looking neither to the right nor left. Gloomily, Amy applied herself to the consumption of her soup. "Any one who likes this Sherlock Holmes job is a regular thing," reflected Amy, is welcome to my share. But I've got to put this through now I've started. I mustn't give that poor little goose time to get used to the idea." Little as Amy looked the merciless sleuth, on this occasion she lived up to the requirements of that exacting part. It was a little late when Estelle left the school building that afternoon, and the halls were empty, though here and there a door opening into a classroom showed a teacher with one or two students at her desk. Apparently Estelle was not in a companionable mood, for instead of looking for some belated acquaintance, she advanced with her eyes on the floor. At the doorway a voice spoke her name. Amy Lassell, her smile a trifle resolute, stepped out from an alcove and joined her. "Going my way?" Amy inquired. "No." Something in Estelle's tone suggested to Amy the intention of waiting to ascertain exactly what way Amy planned to take, and then selecting the other. Amy left the younger girl to set the pace, and they walked for a block in silence. "See here, Estelle." Amy's voice was firm for all its kindness. "Don't you think you'd feel better if you made a clean breast of it?" "I don't know what you mean." Something in Estelle's flutter made the older girl think of an impaled butterfly. "You're pretending to lose things you've bought for Marian. It isn't good for you, you know, and it gets other people into trouble, too." How dare you say that?" Poor Estelle's effort at indignant defiance died away in a pitiful little squeak. She looked about as if contemplating flight. Amy laid a persuasive hand on her arm. "I see just how it happened, Estelle. You wanted to give Marian nicer things than the other girls could, and you didn't have the money." "I did too. You haven't any right, Amy Lassell. It's none of your business how I spent my money." "And you've thought," continued Amy implacably, "that if you pretended to buy expensive concert tickets and lose them, you'd get just as much credit as if you'd really done it. And it might have worked once. Your mistake was in trying the second time." There was a terrifying assurance in Amy's manner, in her judicial consideration of the question involved. The foolish little freshman tried to face her down, but her eyes wavered and fell before Amy's steady gaze. The protest she was about to speak died upon her lips. Her answer came at last, in a flood of miserable tears. "Oh dear," thought Amy, quite as wretched as the silly girl whose fraud she had exposed. "If only Peggy was here, Peggy would know just what to say to her." There must have been some potent magic in her wish, for, as she raised her eyes, she saw Peggy approaching. Peggy waved her hand in as cordial greeting as if she had not seen either of them for at least a week. "What snails you two are!" Peggy cried blithely as she approached them. "I've done an errand for my mother since school, and why, what's the matter with Estelle?" The freshman was crying violently now, with her handkerchief to her eyes. Amy grasped her tightly by the arm and motioned Peggy to take the other side. "Estelle's in trouble," Amy explained, as Estelle was manifestly unable to speak for herself. "It all goes back to the way you seniors let the first year girls squander their money to give you a good time." "I never did believe in it," said Peggy, patting Estelle's arm and looking appealingly at Amy, as if to suggest that the explanation had better be deferred to a more propitious occasion. But disregarding Estelle's sobs, and Peggy's significant glances, Amy went on steadily. "Estelle couldn't do as much for Marian as she liked, and so she pretended—" "I really meant to buy those concert tickets," Estelle broke out hysterically. "I asked her to go, and I meant to take her. But Papa wouldn't give me any money, nor Mamma, and I couldn't earn it." "Concert tickets!" Peggy repeated tersely. Her thoughts flew from the sobbing girl beside her to a shabby woman in a black shawl. "Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand." "She couldn't buy them," Amy explained, "so she pretended that she had them in her pocketbook and lost them." "Oh, my poor woman!" Peggy cried. "She said she didn't touch the pocketbook, and it was true." For the moment she had almost forgotten Estelle. "Estelle didn't know that was going to happen, of course," Amy suggested excusingly. "Of course she didn't, or she wouldn't have done it for the world. But the question is, how are we going to make up to the poor thing for all she's suffered unjustly? I suppose Dr. Radford—" Estelle halted, her slender figure suddenly rigid. "You're not to tell Dr. Radford," she cried shrilly. "If you do, I'll say it isn't so. If you do, I'll kill myself." Peggy and Amy exchanged glances overhead. "Come home with me, Estelle," Peggy said persuasively. "We can't settle a thing like this on the street, especially with you crying and everybody who goes by looking across at you." We'll go up to my room where nobody'll disturb us, and talk things over." They boarded a street car, for Estelle was trembling so that it would have been cruel to ask her to walk, and took the unhappy little freshman to Peggy's home. Mrs. Raymond was out, and the quiet of the house was favorable for heart-to-heart confidences. Yet nearly 2 hours passed before the combined efforts of the two older girls brought Estelle to the point where she was willing to take the step which would partially, at least, retrieve the wrong she had done. "But suppose Dr. Radford expels me?" Estelle demanded pitifully, when at last her stubborn resistance had yielded to the earnest persuasions of the others. "I don't see how I'm going to live if I'm to be disgraced." "I'm pretty sure he won't do that," said Peggy encouragingly. "But anyway, Estelle, it's not half as much of a disgrace to own up that you've done wrong as it is to keep on hiding it, even if you're never found out." Estelle mopped her eyes with a wet little wad that had begun the afternoon as a clean handkerchief, and moaned by way of reply. She had a vague idea that Peggy might be right, but it was her firm conviction that a disgrace which could be successfully concealed was far easier to bear. Amy came to the rescue with a comforting suggestion, better suited to Estelle's present stage of development. "If you own up all of your own accord, Estelle, I'm sure Dr. Radford will appreciate your being so brave and plucky. I don't believe he'll tell a soul." Peggy was inclined to think this probable. "There's no reason for any of the girls to know," she said thoughtfully, "except, of course, Marion." "Marion!" cried Estelle, starting up. "Oh, I can't tell Marion. She would despise me, and she would never have anything more to do with me. Oh, I would rather die than tell Marion." It looked as if they would have to begin all over again, especially as Estelle was crying hard. Peggy sighed. She felt a little tired of acting as a moral alarm clock for other people. "You'll have to decide that for yourself, Estelle," she said, "though I will say that I wouldn't give much for a friendship that depended on my not being found out. Now come over to the washstand, dear, and let's see what water can do for you. I never saw a redder nose." After nearly 2 hours of incessant weeping, Estelle was a pathetic object, her cheeks mottled, her eyes swollen, and her nose so inflamed that its return to a normal hue seemed too much to hope for. Between them they made Estelle presentable for the street, Peggy lending her a thick veil which she sometimes wore in the very coldest weather. They accompanied her to the door, and saw her off, calling after her, with assumed cheerfulness, that they would see her in the morning. Then they looked at each other and shook their heads. "Do you suppose she'll do it?" Amy asked. "I don't know." Even Peggy's optimism quailed before Estelle's vacillation. "If we'd taken her straight to Dr. Radford and stood one on each side while she owned up, it would have been all right. But now I'm not sure." But Peggy's doubts did Estelle less than justice. The little freshman had proved herself weak and faulty, but something in the pleas of the two girls she liked and respected had struck rock in her uncertain nature. The following day Dr. Radford had a long interview with a very pale freshman, who did not look as if she had slept well, and who left the principal's office at length, swallowing her tears, but with an unmistakable air of relief, nevertheless. Amy had been correct in believing that Dr. Radford would deal leniently with an offender who, of her own accord, made confession. He talked to Estelle with the frankness of a father, and with something more than a father's authority. And Estelle crept out of the office at last, penitent and humbled, but, with it all, strangely light of heart. The kindness of the principal encouraged her to go a step further, and make concession to Marion. Though when it came to the point of facing the girl she loved and had deceived, her heart failed her. "You do it for me," she implored Peggy, and don't let her think any worse of me than you can help." Peggy was quite ready to accept the commission. Discreditable as Estelle's share in the affair had been, Peggy was inclined to think that the blame had been about equally divided. And it spoke well for her tact that when she had discharged her rather painful errand, Marion was inclined to take the same view. "I'm honestly afraid I'm as much to blame as Estelle," Marion acknowledged. "If I'd stopped to think, I'd have known that she couldn't afford to do so much for me. But you know, the seniors in the school are always trying to outdo one another in their stirring of freshman scalps." "Of course I know it, and I think it's time that ended. Let's put our heads together," Peggy suggested persuasively, "and see if we can put a stop to it." The conference was a rather lengthy one. But at its close Peggy went to her home well satisfied that the leaven was working. And indeed the folly of poor Estelle had opened the way for a reform which was to put the friendship of the high school girls on a saner, sounder basis, and make it distinctly unfashionable for an older student to encourage a younger one in imitating the follies of a lovesick swain. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. Of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Mrs. Raymond's at Home. Peggy had come in late for dinner. In spite of the cheerful exuberance of her greeting, her manner was preoccupied, and she gave such close attention to her meal that she finished ahead of the others. Something in her manner, as she sat waiting, suggested a bird ready for flight. Mrs. Raymond knew the signs. "Are you going out this evening, Peggy?" Peggy came to with a start. "Out? Oh, yes. Blanche has invited a crowd of us over there. We always have such fun at Blanche's. She's the nicest sort of hostess." "I thought Priscilla had planned something for this week." "Oh, Priscilla's affair comes off to morrow evening. You see, Friday night and Saturday are the only time for social affairs, so they're pretty well filled up." "Yes," said Mrs. Raymond, "so I've noticed." "Now there's tomorrow," continued Peggy gaily. "I've got a little work to do at the library in the morning, and from there I'm going to meet some of the girls at the skating rink. Miss Williamson, the gym teacher, is going with us, and in the afternoon Mary Donaldson is going to give a box party to see Angels in Art, and one of the girls is sick, so Mary asked me. Think of sitting in a box," cried Peggy radiantly, "and having people look at you through opera glasses between the acts." The family pushed back their chairs, Mr. and Mrs. Raymond laughing at Peggy's naive delight, but Dick eyed his sister with a fine masculine scorn. "That's just like a girl, crazy to be looked at." "They'll probably think we're all the daughters of millionaires," continued Peggy, unabashed by her brother's contempt. "And they will study the blue silk we made over, mother, thinking it is the latest design from Paris. That's the way I always feel about folks who sit in boxes." When she came downstairs dressed for Blanche's, her mother was alone in the living room with the ubiquitous mending basket beside her. Peggy stooped for a good-bye kiss. "Father gone out?" "It's the night the building association meets, dear." "Oh, yes, I forgot. Where's Dick?" "The Boy Scouts have something on hand tonight." Peggy looked at the clock. "It's later than I thought. I must hurry." She went as far as the door, then turned abruptly and came back. "Mother, there wasn't any work you'd planned for tomorrow, was there? Work that you wanted my help about?" Peggy's mother smiled up at her fondly. "Bless your heart, child, no." "Because for all I'm such a butterfly of fashion," declared Peggy earnestly, "I'm not such a selfish little beast that I want to rush from one place to another, having a good time, while you're slaving." Mrs. Raymond let her sewing drop and patted Peggy's cheek. "Nonsense," she answered with a little laugh. "There's no extra work for tomorrow, and even if there were, Sally and I would be equal to it. I'm sure neither of us will be as busy as you seem likely to be." "But my busyness will be such a jolly kind," laughed Peggy, her good spirits quite restored, and she went her way without a backward look. Mrs. Raymond was smiling as she picked up her sewing, but the smile was like an elusive glimpse of the moon on a cloudy night. Almost immediately it was replaced by the expression which had caught the attention of the self-absorbed Peggy, and which accounted for her self-accusing question. Most mothers of girls who are approaching womanhood will understand the feeling back of that wistful look. Mrs. Raymond's home life had been a very absorbing interest since her marriage at 20. Her husband's income was small. Much of the time she had done her own work, and made the little garments for Alice and Peggy and Dick, and had nursed all three through the ailments of childhood, and had never thought of herself as anything but the most fortunate and the happiest of women. Peggy's radiantly cheerful disposition was perhaps less a heritage than the result of living all her life in so sunny a home atmosphere. But of late Mrs. Raymond was finding it harder to be content. She accused herself of ingratitude. The hardest years were over. The family income was sufficient to pay Sally's wages, and secure a dressmaker's services occasionally. Mrs. Raymond told herself that she had the dearest children any mother could wish, and that their happiness was hers. She scolded herself after Peggy had gone out, speaking aloud to make the reproof more impressive. The dear child! She'd have given up her pleasure in a minute if she thought I needed her. I ought to be the happiest woman in the world. As if to prove how happy she was, she hunted for her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. Then she laughed, a queer, faint ghost of a laugh. It's too ridiculous, but it's true, just the same. I'm homesick for Peggy. Now that she had put a name to her malady, she felt better. Homesickness, that was it exactly. For this popular, busy, bustling Peggy had so many claims upon her time that her home hardly saw her. Even her studying was often done at the homes of her classmates, especially now that so many of them had developed such an absorbing interest in her progress. And Mrs. Raymond was getting quite accustomed to having the telephone tinkle in the middle of the afternoon, and to have Peggy say, "I'm going to Amy's for dinner. We're planning to do several miles of French exercise tonight." The hostess varied, of course. Sometimes Peggy studied her history with Mary Donaldson, or her Latin with Priscilla, but the feature of the message, important from Mother's standpoint, was the same, namely that Peggy would not be home to dinner. Sometimes she felt that she would see nothing of Peggy were it not for the recurring meals, for when Peggy was home in the evening she retired to her own room to study, frequently with one of her school friends to keep her company. Peggy had been out to dinner twice in the week, that was ending in such a burst of gaiety, and Mrs. Raymond's homesickness was reaching the acute stage. A thought came to her as she sat there which pulled one corner of her mouth up in a rather wry smile. But the thought persisted, and the other corner elevated itself, the resulting smile bearing a striking family relationship to Peggy's own. "I believe I'll do it," said Mrs. Raymond. And the resolution, whatever it was, had such a cheering effect that the family, straggling in one by one, found a sunshiny mother, smiling light-heartedly over her work. It was the following Monday morning that the postman, arriving at breakfast time as usual, brought 3 square envelopes, directed in the same hand. Sally, who answered his ring, handed each to its rightful owner, scrutinizing the postmark as she did so. "Looks like you're left out, ma'am," said Sally, addressing Mrs. Raymond. "Some folks think grown-up women never want a mite of fun." The odor of something scorching interrupted her expression of sympathy, and she flounced into the kitchen to attend to her pancakes. "Whatever does she mean? Are they invitations?" asked Mr. Raymond, regarding his envelope with languid curiosity. But Dick, whose relations with the United States mail service were spasmodic and infrequent, had made use of a tine of his fork as a letter opener, immediately upon receiving his missive. The result of his investigations was almost startling. Without raising his eyes, and in low, thrilling tones, he demanded of the assembled household, "What do you know about that?" Peggy and her father hastily followed Dick's example. Peggy read on the enclosed card these words, written in a familiar hand: "Mrs. Dwight L. Raymond, at home, Saturday, January the 29th, 7:30 to 10. R.S.V.P." Peggy looked at her father. He was smiling in a rather self-conscious fashion. She looked at Dick, who had evidently forgotten all about his breakfast in his perplexity. Then she looked at her mother. Mrs. Raymond was pouring her husband's second cup of coffee, her manner utterly detached. "Is it a party?" Dick questioned, turning to the one at the table who could solve the riddle. Mrs. Raymond reflected. "You might call it that." "Are there going to be lots of folks here?" "There have only been 3 invitations sent out. Of course, if any of our friends drop in, we shall be glad to see them." "Only 3 invitations? Just us 3?" Dick's gesture included his silent father and sister. "Yes." "Then I don't see what you sent us invitations for. Why didn't you just tell us?" Mrs. Raymond left her small son to puzzle out the answer to that question. Neither of the others at the table spoke, and shortly after, Peggy excused herself and went upstairs. When she started for school a few minutes later, an envelope stamped and sealed lay upon her pile of school books. It reached her mother on the noon delivery. "Miss Peggy Raymond is very happy to accept Mrs. Raymond's invitation for Saturday, the 29th." In her odds and ends of time during the week that followed, Peggy did some serious thinking. Peggy had not shared Dick's mystification over the means Mrs. Raymond had adopted for securing a quiet evening with her family. The reason had at once been apparent to Peggy's quick wit, and her conscience, always tender, had accused her of neglecting her mother. It was really a relief when she received an invitation for Saturday evening, as that gave her a chance to say with decision, "Oh, thank you very much, but I have another engagement." Saturday morning was lowering, and by late afternoon a heavy snowstorm with a driving wind made home seem extremely attractive, and lessened the probability that any chance outsider would enjoy Mrs. Raymond's hospitality. Nevertheless, when she came down to dinner, she wore the black crêpe de chine, which, when enlivened by a white lace collar, was recognized in the family as mother's party gown. And Peggy made her appearance in the blue, which she had fondly believed might impress certain observers as a Paris creation. "Look at mother and Peggy, father," Dick burst out. "Aren't they dead swell? Looks as if the men of this family had got left." Dick had reached the slangy age. He could hardly get through a sentence without it. "The men of the family will have time to shave after dinner," replied Mr. Raymond generously, accepting his son's classification. And Dick, carried away by the fascination of the idea, felt his smooth chin thoughtfully, as if he half expected to find it bristling. The evening was what Peggy called an old-fashioned good time. Dick had a new trick he had learned which no one but his mother had had time to notice. Dick mystified the company to his heart's content, and then relaxed, and showed them exactly how it was done. "You just practice it a while, and you can do it as well as I can," Dick told Peggy patronizingly. "And you can make those high school girls feel like 30 cents." Mrs. Raymond had a box of old family photographs in readiness, and she brought them out when Dick had finished. There are few things more certain to warm the heart, and provoke laughter, and bring the tears for that matter, than a box of old family photographs. There was Peggy, an incredibly plump morsel of a girl, smiling at the camera in a way that must have enchanted the photographer, weary of requesting people to look pleasant. And there was Peggy's older sister, in all stages, from toothless infancy up to the picture taken in her wedding dress. Peggy held the latter in her hand a long time. "How funny her dress looks, mother, and it isn't so many years since Alice was married. But hasn't she the sweetest, darlingest, happiest look about her? I'm glad the fashion in faces does not change." "It does, though. Look at me." Dick held up a photograph taken of himself at the age of 4, his chubby face puckered into an expression of unbelievable ferocity. "Dear me, I remember just how cross you were that day," mused Mrs. Raymond reminiscently. "You kicked and you screamed, and every attempt the photographer made to attract your attention you seemed to resent as an insult. When I took you home that afternoon, I was too tired to eat my dinner." There were other pictures over which they all laughed together. Photographs of Mr. Raymond in his boyhood and young manhood, photographs of Mrs. Raymond with her hair tightly curled all over her head, Kodak pictures with the grotesque poses characterizing the amateur photographer, flashlight pictures where the usual order was reversed, and all eyes were tightly closed, and all the mouths wide open. The Raymond family grew hilarious before they reached the bottom of the pile. "Now I've got a nice story for your father to read to us," Mrs. Raymond said to Peggy. "Get your fancy work. No, not the mending, dearie. This is my party, and I want everything festive." There was nothing Mr. Raymond liked better than reading aloud, and there were few things Peggy liked better than listening. Dick's attitude was plainly judicial in the beginning, but his mother had chosen the story with forethought. There was enough of adventure to appeal to Dick, a spice of sentiment which Peggy was sure to enjoy, and a country background for the benefit of Mr. Raymond, who had been brought up on a farm. For half an hour the story held them breathless, and then Mrs. Raymond slipped out into the kitchen, declining Peggy's offer of assistance with a shake of her head. "No, thank you, Peggy," she said. "You're just a guest to-night." The refreshments are always an interesting feature of a party. Mrs. Raymond served cocoa, with mountainous islands of whipped cream floating about on chocolate-colored waves, and a new delicious sort of sandwiches, which left one in pleasing uncertainty as to their composition, but in no doubt whatever as to their excellence, and the collation included the ginger cakes which the Raymond family regarded as supreme in their line, and everyone ate as if the regular dinner had been omitted. They were finishing the last crumbs when the clock struck 10. "Party's over," said Mrs. Raymond, and smiled upon the little circle, but in her eyes was something of appeal. "Well, it's been out of sight." This was Dick's verdict. "When are you going to have another?" "I've had a perfectly lovely time," said Peggy. "I don't know when there's been a nicer evening." But her mother felt a reserve back of the girlish enthusiasm and waited for the rest. It came when Peggy went to her mother's room to say good night. Dick was in bed, and in the cellar Mr. Raymond was wrestling with some clinkers in the furnace. Peggy put her arms about her mother and held her fast. "Mother, I believe you've been lonely, and I've been selfish, and I'm going to turn—" Her mother laid her finger on her lips so that resolution was never spoken. "No, dear, you're not selfish. It's only nature, and we mothers know from the start that it must be. We know our little girls must grow up, and choose their friends and pleasures and work, and take their places in the world. Mothers have to start all over again, Peggy, when the boys and girls grow up. Instead of snatching minutes for the things that interest them, they have to find new interests to fill their lives. It isn't wrong, it isn't cruel, it's just the way things must be. And all we can ask of you is to give us time, to let us down easy, as Dick would say." She was laughing as she finished, but the cheek against which Peggy pressed her own was wet by a splash of warm tears. And Peggy was conscious of an odd, illogical certainty that she had left her girlhood behind forever. For her mother had spoken to her as one woman to another. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Getting Even. It was traditional in the girls' high school that the sophomore class should entertain the seniors during the spring months. The character of entertainment varied from year to year, though an excursion on the bay was a favorite form of hospitality. But the president of the present sophomore class was ambitious to discover something entirely new and original, something that should far surpass anything that previous classes had attempted. The committee she had appointed to consider the important question was a large one, the sophomore president holding with Solomon that in a multitude of counselors there is safety. And when Genevieve Alden came to school the morning following the class meeting, she was immediately enlightened as to the work of the committee and informed that she was to share in its deliberations. Genevieve hesitated. At the opening of school she would have declined the honor flatly, but as a matter of fact she was growing rather tired of the pose of dignified aloofness. Superiority was proving lonely. Had she been able to discover a few kindred spirits, their companionship would have sustained her, but the girls who attracted her most, the friendly Terrace quartet, were so thoroughly democratic in their attitude that Genevieve had received no sympathy from that quarter. She was beginning to realize that the girls whom she scorned were at least enjoying themselves, while she, on her self-erected pedestal, was forlorn and left out of things. Genevieve was forced to wonder if it would not pay to compromise. She listened with an air of indifference while the chairman of the committee explained its object. "Oh, I don't know as I care to have anything to do with it. I'm not particularly interested in class affairs." "You want to be," said the chairman. Encouraged by the fact that Genevieve had not refused, she dilated on the advantages to the class in possessing a girl of Genevieve's qualifications. Genevieve listened with growing approbation. The chairman seemed to her a very sensible girl, quite deserving her assistance. "I should be in favor of a banquet at a hotel or something of that kind," remarked Genevieve languidly. "Excursions seem so dreadfully ordinary." Addie Dwight's entrance into the cloakroom distracted the chairman's attention just at that point. "Oh, Addie," she cried, "you are on a committee to decide how we shall entertain the seniors." "I am?" Addie inquired indifferently, but Genevieve Alden gave an angry start, the blood rushing to her forehead. Her recent mood of kindly tolerance seemed as remote as her childhood. She should have realized, she told herself, that by entering into the class activities she would be brought in contact with girls who were worse than nobody, girls it was impossible to know. "We're going to have a meeting after school," the chairman rattled on, still addressing Addie. "And please bring some bright ideas. Genevieve thinks—" "Excuse me," Genevieve broke in icily. "Please leave me out. I'm not going to act on that committee." The chairman was naturally surprised. She was also annoyed. "Why, what's the matter?" she cried sharply. "A minute ago you were saying—" "I have changed my mind." Genevieve's manner was nicely calculated to be crushing. Unluckily, the chairman was a girl of India rubber temperament. What would have subdued and silenced another had no effect upon her. "Don't be silly, Genevieve. Anybody can't flop around in no time at all without any reason." "My reason is quite satisfactory to myself, thank you." Addie Dwight hung up her hat and coat with forced deliberation. When she turned there was an ominous glitter in her eyes. "Is your reason a secret?" Genevieve looked in her direction, with the effect of not seeing anything in particular. It was a look much in favor among the pupils of the select school where she had spent several years, and was intended to protect the select young person who cultivated it from the advances of the vulgar and presuming. After achieving this freezing stare, Genevieve seemed to forget Addie's existence. "You really must excuse me," she said to the chairman with exaggerated politeness. "I couldn't think of serving on such a promiscuous committee." The room was rather full now. New girls were arriving every minute, and those who had removed their wraps were making an excuse to linger, for the most obtuse could not fail to realize that something interesting was about to happen. Addie advanced in Genevieve's direction, the silent girls drawing back before her and leaving her path open. "May I ask if your refusing to serve on that committee has anything to do with my being on it?" Genevieve's flush deepened. She found Addie's bluntness annoying, for, like most girls of her supercilious sort, she preferred to rely on indirect methods. But since the gauntlet was thrown down, she could not ignore it. "Of course," she said, still addressing the unhappy chairman, though she glanced scornfully in Addie's direction. "Of course I'm prepared to put up with a great deal in a school like this, that every one attends. But when it comes to serving on committees with an ordinary nursemaid, I must draw the line." Addie laughed, not at all pleasantly. "I suppose," she remarked smilingly, "that you think your family is so much better than mine." Even Addie's sympathizers in the group felt that this was inviting trouble. "What does it matter anyway?" one girl asked, but Genevieve, irritated beyond endurance by something in Addie's tone, faced her squarely. "Since you ask me," she said, conscious that anger ruffled her disdainful calm, "I hardly think there can be much comparison between the daughter of Charles Alden." "If only you were really his daughter," remarked Addie. Genevieve broke off and stood silent, looking at her interrupter. Every girl in the room caught her breath, and then a death-like silence ensued. "You may have as blue blood as anybody," Addie continued pleasantly, "but it would be rather hard to prove it, because you see, nobody knows who your father and mother were." "I think you must be crazy," Genevieve said simply. Astonishment had swallowed up all other emotions. She did not even realize that she was angry. "Oh, dear, no," Addie smiled. "I'm not crazy at all. Only perhaps I know more about it than you do. You were taken from an orphan asylum when you were 3 months old. My father isn't rich," she ended in cruel triumph, "but he's really mine." "How dare you!" Genevieve burst out. The first paralysis of astonishment was past. She felt capable of inflicting bodily injury on Addie. "I never heard anything so preposterous," she raged. "My father will see that you are punished for such an outrageous lie." "Then you really didn't know?" The look Addie cast in Genevieve's direction was a very good imitation of pitying surprise. "Your old nurse said they didn't want you to know, but I thought you surely would have found it out by now." "What's the blockade for?" asked a cheerful voice, and Peggy Raymond stood in the doorway, Priscilla at her elbow. But everyone was too intent on the singular duel to notice the question, much less to reply. Genevieve's answer, spoken in a voice high-pitched and hysterical, reached Peggy's astonished ears. "How dare you say that? My father will have you arrested! Arrested!" "What's the matter?" Peggy pushed her way forward, and Genevieve, turning, clutched her arm, stammering incoherently as she attempted to explain. Addie's voice broke in incisively. "I just happened to mention that Genevieve was an adopted child, and it seems that it is news to her." "Oh, Addie!" Peggy cried. There was incredulity in her voice, but something else, a shocked horror, that brought the blood surging to Addie's cheeks. "I shouldn't have spoken of it," she said quickly, "if Genevieve hadn't considered me such an awfully ordinary person. Of course, we don't claim to be aristocrats, we Dwights, but at the same time—" "Hush, Addie!" There was a ring of authority in Peggy's tone, and Addie subsided into a sulky silence. Meanwhile, Genevieve was holding Peggy fast and repeating over and over, "It's an outrageous lie! My father will have her arrested!" "Let's get out of this crowd, Genevieve," said Peggy, trying to speak in a matter-of-fact fashion, but the sympathy in her voice betrayed her. Genevieve drew back. You believe her?" she faltered. "I didn't suppose anybody could be insane enough to believe such a silly story." "You only need to ask your father and mother when you go home," remarked Addie. "If I'm lying, you can easily prove it." "Come, Genevieve," Peggy said again. She was appalled at Addie's cruelty, for that this stern-faced girl was speaking the truth she did not doubt for an instant. Addie had never been one of Peggy's favorites, but she would not have believed her capable of such ruthlessness. "Don't say any more," she begged of Genevieve. "You can talk it over with your father and mother when you go home." Peggy did not realize that her sympathy turned Genevieve's frenzy of anger into resistless terror. Genevieve could understand that a girl might take revenge on another by inventing atrocious falsehoods. There was no mystery in the vindictiveness that looked out of Addie's gray eyes, but the pity that sounded in Peggy's voice unnerved her completely. Peggy was plainly indignant at Addie, but Genevieve felt something lacking in that indignation. The contemptuous incredulity that so preposterous a falsehood deserved. And why was she sorry for her? How did she dare to be sorry? Genevieve had meant to stand her ground, disregarding Peggy's appeals to come away. She would force this horrible girl, who was no better than a servant, to unsay her words, to apologize for her daring falsehood. But the small room, packed with motionless, silently attentive girls, grew dark all at once. A weight was pressing on her lungs. She could not breathe. "Help me, Priscilla," she could hear Peggy's alarmed voice, seemingly coming from a great distance. "She's going to faint." With Peggy on one side and Priscilla on the other, Genevieve reached the corridor. The fresh air revived her somewhat, yet in her pallor and tremulousness she was a pitiful object. She was vaguely aware that the girls coming in were asking what ailed her, and that the others were replying in whispers. Why did they whisper? Why accord a lie so monstrous the dignity of concealment? "Do you feel as if you could walk up to the restroom, Genevieve?" Peggy was saying. "You can lie down there, you know, and Miss Watts will give you something." "I want to go home," Genevieve moaned. "Yes, of course. As soon as we've fixed you in the restroom, one of us will go to the office and telephone your mother to send for you. I'm sure you won't be able to do any work to day." They helped her up the stairs to the pleasant restroom, where several couches and easy chairs were in readiness for girls who were indisposed, and the teacher, summoned from an adjoining classroom, unlocked the closet where a few simple remedies were kept, and found what was suited to Genevieve's case. In a school numbering nearly 1,000 pupils, it was not uncommon for a girl to faint, and Miss Watts wondered at the tragic solemnity of the two seniors. "Just a little faintness," said Miss Watts, with an assurance that her very superficial diagnosis hardly justified. "She'll be as well as ever after she lies quiet for an hour. Oh, you want to go home? Very well, if you feel that way, though I'm sure it is not in the least necessary." Peggy's recitations that morning were not at all creditable. Victoria Wells twice corrected her blunders in history, and Blanche Estabrook worried. But when Blanche glanced toward Priscilla for sympathy, Priscilla sat in a gloomy absorption which apparently had nothing to do with Peggy's mistakes. Blanche felt that the lot of a leader in a conspiracy was a hard one. "It seems as if school were different this year," Peggy confided to Priscilla as they went down to luncheon. "Things keep happening, such disagreeable things." Priscilla answered with a wan smile. "I suppose it isn't strange exactly. Things happen in a family where there are only one or two girls, and when 1,000 girls get together it's bound to be exciting. The trouble with you," Priscilla ended severely, "is that you shoulder responsibility for everybody in the school." "Well, how can I help it? If I walk into the cloakroom where a girl is fainting away because somebody has told her something awful, I can't just hang up my things and walk off, can I?" Peggy's inquiry was not answered, for at that moment Addie Dwight joined the two friends. Though her manner was a trifle defiant, it did not take any especial insight to perceive that she was ill at ease. "I suppose you girls thought I was horrid to take Genevieve down the way I did this morning." "If you really want to know what I think," said Peggy with spirit, "it seemed to me the most heartless thing I ever heard of." "How did you find it out?" Priscilla asked. Neither girl was inclined to question the truth of Addie's statements. Whatever her faults, and they were evident enough, the manufacture of malicious falsehoods was not included in the list. "Why, there was an old Irish woman who tried to talk to Genevieve on the street car one afternoon, and of course Genevieve was insulting, as she always is when she thinks that people are beneath her socially. But that time she made a mistake, for the old woman knew more about her than she knew herself. It seems she worked in the Alden family when they adopted a little girl. Mrs. Alden had just lost a baby, and she grieved so that finally they got another of about the same age from an orphan asylum, and that was Genevieve." Peggy sighed. She remembered perfectly the face of the old woman whom Genevieve had snubbed. Genevieve's silly arrogance was directly responsible for her present humiliation, but that did not excuse Addie for her share in the matter. "I don't see how you could have done it," Peggy repeated. "Before all those girls, too. Why, Addie, that's all she has, poor thing. Just her pride in being well born and looking down on all the rest of us. It's enough to kill her, to lose it all in a minute." "She was always trying to insult me!" Addie exclaimed. "I didn't plan to tell her about it. Why, I've known for months that she was adopted, and that all her airs about being better than other people was a joke. But when she refused to serve on a committee just because I was on it, and said so before a room full of girls, I just had to speak." Peggy sighed. "Yes, I might have known it was that. Of course, if you get angry enough you're hardly responsible for what you say. And poor Genevieve can be frightfully provoking. I don't see that there's anything we can do now," she ended. "No," Addie answered feebly. It was evident that Peggy took it for granted that she was ready to make amends, if possible, for her indiscreet disclosure, and though Peggy was anything but formidable, Addie could not summon the courage to deceive her. As the sophomore went for her bowl of soup, she found herself wondering why revenge was popularly supposed to be sweet. Her own was complete enough to satisfy the most vindictive, but the flavor was bitter on her tongue. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13 The Whole Truth. The Friendly Terrace girls, all four of them, took Genevieve Alden's humiliation very much to heart. While she was only arrogant and ill-bred, and bent on impressing everybody with her claims to social distinction, they had as little to do with her as possible. But now that her pretenses had been shattered, and her claims to superiority so ruthlessly exposed, she appealed to their generous sympathies. On the afternoon following Addie Dwight's vindictive disclosure, a meeting was held at the home of Amy Lassell to plan measures for aiding Adie's victim. "I always detested Genevieve," owned Amy, whose good-natured face suggested a certain exaggeration in the emphatic verb. "But now I feel as if she were one of my best friends. I'm so sorry for her that I almost love her." Priscilla admitted that she could not go as far as that. "But at the same time, we have to be nice to her. It's a good chance to show her that people aren't so much interested in her ancestors as in what she is herself." "We'll have to be nice to her," Peggy agreed. "But we must be careful how we go about it, because Genevieve's just the sort of girl to suspect that you're sorry for her and be awfully angry." Just how to be friendly and helpful to the disillusioned sophomore without tactlessly overdoing it was a problem requiring careful deliberation. The impromptu congress remained in session the better part of an hour and a half, but showed its superiority to many deliberative bodies by deciding on a definite program. As Amy had known Genevieve longer than any of the others, it was settled that to Amy should be entrusted the delicate diplomacy the case required. Amy was to join Genevieve at the luncheon hour next day and casually suggest a visit to the skating rink after school. If Genevieve fell in with the plan, the other Terrace girls would also attend and would encounter Amy and her companion with convincing indications of pleased surprise. There was to be no singling Genevieve out for marked attentions. She was simply to be admitted to the charmed circle of their friendly intimacy as a matter of course. Any little plan for further diversion suggested during the afternoon would naturally include Genevieve. And so, without any offensive evidences of sympathy, they would demonstrate their indifference to the revelation which Genevieve herself had found so overwhelming. When the girls scattered, each carried away a comforting sense of having found a solution to a perplexing problem. But the carefully laid plans for Genevieve's benefit did not materialize, for the reason that Genevieve did not come to school the next day. The project would have worked as well the following afternoon, but on that day, too, Genevieve failed to appear. And when on Friday morning the object of their friendly solicitude was still absent, a gloom shadowed the spirits of the quartet, as was evident when they met for luncheon. "It must be that she'll come back," insisted Peggy, sipping her chocolate with a worried air which belied her cheerful prophecy. "It can't be that a girl would give up getting an education for such a silly thing as this." "Perhaps she'll go to a private school again," said Ruth, who each day saw new difficulties in the campaign in Genevieve's behalf and was rather relieved at the idea that it would not be necessary. "It would have to be a different school from the one she attended before," remarked Amy. "All those girls were descended from George Washington or Alexander Hamilton, or else their relations had married into the European nobility. Poor Genevieve couldn't hold her head up in that set now." Addie Dwight paused by their table. Addie's cheeks were flushed and her mouth was hard. Every day that week Addie had told herself that she didn't care what Peggy Raymond or "that Terrace crowd" thought about her. Even as she addressed them, she knew that her repeated assurances were untrue. "When's Genevieve Alden coming back? Any of you know?" "No," said Amy, answering for the others. She showed no disposition to add to the monosyllable, and after a minute Addie explained somewhat defiantly. "There are 2 themes of hers waiting for her in the English class. Miss Ashley asked about her this morning." "I imagine she'll be back the first of the week," said Peggy politely. No one showed any desire to prolong the conversation, but Addie did not move on. The thing she had done exercised a weird fascination over her. She was like a moth unable to keep away from the candle which is presently to singe its wings. "Some of the girls act as if it was a dreadful thing for me to have said what I did to Genevieve," Addie continued. She had the unreasonable feeling that it was necessary to force these 4 silent girls either to champion her act or else denounce it. "I just told her the truth, and as long as a thing is the truth, I don't see that anybody can find fault." Peggy flushed hotly. "Why, Addie Dwight," she exclaimed, speaking the first thought that flashed into her head, "it seems to me that a kind-hearted fib that you tell to spare somebody's feelings is any amount better than truth of that kind." Even the loyal Terrace girls looked taken aback by this bit of heresy. Addie Dwight gasped, then rallied. "I must say, Peggy Raymond, that's a queer way for you to talk. Such a model as you always set up to be." Peggy did not take the trouble to defend herself against the charge of priggishness. She realized that Addie's anger was not altogether unreasonable. With her inconvenient propensity for seeing both sides of the case, Peggy could not lose sight of the fact that Genevieve's arrogance had been a partial justification for Addie's brutal bluntness. And yet she stuck to her point. "I don't mean that I don't believe in telling the truth, Addie," she said with disarming gentleness. "Only I do think that unkindness is worse than lots of falsehood." Again Addie gasped. Then she walked away, holding her head with a stiffness intended to convey the impression of dignity and indifference to all criticism. "The hateful thing!" exclaimed Priscilla, her eyes flashing as she looked after the retreating figure. "How dare she talk about your setting up to be a model?" From Priscilla's air of excitement one would have supposed that to be a model was the most objectionable thing imaginable. "Addie knows she's been in the wrong about this," said Amy wisely, "and that makes her as sore as a crab. Don't you know how when you've been downright mean about something, you always feel like calling everybody names?" Peggy was thinking of Genevieve, not of Addie's attempts to be disagreeable. "See here, girls," she exclaimed. "Wouldn't it be a good idea for 2 of us to take Genevieve's themes to her? As long as none of us have ever set foot in her house, it would look a little pronounced to go without any excuse." The idea was received with favor, if without enthusiasm. "That means me, I suppose," said Amy resignedly. "As long as I'm one of Genevieve's bosom friends. Who's going along with me?" "I should say Ruth," Peggy suggested judicially. And Priscilla nodded approval. But Ruth's countenance expressed disagreement. "Oh, please, girls, don't make me go. I shan't know how to act. I never said more than good morning to Genevieve Alden." "Leave Amy to do the talking," advised Priscilla. "And anyway, you're not expected to say anything about what happened. The more you can act as if it were an everyday occasion, the better it will be." "I can't imagine an everyday occasion that would drag me inside that girl's house," Ruth said with feeling, but resigned herself to the inevitable. And then, having disposed of their luncheon with less than their usual relish, the four girls gloomily left the little round table and went upstairs. Ruth was rather hopeful that some one of her teachers might wish to detain her after school. She would willingly have failed in a recitation for the sake of getting out of her engagement with Amy. She even assumed a pensive far-away expression, which she had found useful when she had learned the first part of her lesson and not the last, and wished to be called on early. Almost always the teacher assumed that she was not paying attention and would break off the recitation in progress with the welcome words, "Miss Wiley may continue." And then, with a little start, Ruth would come to herself, and as if by magic pick up the thread of the interrupted recitation and continue it in a most edifying manner. Possibly Ruth had tried this device too often, for on this particular afternoon, though she had every appearance of being lost in daydreams, she was not once called on to recite. And, as a result, at the close of the school she found herself headed in the direction of Mr. Alden's handsome home, Amy by her side, with Genevieve's two themes ostentatiously displayed, like tickets of admission. The maid who answered their ring apparently did not know whether Genevieve was at home or not, but held the door wide for them to enter. She showed the way into a large and over-furnished drawing room, and then proffered a card receiver. Ruth blushed distressfully. Not for the world would she have allowed this trim, white-capped person to suspect that she had never risen to the dignity of a calling card. She could not sufficiently admire the readiness with which Amy explained. "We've just come from school, and we haven't our cards with us. Please say that two of Miss Genevieve's schoolmates are here." The girls exchanged glances when the formidable maid left them to themselves. Amy's grimace meant, "Didn't I do well?" and Ruth's faint smile expressed her entire agreement. Then they straightened themselves, for the stairs creaked under the weight of someone evidently not the light-footed maid. Apparently Genevieve was at home. But it was not Genevieve who entered the drawing room a minute later, but a fleshy lady in black satin, whose plump face betokened anxiety and apprehension. She looked from one to the other without a word of greeting, though the omission seemed due to an engrossing interest rather than any intention of incivility. Is either of you named Dwight?" "I should hope not!" Amy exclaimed, astonished into perfect naturalness. And Ruth, too, murmured something in the nature of a disclaimer. "Well, I'm sure I'm relieved," said Mrs. Alden, and she dropped into a chair beside them. "I didn't know what that awful girl might be capable of." She suddenly put her handkerchief to her eyes. "She's upset everything," she explained, with something like a sob. "It was a shame," Amy agreed. Mrs. Alden's impulsive confidence had the effect of making her feel perfectly at ease. But Genevieve's foolish to take it to heart. "Take it to heart," repeated Mrs. Alden tragically. "Why, my dear, do you know, she hasn't been out of her room since that dreadful day." "Do you mean she's sick?" "The doctor thinks it's only the shock, but the poor man is at a dreadful disadvantage, for she won't speak to him when he comes." "Won't speak to him, dear me," murmured Amy sympathetically, though if the truth be told, her sympathy at this juncture was for the doctor rather than for Genevieve. "She won't speak to any of us. She won't eat, or at least hardly anything. Oh, my dear," said Mrs. Alden, crying quite frankly into her lace-embroidered handkerchief, "I really don't know what the end is going to be." The plump, heavily ringed hand nearest Amy being unoccupied, Amy ventured to express her sympathy by giving it a gentle pat. Mrs. Alden wiped her eyes and showed her appreciation by a watery smile. "You are a very dear girl. Are you one of Genevieve's special friends in school?" "I imagine I've known her longer than any one else," replied Amy, finding it difficult to explain that in the girls' high school Genevieve was without friends, special or otherwise. "I'm Amy Lassell, and this is Ruth Wiley. We came especially to bring some of Genevieve's themes, and to find out if she were sick. But of course, if she's feeling so bad, we won't disturb her." Mrs. Alden seized Amy's hand in both of hers. Her pleasant face was suddenly luminous. "My dear," she exclaimed, "you must see her. I'm sure that's what she needs, a glimpse of bright, friendly young faces." Her troubled eyes included Ruth in the classification, and Ruth, who was conscious of looking extremely downcast and woebegone, made a valiant effort to smile. "Just as you think best," said Amy hesitatingly. She was not particularly anxious for an interview with Genevieve under the circumstances, but she did not intend to shirk any chance to discharge the responsibility her friends had assigned her. Yielding to the persuasive pressure of Mrs. Alden's hand, Amy rose, and Ruth, too, stood up, mastering a cowardly impulse to suggest her remaining downstairs during the interview. Genevieve's room was large and handsomely furnished, but the eyes of the visitors fixed themselves on the bed, where lay a girlish figure looking straight at the wall. It was a curiously motionless figure. Not a ripple of the bed covering indicated that Genevieve had heard the sound of feet in the hall. "Dearie," said Mrs. Alden, hesitating in the doorway, "here are two of your school friends to see you." Genevieve did not answer nor move. There was something so unnatural in her rigid stillness that the girls felt most uncomfortable. "Perhaps," Amy whispered in Mrs. Alden's ear, "perhaps she is asleep." Apparently Mrs. Alden did not share her opinion. "Just sit down," she said, pulling forward chairs for the two girls, "and please excuse me, as I have some little matters to attend to." She left the room hastily, casting a backward glance at the figure on the bed. An embarrassing silence followed, which the girls improved by the exchange of interrogative glances. Each was mutely inquiring whether it would be better to wait for Genevieve to recognize their existence, or to address some remark to that irresponsive back. With a thrill almost of horror, Ruth saw Amy excited dive for her handkerchief. It flashed upon her that Amy's sense of humor had proved too much for her self-control. The situation was absurd enough, even to one whose risibilities were less keen than Amy's. "If she laughs," thought Ruth, turning cold with apprehension, "I shall laugh too. I just can't help it." Kerchoo! The sound was like an explosion in the deathly stillness of the room. Ruth jumped. Genevieve's bed creaked violently, giving the first evidence that its occupant was to be numbered among the living. "Kerchoo!" cried Amy again, even more emphatically than before, and poor Ruth lost her self-control in an agonized titter. Had it been perfectly permissible to laugh, that titter would have satisfied her, but now her throat swelled with hysterical merriment, and sobs of laughter struggled to her lips, despite her efforts to keep them back. "Oh, mercy!" exclaimed Amy, beginning to laugh too, and interrupted herself by the third sneeze, the most ear-splitting of all. And then the two girls laughed helplessly till the tears rolled down their cheeks. When their inane merriment had died down to exhausted giggles, Genevieve had turned over in bed, and was staring at them with astonished eyes. "I really hope you'll excuse us," said Amy, wiping away her tears. "I never could learn to sneeze quietly. The effect is very much like dropping bombs. Hope I didn't frighten you?" The interrogative conclusion was addressed pointedly to Genevieve, who blinked. "No," she said in a flat voice, "I wasn't frightened." "We brought over two of your themes," continued Amy, in as matter-of-fact a tone as if the call had had a less extraordinary opening. "Miss Ashley didn't know what had happened to you. Did you catch cold?" "No," said Genevieve in the same lifeless voice. "I haven't any cold." "Your mother said," Amy was beginning when Genevieve checked her. "Don't," she said, holding up her hand. An extraordinary spasm crossed her face, and Amy paused, bewildered. "Don't call her my mother. She's not, and I won't ever forgive her." Amy sat very straight in her chair. She bore only a slight resemblance to the girl who had been laughing so senselessly 5 minutes before. "Not forgive her! I don't know what you're talking about." "She deceived me." Genevieve's look shook hysterically. "She let me grow up thinking all sorts of things. I'll never forgive her." Amy's face reddened as sharply as if it had been slapped. It was one of the contradictions of her amiable disposition that when she did lose her temper she lost it completely, and with startling suddenness. "I never did believe in what do you call it heredity," said Amy, speaking with a deliberation that belied the trembling of her hands. "But if there's anything in it, your parents, Genevieve, must have been perfect monsters of ingratitude." "Amy," remonstrated the horrified Ruth. Genevieve only gasped. But it would have taken something more strenuous to have checked Amy now that she was started. "Mrs. Alden took you when you were a poor little homeless baby," continued Amy, glaring at the recumbent figure on the bed. "And she gave you a lovely home and everything a girl could want, and her love too. And because she didn't tell you to start with that you didn't have the shadow of a right to any of these things, now you turn against her. I never heard of anything so contemptible." "Amy Lasso, you mustn't." Ruth sprang to her friend's side, seizing her arm in a vain attempt to put a stop to this impassioned eloquence. But the usually moderate Amy only shook her off. "You ought to see now, Genevieve, that you've got to stand on your own feet. You can't put on airs about your ancestors, for you don't know who they were. If people like you, it will be for yourself. And, when I hear you insulting your mother, it seems to me you're making about as bad a start as you could, if you're ever going to have any friends, that is." Amy had come to the end of what she wanted to say. She stood up, her manner challenging, and her cheeks aflame. Genevieve lay staring like a person in a trance. Her face was as blank as a freshly sponged blackboard. "Good bye, Genevieve," said Amy with dignity. "I hope we'll see you at school Monday, and that you'll have decided to act like a civilized human being." "Oh, Amy, do hush," said poor Ruth. "Good bye, Genevieve." She dared not look again at their recumbent hostess. Tightening her clutch on Amy's arm, she dragged her away. In the hall below, they encountered Mrs. Alden. Apparently the important duty which had called her away from her daughter's room consisted in rolling her lace-edged handkerchief into a tight little ball and unrolling it again. "How did she seem?" asked the good lady, looking anxiously from one to the other of the flushed faces. "Did you get her to talk?" Well, she said a few things," Amy temporized, "but I did most of the talking." "I thought I heard you laughing," said Mrs. Alden hopefully. "Yes, we laughed," owned Amy, with a painful smile. "When you get three girls together, somebody's pretty sure to laugh, you know." "I wish you'd stayed longer." Mrs. Alden followed them to the door, her manner indicating plainly her reluctance to part with such valuable allies. "I just knew you would do her good." "I think Genevieve has had as much of us as she could stand for to day," returned Amy, with perfect truthfulness. "Good bye, Mrs. Alden. What did you say? Oh, I'm not quite sure when we can come again. You see, we're juniors and frightfully busy." Once outside they did not look at each other immediately. Without speaking they walked to the end of the block, and then Ruth broke the tense silence. "Well, we've made a fizzle of things. First that dreadful laughing, and then oh, Amy, how could you have talked that way to her? We'll never dare let Peggy know." Amy's tempestuous indignation was already past. She was her usual good-humored self. She looked at Ruth with reprehensible composure. "Listen to me, Ruthie," said Amy sagely. "Of course, we all believe in telling the truth, and nothing but the truth, and there are occasions not very many of them, I admit, but still occasions when it's necessary to tell the whole truth. I'm glad to have it off my mind, and I don't believe it hurt Genevieve a bit to hear how she seems to other people." And when Genevieve appeared at school the following Monday, rather pale and preoccupied, and yet more than ordinarily responsive to friendly advances, Ruth was inclined to believe that Amy was right. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Enter Saint Valentine. Miss Layton, who had charge of raising money for the class scholarship, was getting a little apprehensive. She called Blanche Estabrook and some of the other prominent seniors into her room one morning before school to discuss the situation. "The scholarship money is sadly behind. You didn't make nearly as much at your candy sale as the last class did. It is the largest class for several years, and it would be mortifying if we fell behind the others." Blanche Estabrook started to speak and checked herself. She knew perfectly well why there was little interest in raising money for the scholarship which each successive senior class presented to one of its members, and which entitled the recipient to a year's tuition in a local college. It was an unwritten law that the scholarship should go to the valedictorian of the class, the member having the highest average for the course. and a very general conviction that Victoria Wells would be the beneficiary had exerted a paralyzing effect on the girls' activities. If Blanche had been sure of the success of the enterprise she had inaugurated at the beginning of the year, she would have thrown herself heart and soul into raising money for the scholarship. But when it came to helping Victoria Wells to a higher education, Blanche's enthusiasm was less than lukewarm. After waiting deferentially and vainly for the class president to speak, Peggy expressed her views. "We'll have to raise the money, of course. Couldn't we have a Valentine party?" "But Valentine's Day is so near," Eleanor Hewitt objected. "We haven't time to get ready." Peggy thought differently. "If we had 3 months to get ready in, we'd put off starting till there was only 10 days or 2 weeks left. I think things are all the more successful if you rush them through, before you have time to get tired of thinking about them." "I can see that a Valentine's party would give you girls a chance for plenty of fun," said Miss Leeton, looking doubtful. "But how are you going to make any money?" "Oh, there are lots of ways," cried Peggy, and began to enumerate them. The other girls followed with suggestions, even Blanche rousing and doing her share. Miss Leeton's air of incredulity changed by degrees to conviction. "It seems feasible," she acknowledged. "You had better see Dr. Radford at once, and if he approves of the idea, you could call a class meeting, Miss Estabrook, and get things under way." "I'll see him now." Blanche started for the principal's office, surprised to find herself so interested. "After all," she reflected, "perhaps the scholarship won't go to Victoria. Peggy Raymond may come out ahead." She drew an impatient sigh. It was hard to wait nearly a year to know whether her conspiracy was to be a success or a failure. There was no question that Peggy's standings for the senior year were excellent, better, Blanche was inclined to believe, than Victoria's. The latter girl had hardly lived up to her reputation, for reasons which the class president understood perfectly. But on the other hand, Victoria's earlier standings might easily give her the highest average of the class. Dr. Radford was in a complacent mood that morning, and gave the desired permission at once, instead of taking 24 hours for reflection, as he was so often inclined to do. At the senior meeting, called directly after school, half a dozen committees were named, and preparations promptly begun. The following morning the door of the assembly room was decorated by a poster representing a plump Cupid on the point of plunging a lance like arrow into a fat red heart, strongly resembling a scarlet pincushion. Beneath was the announcement of a Valentine party on the afternoon of February the 14th, to be given by the members of the senior class. All the school was invited. Peggy's prophecy proved correct. The very brevity of the time allowed for preparation was an assurance against that collapse of enthusiasm which not infrequently proves fatal to more important undertakings. The girls talked Valentines in their waking hours and dreamed of them at night. Peggy scribbled doggerel rhymes on the back of history themes, and spent every minute she could spare on work connected with the Valentine party. Indeed, she was almost vexed with Priscilla for not allowing her to neglect her Latin, and Amy Dubois for insisted on rigid attention to French. When she settled down by the library table in the evening, mucilage and scissors within easy reach, and with lace paper, embossed pictures, and hearts cut from red cardboard piled about in tempting profusion, Peggy was in her element. Though recitations progressed as usual on the 14th, and teachers and pupils made a commendable effort to appear as though they were interested in history and mathematics and similar non-essentials, the thoughts of the most staid and studious strayed to the big assembly room, where the Valentine party was to be given. A number of seats had been removed and places made for tables. The indefatigable seniors had worked until 6 o'clock the previous evening, and each member of the class wore an "I know, but I won't tell" expression, which the young and curious found exasperating in the extreme. When school closed at 2:30, a few girls pinned on their hats and went home, assuming an expression of careless indifference which deceived no one. But the great majority of the school surged to the big oaken doors of the assembly room, closed only till those members of the senior class who had been assigned as special duties could make their final preparations. The crowd in the hall was showing signs of impatience when the doors at length swung open. The assembly room was too large to permit of much in the way of decoration, but here and there huge red paper hearts or chains of smaller ones strung against the wall gave the key to the character of the entertainment. Near the doors were tables on which various articles were displayed for sale. On the fancy work table were a variety of devices, all made with a special thought of the character of the day. Heart-shaped needle books fraternized with heart-shaped handkerchief cases or watch pockets. Small red pin cushions in the shape of hearts challenged the eye here and there, and even more attractive to the swarming girls were the hand-painted valentines, some of which were really artistic and beautiful. Despite the check which had been put on the lavishness of the freshmen where the seniors were concerned, a number of the first-year girls decided that the occasion warranted ignoring the recent stringent ruling, and plunged into reckless extravagance, cheerfully sacrificing luncheons and car fares for days to come. A table on the other side of the big doors challenged the popularity of the first, for it was covered with heart-shaped candies of every description, heart-shaped cookies, and little cakes with the same suggestive outlines, and looking, with their pink frosting, pretty enough to pass themselves off as valentines. But there was little chance that any would serve in this exalted role, for luncheon was 2 hours past, and moreover, many of the girls had practiced rigid economy on that occasion with the intention of hoarding their resources for the event of the day. The little cakes and cookies disappeared with gratifying rapidity, while into the pasteboard boxes, which served as cash registers, the pennies and nickels fell with a musical tinkle. It had been sensibly decided to bid for the pennies and nickels rather than for the quarters and half-dollars, for there were many girls in school who found it necessary to think twice before spending as little as 5 cents. "Oh, look!" cried one of the first-year girls excitedly, for out on the platform filed a band of gypsies. They were extremely picturesque gypsies, with their full skirts and bright-colored sashes, their floating hair and bracelets of gold paper, to say nothing of their tambourines. The assembly, now for the most part munching butterscotch or fudge, mumbled approval. "Ladies and gentlemen," cried Priscilla from the platform, the last word a tactful recognition of Dr. Radford's presence in the hall. "Let me introduce Queen Clementina and her gypsy band, who will tell your fortunes according to the latest discoveries in palmistry, astrology, and the allied sciences. Positively reliable, ladies and gentlemen, and every fortune a lucky one. All for the trifling sum of a nickel, 5 cents, one price to all." There are few girls who can resist the temptation to have their fortunes told when the opportunity presents itself, and there was a prevailing impression that St. Valentine's Day was a peculiarly auspicious occasion for this rite. It was immediately evident that Queen Clementina and her band were to do a thriving business. But before the pressure of custom became embarrassing, attention was diverted by the removal of a curtain which veiled a mysterious structure in another part of the room. As heads turned in this direction, an approving murmur went up. A booth had been arranged, with a series of windows, and at each opening stood a girl dressed to represent a postman. Above the windows was a neatly lettered sign, "United States Mail." Peggy had put most of her time on the post office. It had been a little difficult to see how this branch of the government activities was to add to the revenues of the mercenary seniors, but finally it had been decided to assume that every valentine had been mailed without stamps, and that 2 cents was due on each one delivered. As chairman of the post office committee, Peggy had to see that a valentine was addressed to each girl in the school, and she had also remembered her particular friends and others whom she suspected might be overlooked. For although each valentine a girl received would cost her 2 cents, there was ample balm for this expenditure in the tribute to her popularity. To set the ball rolling, Peggy herself approached one of the windows. "Any mail for Miss Margaret Raymond?" "Ours at the last window down," the girl replied, with a business-like air which delighted the listeners. Peggy repeated her request at the last window down, and a big pile of homemade envelopes was hastily shuffled. "4 for Miss Peggy Raymond," came the answer, "and 3 for Miss Margaret." "Dear me, I didn't have an idea I'd be so well remembered." Peggy counted out 14 cents and received her mail. Every senior had contributed a number of valentines to the post office, the number assigned equaling the number of girls in school, and then each was at liberty to add as many extra as she pleased, addressed to girls she particularly wished to remember. Some had saved trouble by buying the valentines, and others had made their quota. Peggy's valentines were, for the most part, the handiwork of her friends, and the rhymes written on several were all significant to Peggy, though some of the group that looked over her shoulder failed to see the point. Peggy's good luck started a run on the post office and relieved the overworked gypsies. The girl postmen at the delivery windows soon learned to sympathize with Uncle Sam's workers at the holiday season. Peggy and a number of others slipped into the booth and lent their aid to the distressed distributors. For while the majority of girls had only 2 Valentines, and some but one, many of the popular seniors had 6 or 7, and one girl boasted 10. Even postmen of larger experience would have considered the distribution of such an amount of mail matter something of an ordeal. Peggy slipped out of the booth, after as strenuous a half hour as she could remember, and stood for a moment mopping her damp forehead with her handkerchief and making a final decision against the postal service as a permanent occupation. She saw that the gypsies were still surrounded by eager groups, impatient for a glimpse into the future. Several of the tables were taking on a denuded appearance, highly gratifying to one of Peggy's practical nature. Everywhere girls were chattering and laughing, comparing their valentines, and offering explanations of certain enigmatic sentiments. And as Peggy looked and listened with the liveliest satisfaction, her gaze suddenly fell upon Victoria Wells. Peggy was conscious of a feeling of irritation. All the year, it seemed to her, she had been seeing Victoria Wells standing about in this undecided fashion, as if she knew no one and fitted nowhere. Peggy heaved an exasperated sigh. "Good likeness, isn't it?" Amy held up for her inspection a red heart on which was pasted the head of an enormously fat child wearing a beatific smile. Underneath was printed, "Our School Sunbeam." Peggy's answering laugh was a little absent-minded, and her first remark told the reason. "I wonder why some people always wait for somebody else to come along and make them enjoy themselves. Now look at Victoria Wells." "Oh, Victoria," said Amy easily. "Her idea of happiness is to work problems in differential calculus. I wouldn't have Victoria on my conscience." But in spite of that advice, Peggy drifted in Victoria's direction not many minutes later. The senior who bade fair to be valedictorian seemed as lonely as if she were marooned on a desert island. Streams of laughing girls drifted past her to the right and left, and no one had a word for Victoria, and Victoria had a word for nobody. "Hello, Victoria," Peggy cried, divided between sympathy and a wish to shake her classmate. "Where are your valentines?" "I haven't been to see. Very likely I haven't any." "Don't be silly," Peggy admonished her tartly. "There's at least one for everybody." "Oh, yes, those," said Victoria Wells. "But they're hardly worth 2 cents, do you think?" Peggy bit her lip. Her feeling of exasperation swallowed up the milder emotion. "Well, really, Victoria, as long as we seniors are getting this up for ourselves to make money for the scholarship, I hardly think we're the ones to take that stand." Victoria seemed to appreciate the force of this remark. "I suppose so," she agreed, with unwonted amiability. Victoria was not naturally an ill-tempered girl, though somewhat overwhelmed by a sense of her own importance. But she was sensitive enough to feel an atmosphere of hostility, and for months she had been developing a bristling pugnacity which bade fair to turn her into a human hedgehog. Victoria would have found it difficult to have made a formal indictment of her new classmates. They said nothing unkind. The attitude to which she objected was something curiously elusive, and yet Victoria was positive she had grounds for resentment. But in her heart of hearts she exculpated Peggy Raymond from any share in the things that made her uncomfortable. Peggy was different. Peggy's gaze followed Victoria as she advanced to the post office. The worst of the rush was over. 2 or 3, less impatient than their mates, stood at each window, waiting for the valentines easily selected from the diminished piles. "Anything for Victoria Wells?" the owner of that name inquired in her rather high-pitched voice. The post office girl counted them out. 1, 2, 3. And Peggy, watching from a distance, rejoiced. She herself had sent Victoria a valentine, and it seemed that some other senior had been equally thoughtful. "I'm glad," thought Peggy, repeating herself of her late vexation. "Poor Victoria." She moved swiftly toward her classmate, smiling her congratulations. "There, Victoria Wells, you can thank me for starting you off. Why, you've a whole handful of valentines." Victoria returned the smile a little awkwardly and opened the topmost envelope. All the envelopes had been made of wrapping paper, but this was distinguished by a large seal of red wax. The enclosure was a sheet of rough paper on one side of which Peggy caught sight of a figure done in watercolors. "Let's see, Victoria. It looks as if it were clever." Peggy leaned forward to admire the work of art, and a moment later was vainly wishing her words unsaid. The figure on which her eyes rested represented an ungainly girl with an enormous swollen head. The worst of it, as Peggy realized with a thrill of horror, was that it actually looked like Victoria, unmistakably like her. Peggy had made no mistake in praising the work. It was astonishingly well done for an amateur. Peggy stood staring at the grotesquely large head with the ridiculous little hat perched on one side to emphasize its abnormal size. Her eyes fell to the lines printed below. Perhaps they would say something to contradict a certain malicious cleverness in the sketch, she thought. The very first line, however, dissipated that hope. You think yourself so awful wise, your head has reached prodigious size, but if you knew what others think of you, that swollen head would shrink. Not very much for poetry, is it? Stammered Peggy with a desperate conviction that she must say something. Amy had one with a ridiculous fat baby on it. Let's see the others. But Victoria had no desire to see anything more in the way of Valentines. With a quick gesture, she tore the unopened envelopes across and then tore them again. She threw the fragments on the floor, along with the crumpled wad, which was all that was left of the girl with the overdeveloped head, and turned on Peggy a look in which a vivid imagination might have seen a keen resemblance to some hunted creature brought to bay. "They're at me all the time," she cried, "trying to drive me out of this class, but they can't do it. I won't let them." "Victoria Wells," Peggy protested and laughed in spite of herself. "I never heard of anything so ridiculous. It's all fun. Now if Amy were sensitive about being fat." But Victoria had taken flight. Peggy watched the awkward figure making its way to the door, and turned away with a sigh, shaking her head. But so many interesting things were happening, and it was so evident that the Valentine party had been a financial as well as social success, that in 5 minutes Victoria Wells and her troubles were remote from Peggy's thoughts. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. A Dinner Party. It was the last hour of school session, and Priscilla and Peggy had the big library room to themselves. Priscilla was refreshing her memory as to certain details of the Second Punic War. Peggy was trying to read a few of the pastoral poems of the Elizabethan period, and was privately reflecting that poetry had made long strides since those far-off days. She remembered with a twinge of conscience that there was Shakespeare, but as for those others whose names were written large in the history of literature, she found them tiresome for the most part. Peggy was nothing if not modern. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after 5 hours of intellectual work, more or less strenuous, the Second Punic War and early English poetry are less absorbing than one might suppose. At this hour in the day, even trifles are likely to prove distracting. This may partially account for the fact that once in every 2 or 3 minutes, Peggy and Priscilla looked hard at the ceiling and frowned. "What are they doing up there?" Peggy demanded crossly at last. "I should think the gymnasium was right over our heads." "It's Miss Riley's room," explained Priscilla, writing down a date in her notebook and yawning as she did so. "That new algebra teacher, you know. She hasn't any discipline." Peggy looked up with an expression of anxiety not due to the perplexities of the English pastoral. "Oh, dear, hasn't she?" "It doesn't sound like it." Priscilla looked at her friend with interest. "Oh, I forgot that you knew her before she came here. Well, some little things that Rose Fletcher has said make me pretty sure she's not going to last in this school. Those freshmen are certainly a handful." "And my particular freshman is about the worst of the lot," Peggy returned. "There's nothing mean about Kitty, but she's so fond of fun that she doesn't know when to stop." Something crashed overhead, as if a chair had suddenly been overturned, and the burst of laughter that followed was plainly audible even through the ceiling. Priscilla shook her head disapprovingly, and returned to her Punic War. But Peggy sat staring at the page before her, while her thoughts vibrated like a pendulum between the new teacher of algebra and Kitty Fox. And this was unusual for Peggy, who had the good sense to make every moment of her school study hours count for their full value, instead of frittering away her time in school and then insisting on the necessity of sitting up till midnight to learn her lessons. It may have been the result of her thinking so much of Kitty that Peggy found the alert freshman at her elbow when she pinned on her hat after school. "Going my way?" Peggy inquired. "Of course I am." The jubilant Kitty helped Peggy on with her coat, and then fluttered into her own wraps. As a matter of fact, she had an engagement with another freshman directly after school.
but Kitty would have scorned to be bound by such an agreement when she had a chance for a walk with Peggy. As the two reached the street without encountering any of Peggy's intimates, who might have had the bad taste to join them, Kitty felt that luck was with her. She set herself to be as entertaining as possible. "Oh, we've been having a perfect lark in the algebra class. I don't believe I ever laughed so much in my life. I wonder nobody's heard us." "I heard you all right," said Peggy. "Priscilla and I were trying to study in the library to day, and there was such a racket upstairs that we didn't know what we were about." Kitty laughed as joyously as if this assurance were the tribute she most desired. "You know, we've only had Miss Riley 2 weeks," she explained, "and the class is a big one, nearly 50, so we keep her guessing by changing our names." "What do you mean?" "Well, the first day I was Rose Fletcher and Rose was Kitty Fox, and the next I changed with Estelle Burdick. Every day we have a new name, you see, and she tries so hard to get us straightened out. Yesterday I was Ellen Dale, and today when she said Miss Dale and Jane Magruder got up, she looked perfectly bewildered. I had all I could do to keep from screaming." "I shouldn't think you could keep that up indefinitely." Peggy's intonation was a little dry, yet she seemed interested too. "No, if she were one of the kind that's quick to catch on, we would have had to give it up before. I think tomorrow will be about the last day that it's safe," explained Kitty regretfully. "But you see, she gets mixed up and thinks everything is all her own fault. I never saw anybody it was so easy to rattle." "You'll have something else thought of by the time this is worn out, I suppose," suggested Peggy, and Kitty laughed and nodded. The wind blew her curls about her face. She looked charmingly pretty in her radiant mischief. "Oh, of course," Kitty agreed. "We'll find something to make things interesting." "Who is it that thinks of all these brilliant schemes?" Peggy inquired. She was in an unusually indulgent mood, Kitty realized. Sometimes with all her charms, Peggy was inclined to be shocked. "Well, I don't want to boast." Kitty's manner was a delicious mixture of complacency and modesty. "But I imagine I get up about as many schemes as any one in the class. It was my idea, that changing names," concluded Kitty with the air of one struggling against the temptation to conceit. "I thought as much." And with that utterance Peggy seemed to lose all interest in the plotting of the freshmen against the peace of mind of the new algebra teacher. Their further talk was of things remote from school. Peggy described a new dessert which had attained enormous popularity in the Raymond household, and Kitty, who knew as much about cooking as a hummingbird, and cared even less, said with a sigh that she wished she could make lovely things to eat. "Those oatmeal cookies you gave me once, Peggy, were the most adorable things I ever ate. Really and truly they were." "Listen," exclaimed Peggy animatedly. "I'll tell you what we'll do. Have you anything especial for Friday afternoon and evening?" "No," answered Kitty without winking. She brushed aside the recollection of an engagement of a month's standing with Rhoda Pearson. That was nothing of any account. Of course, when you promised one of your classmates something, it was understood that the agreement was not binding provided a certain irresistible senior indicated a desire for your society. "Then suppose you come over here about 4 o'clock," suggested Peggy, "and I'll show you how to make my prize pudding, and then you must stay to dinner and see how you like it." Kitty imprinted a rapturous kiss on the glowing cheek nearest her. "I'd love to come, Peggy," she replied. It seemed to her that no joy was comparable to learning to make a pudding under Peggy's supervision. Kitty arrived the next Friday afternoon a good 30 minutes early, over a promptness emphasized by the hall clock, which struck the half hour just as she entered. Kitty blushed as she unbuttoned her coat. "Is it really so early? I had a few errands to do as I came along. I didn't know how long they were going to take me." "That will give me time to show you my new pennant," Peggy said cheerfully, and carried Kitty upstairs to her own room. In fitting up her own particular nest, Peggy had contended against many difficulties, including the lack of funds. Yet the little room was not only tasteful and pretty, but had an unmistakable individuality about it, something not always true of more ambitious apartments. It was so delightful to sit on the foot of Peggy's bed and examine Peggy's intimate belongings that Kitty was almost sorry when the older girl declared it was time to undertake the pudding. There was the sound of smashing crockery as they descended the stairs, each girl enveloped in one of Peggy's long aprons covering her from head to foot. "Oh, dear," sighed Peggy. "It's the queerest thing how Sally always breaks something when we're going to have company to dinner. I hope it wasn't one of the vegetable dishes." "Doesn't she like the idea of the extra work?" asked Kitty, a little awed by the thought of facing a virago who emphasized her displeasure over the advent of guests by throwing crockery about the kitchen.
"Oh, Sally just loves to have company. She's always reminding Mother that the Bible says not to forget to entertain strangers. Sally would be perfectly happy if she could work in a boarding house with the people changing all the time, but she's so scatterbrained that they wouldn't bother with her in a boarding house." Sally was on her knees, picking up bits of broken crockery as the girls entered the kitchen. She ceased her labors as she smiled a welcome. "'Twarn't nothing but a cracked pie plate, Miss Peggy. It's a load off my mind when I get my breaking done for the day, and know it's nothing to worry about. I feel it in my bones that sometime when I get the meat on the platter and headed for the dining room, I'm going to let it drop." "I hope it won't be tonight, Sally," said Peggy gravely. "Bless your heart, Miss Peggy. I draw the line at breaking more'n one thing a day. The china's just as safe now as if 'twas locked up in a trunk till tomorrow." While Sally trotted about the kitchen, taking a dozen steps for every necessary one, after the fashion of unthinking people, Peggy initiated Kitty into the mysteries of concocting a princess pudding. And Kitty was so absorbed in admiring Peggy's deftness, and in congratulating herself on having so much of the society of this pink of perfection among high school seniors, that her chief impressions about the pudding were a great deal of beating of eggs, and the odor of chocolate, and Peggy explaining that the oven must be exactly right. She made Kitty come to the stove and slip her hand into the oven to test the temperature, and Kitty was divided between the fear of being burned and the desire to do exactly as Peggy wished. She was quite relieved to have Peggy say, "There, you see," though as a matter of fact, she was not quite sure what she expected to see. Sally began to tramp back and forth, setting the table. It was reassuring to remember that her breakage was finished for the day. Otherwise, there would have been ground for expecting several casualties among the cups and saucers. The knives and forks could not break, but they fell into their places with a clatter which suggested they were doing their best in that direction. Sally pushed back the swinging door sufficiently to admit her head. "How many places did you say, Miss Peggy? 5 or 6? "6, Sally." The door swung to, and Kitty did a rapid sum in mental arithmetic. "Then you're going to have company beside me?" "Just one, a girl we've known a long time." For a moment Kitty was vaguely disappointed. Then she recalled that this other girl, whom Peggy had known for years, very likely had not been asked to help with the dessert, and her spirits rose with a bound. And in the excitement of opening the oven door a crack and peeping at the pudding, to decide whether or not it was done, she almost forgot she was not to be the only guest of the Raymond family that evening. When the pudding was taken from the oven, and Peggy had rearranged Sally's silver and rendered other trifling services, the two girls went upstairs to remove all traces of their recent pursuits. Before their toilet was completed, the other guest arrived. Kitty heard the doorbell and Mrs. Raymond's cordial voice raised in greeting. She took a last glance at the mirror and followed Peggy down to the living room. The newcomer was a slight young woman, her slender figure looking almost childish beside Mrs. Raymond's generous proportions. The two were talking animatedly as the girls came into the room, and both turned. Kitty halted abruptly while Peggy advanced and shook hands. "So glad you could come, Esther. But you know Kitty Fox." Esther Riley put out her hand to the freshman. An anxious look banished the smile. "I know her face perfectly," she said, "but I own I'm having a dreadful time to remember the names. My classes are large, you know, and there are so many things to think about at the same time." She seemed to be explaining to Peggy and apologizing to Kitty as well, and recalling certain indiscreet confidences. Kitty blushed furiously. She could think of nothing to say except to observe feebly, "You never told me you knew Miss Riley so well." "Don't you dare tell anybody I know her well enough to call her Esther," exclaimed Peggy, slipping her arm about Kitty's waist. "The truth is, she's not so very old, even if she is a high school teacher. How old were you when you entered college, Esther?" "I was 17, but sometimes," declared Miss Riley, slipping into the rocking chair Peggy had pulled forward, "sometimes I feel it would have been better if I'd taught a country school for a year or two, and not have graduated till I was older. It's almost," said Miss Riley, "as if things had come on me before I was ready for them." "I see. But of course you were in a hurry to get to earnings so that you could take care of your mother," Peggy suggested. Miss Riley hesitated, but as Peggy seemed waiting for confirmation of her statement, she gave it a little shyly. "Yes, I was in a hurry for that. Mother had had such a hard time, and she always wanted me to have all the new things and the nice things, and she'd do without herself. That's a way mothers have," she ended with a smile that included both Peggy and Peggy's mother. That she was ready to change the subject was evident enough, but Peggy would not have it so. Even at the dinner table she insisted on bringing the talk back to Miss Riley's personal concerns. "You have taken a flat, haven't you? I think a flat is nice, when there's just two." "I only hope we won't have to go back to boarding and living in one room," said Miss Riley with a worried look. "Mother is so much happier with her own kitchen and dining room." "Why should you have to go back to boarding?" Peggy asked a little obtusely, her mother thought, if one could judge by the surprised glance she bestowed on her usually tactful daughter. "Well, if I'm successful in my work," Miss Riley explained, "it will be all right, of course, but if I didn't have a high school position, I couldn't afford a flat." A little upright crease showed between her brows. "I thought you had a high school position now," said Peggy's father, entering into the discussion. "Yes, but I'm only engaged till the end of the year." "But you'll be reappointed," said Mr. Raymond, with reassuring positiveness. "Of course you will." "I hope so," acknowledged Miss Riley, but without his conviction. She looked at Kitty as if she wondered if this were the proper sort of talk to be going on before a freshman. But before she had time to decide positively against it, a question from Peggy started her off again. Kitty Fox contributed very little to the conversation of the dinner table. She ate her food mechanically, her eyes upon Miss Riley. Kitty was a warm-hearted, generous girl, who for some mysterious reason had grown up without the realization that school teachers were really human beings. She had set herself to torment this latest addition to the faculty of the girls' high school without a qualm. Miss Riley was a teacher, therefore fair game. It was bewildering to discover all at once that she was a young woman, hardly more than a girl, struggling bravely to support herself and her mother, and uncertain of success because of unexpected obstacles in the way. Kitty felt an uncomfortable lump in her throat. It was still early in the evening when she suggested going home. Peggy protested. "Why, it's not 8:30. You can't be sleepy yet." There's some studying I've got to do. Tomorrow is so full. Besides, I've been here an age." "Dick will walk home with you, if you really think you must go," said Mrs. Raymond. But Peggy vetoed that plan. She was certainly a willful Peggy this evening. "I'm going with Kitty myself. Keep Esther talking, mother, and I'll be back before you know it." Ordinarily, Kitty would have been both flattered and delighted by this indication that her devotion was reciprocated. But she was too miserable to feel any satisfaction. If the truth be told, she almost dreaded finding herself alone with Peggy, out in the frosty air, with the stars looking down from the velvet sky. They walked for a block in silence. "Peggy," said Kitty wretchedly, "do you suppose they'll reappoint Miss Riley for next year?" "I don't know," Peggy answered quietly. "She's a wonderfully bright girl, but well, from what I hear when I'm in the library, I judge she may be weak on discipline. And, you know, they can't keep a teacher who isn't able to keep her classes in order." The penitent freshman gave a little groan. "Peggy," she said, "I really never thought before that teachers were like other people, trying to earn their living and help folks, and things of that sort. If I'd have thought of it, I'd have known it was mean to make things any harder for them than they have to be. Oh, I wish," she burst out desperately, "that I hadn't thought of that dreadful changing of our names. But I'll tell the girls to morrow that they've got to behave themselves." It was always easier to start mischief than to stop it. Peggy was not at all sure that Kitty would be successful in allaying the storm she herself had raised. But at least a persistent and ingenious troublemaker had been transformed into Miss Riley's uncompromising ally, and Peggy was inclined to think her dinner party was an out-and-out success. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16 Victoria in Trouble. Victoria Wells had been in a nervous and irritable state ever since the Valentine party. Her overwrought mood showed itself in the simplest things. If she said good morning, her inflection betrayed resentment. There was hostility in her glance. A hysterical determination to insist on her full rights was suggested by the over-erectness of her carriage. Even to her teachers her manner was defiant, and Miss Leeton, a young woman with a quick temper, had sharply called her to task on more than one occasion for something bordering on impertinence. Blanche Estabrook looked on, smiling and occasionally exchanging congratulations with her fellow conspirators. "Some day," she told Priscilla, "she will fly into a rage over nothing, and leave school.
You see." Priscilla's manner did not indicate any enthusiasm at this prospect.
"Victoria looks nervous enough to fly to pieces," she agreed. "I suppose that's why she always has such an air of having a chip on her shoulder." She sighed as she finished. Priscilla had never been able to give her unqualified approval to Blanche's undertaking, and now that Victoria seemed on the verge of nervous prostration, the project had grown to appear fairly contemptible. Though Priscilla had confined her efforts to such legitimate activities as helping Peggy in her Latin, and drilling her on history dates as they walked to school, she was not at ease. For though she had never joined in any of the countless, nicely calculated attempts to confuse Victoria, and make her recitations failures, she had not thrown the weight of her influence against such endeavors. Priscilla's conscience was too well trained not to recognize that the sins of omission are as serious as any. When about 2 minutes after her interview with Blanche, Priscilla encountered Victoria in the corridor, she started guiltily, and then threw unwonted cordiality into her greeting. "Good morning, Victoria." "Good morning," returned Victoria grudgingly, and bestowed upon her classmate a glance of dark suspicion. "Now Priscilla Combs is up to something," her thoughts ran. "She never liked me. All the years she's not had anything to do with me, and here all at once she's trying to be so dreadfully pleasant." Poor Victoria was all a quiver. When a girl starts the day in this frame of mind, disaster is certain. In the history class, Victoria suddenly stopped in the middle of her recitation and faced about, looking down into the surprised countenance of the girl who sat behind her with arms decorously folded. When Victoria executed a second evolution, she faced a teacher, also astonished. "What is the matter, Victoria?" demanded Miss Leeton, in a tone betraying the strain upon her patience. I don't know," Victoria owned miserably. She had felt an overwhelming certainty of something going on behind her back, some soundless pantomime which had riveted the eyes of her classmates on her person. "They were all looking at me," she faltered, on the point of tears. Miss Leeton's eyebrows elevated themselves alarmingly. "Naturally," she replied, "when you were supposed to be reciting. You may continue, Anna, if you are sure your nerves are equal to the strain of attention." The class laughed with something more than the ordinary responsiveness to a teacher's witticisms. Laughed, indeed, till a smart tap of Miss Leeton's pencil indicated that she was more than satisfied with the extent of their appreciation. And Victoria sat down, looking silently at her trembling hands, and not hearing a word that was said. When she came into the chemical laboratory a little before noon, her pallor was noticeable and her air of indifference to her surroundings suggested a sleep walker. "Do look at Victoria Wells," Peggy whispered to Marian O'Neil. "I believe that girl's coming down with something." "She acts to me as if she were losing her mind," Marian returned lightly. She had not been let into the secret of Blanche's conspiracy, for the reason that Marian had the reputation of never being able to keep anything to herself. But, as she was a girl who instinctively did what she saw others doing, she had rendered valuable assistance to the cause. The chemistry laboratory was somewhat unpopular in the school, because of the weird odors which at times diffused themselves throughout the building as a result of the experiments. Peggy enjoyed the work immensely, because she liked to see things bubble and smoke and turn into something else before your eyes. It was like a fairy story on a small scale, Peggy thought. At the same time she suspected that her attitude was painfully childish for a high school senior, and she tried to mask her enjoyment by the frequent use of such terms as carbohydrate and hydrosulfite, which almost restored her grown-up feeling, though not quite. As Peggy went to work she noticed the chemistry teacher standing at Victoria's side, apparently explaining something. Victoria had not distinguished herself in the chemistry class, as she lacked the patient persistence essential for one who dabbles ever so little in the natural sciences. The previous day all her experiments had been unsuccessful. Victoria had insisted that nothing acted as the book said it would. The teacher was not unreasonably assumed that this was Victoria's fault. "You must pay more pains, Victoria. All you need is care and patience. You really don't act interested." Miss Wallace spoke rather peevishly. She herself was an enthusiast in her work. It was as difficult for her to imagine anyone uninterested in chemistry as it is for the mother of a brand new baby to realize that some people may not be alive to the manifold perfection of her offspring. She waited for Victoria to deny the charge, but Victoria, staring at the floor with sullen eyes, said nothing. She was wondering how it was possible for people to be interested in test tubes and setting free choking gases with abominable odors. All silliness, thought Victoria resentfully, just as silly as making mud pies. But she held her peace, and Miss Wallace's suspicions were never confirmed by this startling heresy. It was a wasted hour as far as Victoria was concerned. She worked sullenly and indifferently, the surest formula for making any kind of work a failure, and as the end of the period approached, Victoria realized with alarm that she had been no more successful than on the previous day. She did not care for mastering chemistry, but she did care for high marks. And Miss Wallace's dissatisfied expression told her what to expect on this score. Victoria seized the nearest bottle and poured a dark fluid into the test tube. Then she added a yellowish powder from another bottle and held the end of the tube over the convenient gas jet. Her expression indicated a determination to get results this time. It had all happened in an instant, though what happened no one knew for a moment. There was screaming and running and a clamor of frightened voices. Peggy's attention centered on Marian O'Neil, who looked up with a gasp, and then dropped over against her shoulder. Peggy was so absorbed in her immediate responsibility that she failed to realize that Marian's faintness was the result, not the occasion, of the excitement. As she clasped the limp body and lowered it gently to the floor, a vague wonder aroused her mind that anyone was foolish enough to scream, for Marian was always fainting. Little by little she became aware that nobody was paying any attention to her patient, and yet the confusion was increasing rather than diminishing. She looked about her wildly and then saw Victoria Wells with her hands over her face. And Victoria was crying. "Oh, my eyes! Oh, my eyes!" Miss Wallace was trying to quiet the distracted girl, but most of the class were shuddering away, covering their own faces. Some of them were colorless as if they, too, were on the point of fainting. "Run to the office, Margaret," gasped Miss Wallace as Peggy darted forward. "Get a taxi at once. We must get her to the hospital." Peggy ran. As she passed the clock she noticed that it was but 3 minutes to the lunch hour. Before she could return, the electric bells would have rung all over the building, and the girls would come pouring out of the classrooms to hear those frightful screams. It was almost enough to start a panic. "If Dr. Radford is in the office," thought Peggy, taking a firm grip on her self-control, "he'll know what to do." But no one was in the office but a stenographer, a girl not much older than Peggy herself, who looked quite incapable of quelling an incipient panic. Peggy seized the telephone directory and whirled the leaves. What did one look for when one wanted a taxicab? It was Peggy's first experience in ordering one of those convenient but expensive conveyances, and she turned to taxicab without any certainty that she would find what she wanted. And did X come before or after Y? Her head was buzzing so that she could not settle even that simple point without starting at R and racing through the rest of the alphabet. And it must be time for the bells to ring. Any instant now the bells would release the classes, and the girls would come out to hear Victoria's screams. The taxicab number was under her finger. Peggy snatched the receiver from the hook. What was the matter with the telephone girl? Was she asleep? Had she gone to luncheon? That little pause before the operator said, "Number, please," seemed to Peggy long enough to permit every individual hair of her head to whiten. "Oh," she cried, when the expected inquiry came, "give me North 2311, quick, quick." The connection was made promptly. "Please send a cab to the girls' high school," cried Peggy with the unreasonable loudness of intense excitement. "Somebody's hurt, and we want to send her to the hospital." "We'll have a cab there in 3 minutes," said a reassuring voice, and Peggy started back to the laboratory on the run. She had expected the corridors would be full of girls on her return. As she reached the large clock from which wires ran to every room in the building, her eyes went up to its face, and involuntarily she uttered an exclamation of relief. It was clear that she had been mistaken when she looked before, for there were still 10 minutes to spare. Then she saw Addie Dwight beside her. "Is there anything I can do?" Addie asked, and Peggy felt a surprised sense of relief at the question. In a crisis when so many people turn unreliable, and nervous girls are likely to faint or indulge in hysterics, there is something consoling in hearing a question asked in a steady voice. A glance at Addie's face made it sufficiently clear that she would be a staunch support in the present emergency. "Victoria Wells is hurt," Peggy gasped. "She's got to go to the hospital, and one of the girls fainted. Maybe there's more now. Come in and we'll see what is to be done." The confusion in the chemical laboratory showed little signs of abating. Victoria was no longer screaming, but her moans were almost as terrible, and she still had her hands over her face. Over by the window, Marion was struggling back to consciousness. Peggy had an exasperated feeling that more should have been accomplished in her long absence. She did not realize that she had been gone little over 5 minutes. "The taxi will be here right away, Miss Wallace. Who's going with her?" "I am. Stay with her, Margaret, till I get my things. And she must have wraps, too." "I'll get them," said Addie, and went on the word. Peggy put her arm about her suffering classmate in an agony of sympathy. "Oh, Victoria! Oh, poor Victoria! The hurt won't last long, you know, dear. The doctors will do something." She was not sure whether Victoria even heard her comforting assurances, for she continued to moan, occasionally interrupting herself with sharp little cries of pain. Addie came back to say the taxicab was at the door, and wrapping Victoria's coat about her, they supported her through the corridor and down the steps. Miss Wallace, looking very pale, put her head out of the window of the cab for a last word. "Call up her home, Margaret, and break the news. Say that we have gone to the Eye and Ear Hospital." Luckily, there were several teachers in the office by now, and Peggy was able to depute this delicate task to one of them. She had just finished her explanations when the electric bells began buzzing all over the building. Peggy reflected that if all one's life seemed as long in proportion as the last 15 minutes, by the time one reached 21, one would feel at least 1,000 years old. The girls, marching down to the basement, had an intuition of something wrong. All along the line Peggy heard inquiries. Who was it? What was it? What happened? And then came exclamations of shocked sympathy. Her eyes? Will she be blind? Isn't it dreadful? On ahead of her were 2 girls comparing watches. "I knew something was wrong," one of them was saying, "for my watch keeps perfect time except when I forget to wind it. Those bells rang 15 minutes late." "There!" cried Peggy, addressing nobody in particular. "I thought it was the strangest thing I could make such a mistake." And, as she spoke, she became aware of Addie Dwight at her elbow. "You mean the clock, don't you?" Addie asked a little shamefacedly. "I did it. I don't know what Dr. Radford will say to me." "Did what?" "Put it back 15 minutes. I saw that the girls were coming right down into that dreadful hubbub with Victoria screaming, and I didn't know what might happen. So I put the clock back. I hope it didn't hurt the works or anything." "Why, Addie, that was splendid!" Peggy cried. "I was too excited to think of anything like that." She caught sight of Priscilla and Ruth, as she thought, pushing toward her in the crowd. "Oh, girls," she burst out, "just hear what Addie has done." And then she came to a gasping pause as she looked from Priscilla to Genevieve Alden. Priscilla did her best to act as if that abrupt halt were merely to give a chance for questions. "What has she done?" Peggy explained, doing full justice to Addie's presence of mind, and her audience grew during the recital. No one was particularly interested in the lunch hour or the lessons following. The experienced teachers knew that the school might as well have been dismissed on the spot. Neither Victoria nor Addie were popular girls, yet their schoolmates listened breathlessly to the story of Victoria's accident, and Addie's quickness of wit. "I never would have thought of it," Peggy declared. "I didn't half know what I was about, and that's the truth. I left poor Marion lying on the floor, and I haven't even remembered to ask how she is feeling. It's lucky somebody was more level-headed." There was a little murmur of approval from the surrounding circle, and Addie, very red in the face, said it wasn't anything, anyhow, and the way Peggy Raymond was rushing around doing things for everybody, it wasn't strange she forgot something. And with that, she made her escape. It was not very long since Addie had told herself again and again that she did not care what the Friendly Terrace crowd thought of her. And now, though she had so brusquely disavowed all claim to praise, Peggy's enthusiastic tribute had warmed her heart to a glow. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Of Peggy Raymond's School Days, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Dido complicates the case. The news from Victoria the day following the accident was reassuring, on the whole. After a careful examination she had been taken home, the doctors declaring that the injury to her eyes was not of a serious nature, thanks to the thick spectacles which had protected them. The shock to her nerves was far the more serious.
Indeed, the attending physicians found it hard to understand the completeness of Victoria's collapse. In the senior class, particularly, Victoria's condition awakened the keenest interest. Much of the seeming heartlessness in the world is 9/10 thoughtlessness. The girls who had lent their assistance to Blanche's scheme for preventing an unpopular and new addition to the class from carrying off the honors, suddenly woke to the fact that their enterprise was not only unjustifiable, but cruel. There was a general tendency on the part of the girls who had been most active in the campaign to find a scapegoat, and Blanche Estabrook was forced to defend herself 20 times a day from reproachful classmates, who were inclined to hold her responsible for their part in the undertaking as well as her own. Among the seniors who were in the secret of the plot, Priscilla was perhaps the most miserable, for Priscilla was not one of the people who are adepts in finding excuses for themselves. Her share of the blame might have seemed slight to many, but Priscilla rejected this consoling view with tragic contempt. She might have stopped it. Had she protested to Blanche and the others with all the intensity of which she was capable, she believed she could have stopped it. And along with her aching desire to tell Peggy all about it and wipe the slate clean of this obnoxious secret, she was haunted by a tormenting fear of Peggy's finding it out. A week went by and the tension was greatly relieved. The daily bulletin from Victoria's home reported her as making excellent progress, though her extreme nervousness still puzzled the doctors. Blanche no longer faced accusing glances whichever way she looked. The school barometer was veering around to normal when Queen Dido most unexpectedly complicated the situation. Dido had always received exceptional honors in the girls' high school. Years before, when the school was first organized, extreme popularity had attached to that touching ballad, which begins, "Did you ever hear tell of Dido, that noble dame from Tyre, who had herself quite Frido, atop a roaring fire?" Some ingenious Virgil class had originated the idea of wearing black on the day of the lesson describing Dido's tragic fate, and every succeeding class had observed that custom. And one morning, just 8 days after Victoria's accident, a somber line of Latin students filed into Mrs. Phelps' classroom. Not only did the black attire emphasize the solemnity of the occasion, but every face was becomingly grave. A smile or a twinkle of the eye would have been a defiance of all the traditions. Had Miss Phelps been at her desk that morning, the unexpected sequel would have been avoided. For not only was Miss Phelps familiar with this local custom, but she was a woman of cautious temperament, who invariably looked before she leaped. Unluckily, Miss Phelps was laid up with an attack of lumbago, and a substitute teacher had taken her place. The substitute, Miss Donnelly, was anxious for a permanent appointment in the girls' high school, and in the 3 days of her service she had been making every effort to come into close and confidential relations with her pupils. In these 3 days she had heard so much of Victoria Wells that she had reached the mistaken conclusion that Victoria was the darling of the class. As she looked down on the grave-faced girls, clad in black, she jumped to another conclusion, this time with more serious consequences. "I appreciate the fact," said Miss Donnelly, as she reached for her Virgil, "that it is an effort for you to be here to-day at all. This is one of the lessons we must learn, to be brave and go on with our work, even when there is an empty place in the classroom and an empty place in our hearts." Every girl turned a wide-eyed glance at her neighbor. What did Miss Donnelly mean? But there was only one thing she could mean. A strange wordless sound filled the room as if each girl present had caught her breath. "We shall all try to do our best to-day," continued Miss Donnelly, confident that she had made a favorable impression. "I realize that your thoughts will be with the classmate who will never meet with us again, and I shall be lenient. Miss Combs, will you begin the translation?" Priscilla rose to her feet, the familiar lines of the Virgil blurring before her eyes. Then Victoria was dead. The injury had been comparatively slight, Priscilla knew. It was the shock that had proved fatal, the shock coming to a girl in a nervous, overwrought condition. Priscilla's hand had begun to shake. She could not find her place, and Miss Donnelly patiently gave her the line. But before Priscilla could begin, Mary Donaldson, who sat next to Peggy, burst into tears. The violence of her emotion made it evident that some time would elapse before she regained her self-control. And Peggy, glancing quickly at the teacher for permission, slipped her arm about her sobbing classmate. "Come, Mary," she whispered. "I'll take you to the restroom." Mary allowed herself to be conducted into the hall, and when they were once outside the classroom, her sobs broke out with startling violence. Peggy, assisting her up the stairs and trying vainly to soothe her, found herself very much astonished. Peggy was shocked at the total unexpected news of Victoria's death, shocked and saddened, but this passion of grief was such a tribute as one would pay one's dearest friend. And Peggy could not recall that Mary and Victoria had ever betrayed a liking for each other. It was a relief to reach the restroom, with its couches and comfortable chairs. Peggy ensconced Mary in one of the latter, and brought her a glass of water. She was somewhat taken back to have Mary wave her and her offering aside. "Don't," wailed Mary. "I'm not thirsty. Oh, dear, dear, it seems as if I should die." Peggy began to think this was mere hysteria. "I'm going to call one of the teachers, Mary," she said. "You ought to have something for your nerves." She turned away to put her intention into effect, when Mary seized her arm. "Don't, Peggy," she implored with a tragic earnestness out of all proportion to the importance of her request. "Don't call a teacher. Oh, I can't stand it to see a teacher." "Then you must try to control yourself, Mary," replied Peggy, assuming the air of authority warranted by the occasion. "Of course, it's dreadfully sad about Victoria, but—" She was amazed to have Mary drop her head upon her arms and rock herself back and forth, apparently in all ecstasy of grief. "You don't know anything about it," Mary moaned. "Oh, you don't understand." "Why, what nonsense!" said Peggy a little sharply. "Why don't I understand?" "You think Victoria just died because that stuff exploded in the laboratory, but we killed her." Peggy digested this in some 60 seconds of shocked silence, reaching a very natural conclusion. Mary Donaldson had suddenly gone insane. It occurred to Peggy that this senior class was having more than its share of calamities. With an effort she focused her attention on the practical needs of the moment. "Don't try to talk now, Mary," she said as calmly as possible, though her heart was thumping. "Just be quiet for a little till you feel better." "I shan't ever feel better," wailed poor Mary. "And I didn't do as much as some of the others, just laughed a little when she got up to recite and lent you my history outlines." Poor Mary! Yesterday as sane as anybody apparently, and today talking this wild nonsense. Peggy wondered if it would be safe to leave her long enough to summon help. "Blanche Estabrook is the one really to blame," continued Mary, more wildly than ever. "She made it seem dreadful to have Victoria valedictorian, and so she got us all to promise to help you." "What's that?" interrupted Peggy sharply. "Of course we all wanted you for the valedictorian instead of Victoria, and Blanche said it was the only way, but I'd never have gone into it if the other girls hadn't. I asked Blanche if she felt sure it was perfectly fair, and she said that no class could be expected to submit to having an outsider come in like that and carry off the honors. That's the way all the girls felt about it." Peggy found herself trembling violently. She pulled up a chair and sat down. The conviction was growing upon her that Mary was not violently insane, that she was not even delirious. Back of all this meaningless jumble of words was a sinister reality, something that concerned herself. "Mary Donaldson," she said steadily, "will you please start at the beginning and tell me exactly what you mean?" Mary was only too ready to comply with this request. In her present panic-stricken mood, she was glad to relieve her conscience by a full confession. And as she told her story, Peggy's memory was bringing forward innumerable bits of corroborative evidence. This was why everybody had been so kind and helpful. This explained why she had not been chosen to take part in the senior play. The interest Amy Dubois had showed over her progress in French language and literature was perfectly intelligible now. And Priscilla. "Oh, no!" cried Peggy in answer to her own thoughts. "Oh, it couldn't be." "Honestly, Peggy," insisted Mary Donaldson, "I'm not adding to it a bit. It was just as I'm telling you." Peggy was too heartsick to explain. She let Mary go on with her story, but it was no longer necessary to listen. Poor Victoria! Her suspicions, her strange resentment which Peggy had thought so unreasonable, her increasing nervousness were all explained. Victoria had been keenly alive to the hostility of her classmates, while Peggy and the others had been blind. No wonder, thought Peggy, that Mary wept. And Priscilla! That was the worst of all. Priscilla must have known. Peggy's heart was heavy within her. Priscilla had shared in this dishonorable plot against a schoolmate. Miss Wallace, coming into the restroom to learn the explanation for the murmur of voices audible in the hall, gazed in astonishment at the engrossed seniors. Peggy roused herself at the teacher's entrance and stood up. "What are you girls doing here?" Miss Wallace's glance went from one to the other. "Haven't you a recitation at this hour?" "Yes, Miss Wallace, but Mary heard the news and it upset her." As if to prove the soundness of Peggy's excuse, Mary Donaldson, who had almost regained her self-control, began to cry with renewed violence. Miss Wallace looked startled. "What news do you mean?" "About Victoria, you know." And then, as Miss Wallace gazed at her blankly, Peggy asked in astonishment, "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" "I was at the telephone talking to Mrs. Wells not 10 minutes ago. Victoria had a better night, she says, and showed a little appetite for the first time." 10 minutes ago!" Peggy gasped. "Then it's all a mistake." "Oh, Mary, it's all a mistake." And then, to Mrs. Wallace's amazement, the two seniors were crying together. From such fragmentary accounts as they were capable of giving, Miss Wallace at length succeeded in getting some idea of what Miss Donnelly had said. And being a young woman of action, she walked downstairs to the room where a melancholy set of girls were making sorry work of translating the lines describing the death of Tyre's famous queen. Miss Wallace interrupted the recitation by a businesslike rap, entered, and whispered in the ear of the teacher in charge. "Why, yes," said Miss Donnelly, staring. "It wasn't officially announced, you know, but when I saw the class coming in all in black, I realized what had happened." Miss Wallace struggled to retain her self-control, but the combination of circumstances was too much for her. Teachers, luckily, are but human, and if none of them ever laughed in the wrong place, they would be quite unfit to deal with girls who are always laughing in the wrong place. Miss Wallace bit her lip, had recourse to her handkerchief, and then broke into uncontrollable laughter. And the class, which had heard part of Miss Donnelly's reply, instantly grasped the situation. Considering the mournful fate of Phoenicia Dido, it really was quite unfitting that such hilarity should interrupt the description of her obsequies. Miss Wallace wiped her eyes at last, and, as the class quieted from its hysteric mirth, she turned and conversed with Miss Donnelly for a moment in whispers. Then she faced about, her eyes twinkling, though she kept the corners of her mouth in order by an effort of the will. "I'm sure you girls will be glad to know that Victoria Wells is decidedly better this morning. Her mother hopes she may sit up by the end of the week." The class broke into applause, which Miss Donnelly did not attempt to check, and after making the most of this safety valve, the girls settled down to business as best they could. Miss Donnelly kept her eyes upon her book throughout the remainder of the recitation hour. Even teachers have their lessons to learn. And Miss Donnelly had discovered something about jumping at conclusions which probably was more valuable than any information she had succeeded in imparting. Blanche Estabrook called a class meeting after school. It had been suggested, she explained, that it would be a very fitting expression of sympathy to send flowers to Victoria Wells. The motion was made and carried unanimously, and the amount of the collection proved that the girls' interest was not superficial. There was hardly one present who was not willing to contribute her last nickel for car fare and walk home, while several dropped into the improvised collection plates a written pledge, duly signed, to bring 25 cents next morning. Every girl in school knew of Miss Donnelly's funny blunder and the consternation for which it was responsible, and a good many seniors were waking up to the fact that Victoria had not been given a square deal. Peggy was not at the class meeting. Priscilla, who had made an anxious search for her at the noon intermission, discovered that she had gone to the office about 10 o'clock, and had asked to be excused, as she had a headache. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18 A Headache Cure. Priscilla stopped at her home just long enough to leave her books. The unrest and indecision of the past months were over. The changing emotions of that eventful day, the reaction from despair to unspeakable relief, had left her curiously quiet, and yet determined. One thing was certain. As far as she could, without involving others, she must come to an understanding with Peggy. Mrs. Raymond,
who sat sewing in the sunny window, saw Priscilla as she came up the walk, and indicated by a gesture that the door was unlocked. Dispensing with the formality of knocking, Priscilla entered and crossed the room on tiptoe. "Is Peggy feeling real sick, Mrs. Raymond?" "Why, she says her head aches, Priscilla, and she's in bed." "When Peggy goes to bed in broad daylight, and keeps quiet without having weights tied to her, it's a pretty sure sign she feels sick." "You don't think it's anything serious, do you?" asked Priscilla, taking instant alarm, and Peggy's mother noted her loss of color. "No, child. I suppose the proper thing to say would be that she is overstudying. It's always hard study that's responsible when something ails a schoolgirl." Peggy's mother laughed as she added, "I'm afraid I'm not quite orthodox on that point. I'm more inclined to lay it to the side issues." Priscilla's rueful smile suggested full agreement with Mrs. Raymond's diagnosis. "May I slip up and see Peggy?" she asked. The prospect of having to wait another 24 hours before making her confession was most unwelcome. "Go quietly, dear, and if she's asleep, don't wake her." Mrs. Raymond's eyes followed the girl's tall figure as she crossed the room, and began her ascent of the stairs. Even if she had not been fond of Priscilla for her own sake, Mrs. Raymond would have loved her for her devotion to Peggy. The door of Peggy's room was ajar, and the shades were down. Peggy's face against the pillow looked pale and drawn. As Priscilla stood hesitating in the doorway, Peggy opened her eyes. "Oh, it's you, is it?" Her voice had a faint faraway sound, not in the least like Peggy's usual animated tone. "Yes." Priscilla crept into the room. "Peg, dear, I'm so sorry you're sick." "It's nothing." Peggy's lids drooped again. "Just a little headache, and I'm tired." Priscilla stood undetermined beside the bed. Clearly it was not an opportune moment for confidences. Indeed, to force a confession on poor languid Peggy seemed little short of cruelty. But Priscilla had an alarming conviction that if she let this opportunity slip, by another day she would find reasons for further postponement. The exaltation of her mood, the result of the discovery that Victoria Wells was still in the land of the living, was not a thing one could count on indefinitely. "Peggy," said Priscilla, with a catch in her voice, "as soon as you're better, there's something I want to tell you." Peggy's eyes snapped open. Her air of interest was unmistakable. "What kind of thing, Priscilla?" "It's nothing you'll want to hear, Peggy. I'm so ashamed of it that I'm afraid I'll lose my courage before you're well enough to hear it. So if I don't tell you about it on my own accord, just start me off, will you, Peggy?" "Has it anything to do with Victoria Wells?" Priscilla dropped on her knees by the bed, hiding her face. "Oh, Peggy, how did you guess? But you can't have any idea." "Yes, I know all about it." "Peggy!" Priscilla's gasp of relief was unmistakable. She was forgetting Peggy's headache, and, if appearances could be trusted, Peggy was forgetting it too. Priscilla's confession was a somewhat piecemeal affair owing to her unwillingness to mention any names but her own. Had Peggy not heard Mary Donaldson's story first, she might have supposed that Priscilla was the prime mover in the conspiracy to defraud Victoria of her rightful honors. As it was, she listened with a pride and gladness that mastered her regret. Priscilla was not like Mary, holding other people responsible for what she herself had done, intent only on proclaiming her own blamelessness. Long before the story was finished, the girls were holding each other's hands tightly, and if not a word was said of forgiveness, it was because nothing of the sort was necessary. After they had probed the thing to the bottom, they talked of reparation. On this point Peggy had very decided views. "I don't believe I'd have any chance for the valedictory anyway. It seems to me that half a dozen girls are better than I am, and Victoria is better than any of us. But of course, with her eyes bandaged—" "We're not to blame for that, Peggy," Priscilla interposed. "We've got enough to answer for without that." "Of course, but we've got to make up for what's happened by helping her now. Until her eyes get better, we must read her lessons to her and see that she doesn't get behind. Victoria's memory is wonderful. I think she'll learn very fast that way." "I'll help her all I can," Priscilla promised humbly. It was extraordinary how her feelings had altered. Now it seemed to her that the one unendurable disaster would be to have Victoria Wells fail in winning first honors. They might have talked the remainder of the afternoon, if Peggy had not suggested the advisability of seeing Victoria that very day. "It'll help her to get well, if she knows we're ready to stand by her. She's felt hurt and suspicious of everybody, and I believe that's more than half of what ails her." Priscilla jumped at the chance to show the sincerity of her change of front. She would go to Victoria's home at once, and even if she could not see her, she would leave a message showing Victoria that she might count confidently on the help of her classmates. "I'll come in sometime this evening and tell you how it turned out," said Priscilla, as she hurried away. She was astonished to find the outside world bleakly March, with a hint of snow in the air. In her heart, spring had already begun. Ruth came to the door just as Priscilla went out. "May I go up and see Peggy, Mrs. Raymond?" "Why, yes, I think so," Mrs. Raymond answered. "Perhaps you'd better do most of the talking, Ruth." It was her private opinion that Peggy had had quite enough visiting for the day, but she was well aware that some of Peggy's friends were inclined to be a little jealous of others. It would never do to admit Priscilla to Peggy's room and shut Ruth out. Ruth sped up the stairs, carrying a small paper package, with the exaggerated care one might bestow on a basket of eggs. Her first act on entering Peggy's room was to close the door. Her second, to forget completely Mrs. Raymond's injunction. "Peggy, I've got something to show you." Peggy looked at her in mild surprise. As she had come home from school sick, and spent almost the entire day in bed, it was natural to expect that Ruth's first remark would concern her health. The fact that Ruth ignored this subject indicated an unusual absorption in her own affairs. Ruth was hastily removing the brown wrapping paper from the object she carried. "Oh, a photograph," said Peggy, who had watched the performance with interest. Her voice had lost the languid faintness noticeable in her greeting of Priscilla. "Yes." Ruth advanced with a mingling of pleasurable excitement and trepidation, and delivered a large photograph into Peggy's hand. It represented a handsome young woman in evening dress, whose frank smile displayed a double row of pretty teeth. Below was written in a dashing hand, "Devotedly yours, Babe." Peggy scrutinized the laughing face in silence, till Ruth's impatient voice broke in on her reflections. "Do you like her, Peggy? I think she's stunning." Peggy's brief hesitation for an adjective was rewarded by a gratifying certainty that she had chosen exactly the right word. "But do you think you'd like her? Do you think you could be chummy with her?" Peggy answered the double-barreled question by another. "Who is she, Ruth?" She looked from the laughing face in the picture to the anxious face of her friend, and the latter held her attention riveted. Ruth sat down on the edge of the bed. "Peggy," she said breathlessly, "if I tell you something, you won't ever breathe a word." "Of course not," replied Peggy in the most matter-of-fact manner. Luckily or unluckily, according to one's point of view, Peggy possessed those qualities which act as a magnet to confidences. She was so accustomed to being pledged to undying secrecy that she gave such assurances as serenely as she said good morning. "Then, oh, Peggy, she's Graham's sweetheart." Peggy uttered an exclamation and turned again to look at the handsome, mirthful face. Graham's sweetheart? That meant that if the young people's plans did not miscarry, this girl would some day be Ruth's sister. "She's perfectly stunning," Peggy said again. This time she would have liked to find another adjective, but she could not seem to think of any other that would fit. "It came all sealed up," Ruth explained, "and there was this note inside." She put into Peggy's hand a sheet on which Graham had scrawled, "Isn't my sweetheart a peach? You needn't tell father and mother about her yet. G." "I don't wonder he's proud of her," Peggy said judicially. She was well aware she had left Ruth's question unanswered. Did she like this handsome young woman with her exuberant smile? Could she fancy being chummy with her? In her heart of hearts Peggy said no to both questions, but it was not to be thought of to say as much to Ruth. Luckily Ruth did not press the question. As Peggy continued to stare at the photograph, Ruth sighed tumultuously. With a struggle, Peggy tore herself from the fascinating contemplation of the present mistress of Graham's affection. "What's the matter, honey?" "Peggy, I'm disappointed enough to die." "Why, Ruth, that's all nonsense. Brothers have to marry sometimes. I'm sure Dick will. Fact is, I have a girl all picked out for him." "That's just the trouble with me," Ruth cried desperately. "I had a girl all picked out for Graham. You, Peggy." "Ruth!" It was extraordinary how much of protest Peggy succeeded in putting into that single syllable. The blood flamed into her cheeks, mounting to the roots of her hair and burning in her ears. A stranger might have supposed that the malady which had confined her to her bed was a severe attack of scarlet fever. "Well, I did. Oh, Peggy, it would have been such fun to have you for a sister, and we could have had such good times together. And now Graham's going to marry a girl I don't know at all. And anyway, she's not my kind. She looks rather bold." "Ruth Wiley!" exclaimed Peggy, inwardly relieved by the chance to turn the subject to Graham's fiancée. "That's no way to talk about the girl your brother's engaged to. Even if you don't know her now, you can get acquainted, I hope." "I don't know as I want to." Ruth possessed herself of the photograph, her look of dejection deepening. "I don't believe we'll ever be friends, never in this world. Now you and I, Peggy." "Ruth," said the invalid, with astonishing energy, "if you say another word of that sort, I'll throw this pillow at you. The only thing that worries me," Peggy added, "is his telling you not to mention it to your father and mother. It seems as if they ought to be the first to know. I suppose Graham feels they won't be very delighted to have him engaged before he's through college, and especially to a girl who looks as if she's used to having everything." And again Ruth sighed tempestuously. "Well, I think brothers are frightfully disappointing." Once more Peggy steered the subject away from personalities. "I wonder what her real name is." "I don't know, but one thing's sure, I'll never call her Babe." Ruth rose irresolutely. "Peggy, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave that photograph with you." "Oh, but I do mind." Peggy spoke with great positiveness. She had taken an absurd dislike to this hilarious young woman, with her mop of dark curls. "Take her home with you." Ruth protested. "If mother sees it, she'll ask where I got it, and I'll have to give Graham away. Please be obliging, Peggy. I don't see why you should object. One little photograph doesn't make much difference." "Oh, put her around somewhere if you can find a place," exclaimed Peggy, yielding, though ungraciously, and Ruth, after locating her prospective sister-in-law on Peggy's writing desk, withdrew. Almost at once Peggy rose and began to brush her hair, glancing occasionally over her shoulders at the mirthful features of Babe, and then being fearful perhaps that the photograph might become dusty and spotted, even though the time of flies was still distant. Peggy opened the bottom drawer of her chiffonier, and buried Babe deep beneath a mound of ribbons, gloves, lace collars, and similar debris. After safely disposing of Babe, she made better progress with her toilet. When she came downstairs, her mother looked sharply at her flushed cheeks. "Well, Peggy, how is your head?" "My head?" Peggy repeated blankly. Then she roused herself. "Oh, yes, it ached, didn't it? I'd forgotten all about it. I think it must be cured." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. An Advertising Scheme. There was nothing gradual about the coming of spring this eventful year. One morning the girls crawled out of bed with a shiver, and buttoned their coats up to their chins when they started for school, and found it necessary to walk briskly in order to keep warm. And the very next day a furnace fire seemed an insult, and their thoughts turned to summer clothing, and ice cream sodas, and fans, and moonlight excursions. When the calendar says early spring, and the thermometer midsummer, few people have sufficient energy to do more than creep about their daily tasks, exchanging condolences with fellow sufferers. But high school seniors cannot stop for the weather. No one is ever quite so busy as a girl graduate when commencement is drawing near. Boy students have one great advantage. They do not need to worry over their commencement gowns. In the girls' high school there were a number of members of the senior class who were worrying in earnest. No girl is likely to lose weight trying to choose between two appealing fabrics or two attractive styles. But the question of paying for an elaborate dress was a formidable problem to many a senior, and to the fathers and mothers as well. For several years past the commencement gowns in the girls' high school had been steadily growing more elaborate and expensive. The simple white dresses, which once had been considered the only suitable things for such occasions, had been replaced by elaborate gowns with little about them to suggest girlishness. The daughters of the wealthy families set the pace, and the poorer girls strained every nerve to keep up, and the question of where it was all to end had become a serious one. Peggy and Priscilla had been so engrossed in their laudable scheme of coaching Victoria Wells that they had given little thought to the great question of attire, till the sudden advent of warm weather, and then their springtime fancies turned in the direction of delicate crepes and filmy chiffons, and laces and ribbons, while the new-fashioned plates became of absorbing interest all at once. The two friendly Terrace seniors joined a classmate on the corner one morning as they walked to school. "Well, Anna," Peggy said by way of greeting, "have you picked out your commencement dress?" The face of Anna Joyce darkened at the question. "No, I have not," she replied almost gruffly. And then she startled them by remarking, "Sometimes I almost think I won't graduate at all." "Not graduate!" Peggy and Priscilla cried in a breath. And then, recovering from the first shock, Peggy added crossly, "Why, what nonsense, Anna!" Of course Anna knew she was talking nonsense, and she accepted the rebuke meekly. "It's getting so," she said by way of self-defense, "that a poor girl can't afford to graduate from this school. Look at all the extra expenses we have this spring. And then it comes to commencement. We have to appear in a dress that costs lots more than we can afford, and is so fussy that some of us won't ever have a chance to wear it again." Amy's bright face was overcast. "But Anna, you don't have to buy that sort of dress unless you want to." "Of course not." Anna shrugged her shoulders. "If you don't mind advertising the fact that you can't afford what the other girls can. But I'd rather leave school this minute," she ended foolishly. When half a dozen seniors met at the noon recess, Peggy broached the subject that had been occupying her thoughts most of the morning. Without mentioning Anna's name, she repeated the substance of what Anna had said. "I believe our commencements are too extravagant," Peggy declared earnestly. "Last year there was a good deal of criticism on the gowns. Lots of people thought the girls were overdressed, and I'm sure half the class couldn't really afford such elaborate things. I wonder if we can start a reform." "We might make our own dresses," Eleanor Hewitt said with a laugh. Eleanor found it difficult to understand Peggy. Her penchant for trying to right what she considered wrong, her readiness to assume responsibility, her incomprehensible interest in other people's welfare appealed to Eleanor's sense of humor. She offered her suggestion merely as a joke. It did not occur to her that even Peggy Raymond would take it seriously. But Peggy, after the half-minute pause necessary for grasping the import of the recommendation, burst out enthusiastically. "Why, Eleanor, that's just the thing. We've been studying sewing all through our course, and it'll be a splendid advertisement for the department, and it'll save the dressmaker's bill, and if the girls make their own dresses, they'll naturally choose simple styles. The question is whether we can get them to try it." "I'd be willing to make mine for one," said Blanche Estabrook, just as Eleanor was opening her lips to explain that her suggestion was purely a flash of humor. Eleanor subsided with a gasp. Blanche had, as she knew, a beautiful piece of embroidered chiffon in the house, brought from Europe the previous summer and carefully put away for the commencement occasion. And Blanche, who perhaps spent money more freely than any other girl in the class, was willing to make the gown herself. Eleanor's head whirled. The offer, which bewildered Eleanor, was in reality due to Blanche's strong desire to reinstate herself in the good opinion of certain members of the class, her own as well as others. The collapse of Blanche's little conspiracy had been far-reaching in effect. Success always finds apologists, while there are always plenty of people to explain why failure was deserved. Blanche knew that the girl her scheme had been designed to benefit indignantly repudiated such assistance, and that there was a very general feeling among those who had lent their aid to the undertaking that it had been a great mistake from beginning to end. And she was anxious to atone for that disastrous blunder by allying herself with some movement of which her critics would be forced to approve. Peggy was always ready to meet a penitent halfway. "That'll have lots of influence, Blanche," she cried heartily. "I will make my dress too, but with me the girls might suspect that my motive was to save money, and most of them would almost as soon be thought dishonest as economical. But you're above suspicion, Blanche. That will help wonderfully." Blanche's new aspirations opened into full bloom in the sunshine of Peggy's praise. She espoused the new idea with enthusiasm. She called a meeting at the close of school to present the plan to the consideration of the class. But the attitude of the seniors was disappointing. The girls from well-to-do homes, who had been looking forward to securing an elaborate addition to their wardrobe, were opposed to the innovation, and the girls who could not afford an expensive dress were unwilling to come forward as champions of the suggestion for fear that someone would suspect their motive. Several speeches were made in favor of the return to simplicity and frugality, but these words have lost charm for the majority of young people. Even the optimistic Peggy realized that her eloquence was wasted. The meeting broke up without taking any action.
"Well," said Blanche Estabrook dejectedly, "I'm afraid we can't make it work."
"Not this way," Peggy agreed. "If we could only do something to make it fashionable." She stood for a moment thinking. "Do you know Miss Waterman on the Herald?" Blanche shook her head. "She's the editor of the Woman's Page. Once I won a prize in a little competition she conducted, and we've been quite good friends ever since. I've an idea she could help us out. Let's go and see her, if you haven't anything else to do." "Now?" asked Blanche eagerly. "Very well." She put on her hat with a feeling of content she would have found it difficult to analyze. As a matter of fact, her association with Peggy in this laudable enterprise was doing wonders in restoring her self-respect. Though the Herald was a daily visitor at Blanche's home, and had been ever since Blanche could remember, it was her first visit to the newspaper building. The two girls passed through the large downstairs room where the marble floor and costly furnishings spoke eloquently of prosperity, and ascended the stairs to the second story. Here the clicking of many typewriters told of the preparation of more or less savory viands which later were to be fed the hungry presses. Peggy led the way with the air of one who is sure of her destination, and Blanche followed, glancing about her curiously at the unfamiliar scene. Once Peggy paused and called her attention to a bald little man seated at a typewriter and striking the keys with the rapid, sure touch of an expert. "That's the Piketown poet," whispered Peggy, mentioning the official name of the versifier whose name was a household word in the city, even though not particularly well known outside. "I suppose he's getting his column ready for tomorrow morning." "Do you suppose he's writing a poem?" Blanche whispered back. Once only Blanche had attempted verse, in obedience to the cruelly unreasonable behest of one of her teachers of English. It had been a memorable experience, notable for much racking of the brains and searching of the dictionary, to say nothing of measuring off the meter of her lines on her fingers. Blanche looked backward, over her shoulder, at the little man at the typewriter, with a feeling of awe. It seemed to her that never before had she comprehended the meaning of genius. Miss Waterman, a businesslike, youngish woman whose fresh girlish color was a flat contradiction to her gray hair, shook hands cordially with her caller. "Why, Peggy Raymond, what good wind blew you here?" "Wait till you hear about it. Perhaps you'll think it's an ill wind. This is Miss Blanche Estabrook, the president of the senior class of the girls' high school." The three seated themselves, and Peggy, with the directness which endeared her to the hearts of busy people, explained the plan which had failed to appeal to the seniors. "And it occurred to me," said Peggy with great frankness, "that if you could put something in the paper that would make the girls feel as if being your own dressmaker was the proper thing, our scheme might become popular." Miss Waterman nodded, wrinkling her forehead as she thought it out. "There's no question but that the girls up there are overdoing it in the matter of dress. Last year it was painful. The dresses were too old, too elaborate, unsuitable for the time and place." She turned her keen eyes on Blanche. "Are you the daughter of C.K. Estabrook?" "Yes," said Blanche, wondering at the irrelevant inquiry, and wondering still more when Miss Waterman nodded with every evidence of satisfaction. "We can work it out very nicely," she said. "You understand, Miss Peggy, that a newspaper is just a newspaper, not an organ of reform. We don't mind helping in a good cause, but what we print must have news value. Now, if your friend here doesn't object to having her picture in the paper." She looked inquiringly at Blanche, but it was Peggy who answered. "Why not? All the debutantes do. And if you'll give me a little idea of how you plan to have the dress made, Miss Estabrook, that will be an advantage. Our feminine readers will like to read all the details." "Dear me, I did know how exactly I wanted it made," exclaimed Blanche, blushing becomingly. "But if I'm going to make it myself, I'm afraid I'll have to choose a different style. Suppose I tell you about it when I bring my photograph." And as this was quite agreeable to Miss Waterman, they went away, feeling they had entrusted their cause to good hands. 3 days later the girls' high school was thrown into commotion by the appearance of the vivacious little article on the women's page of the Morning Herald. According to this article, some of the more public-spirited and progressive of the high school seniors felt that there was a need of counteracting certain tendencies toward extravagance at the commencement season, and a number of leading girls in the class, including its president, Miss Blanche Estabrook, the beautiful and talented daughter of C.K. Estabrook, the well-known lawyer, would make their own commencement frocks. Miss Estabrook's dress was of imported embroidered chiffon, and would be made with a full skirt and the new puff sleeves. A further description of the dress followed, with Blanche's picture showing up impressively in the midst of it. The picture of Miss Hastings, the supervisor of the sewing class in the high school, was also printed with Miss Hastings' views on the new departure. That was the opening gun in the campaign. But when a few days later Priscilla's picture appeared, along with a description of her prospective gown, there was panic among the forces of the opposition. The girls, who were planning to patronize some well-known dressmaker, some of them had even gone so far as to select a modiste, were simply not in it, as they confided to one another, not without bitterness. Public attention was centered on the seniors, who were to make their own dresses. The patrons of the Morning Herald were promised that a number of the graduates would be photographed in the new gowns, and the photographs reproduced for the benefit of the readers of the Woman's Page. By this time the reformers had accomplished what they wanted. Now if a girl chose to make her own gown, there would be no lifting of the eyebrows, nor significant inquiries as to her father's financial status. Her industry, so far from being indicative of poverty and a ground for commiseration, was distinctly the proper thing. When Victoria came back to school, some of her classmates offered her condolences because her eyes would not permit the use of a needle. Probably the most surprised member of the senior class was Eleanor Hewitt, whose jocose counsel had worked out so unexpectedly. Both Blanche and Peggy congratulated her on her bright idea, recognizing her as a worthy fellow worker in a cause they had so much at heart. Eleanor accepted all these tributes with becoming modesty. Sometimes she did not feel altogether sure whether this clever suggestion of hers had been a joke or spoken in dead earnest. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Peggy Raymond's School Days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20 Commencement. In spite of the multiplied obstacles with which she had contended during her senior year, Victoria Wells led her class. The announcement made at the assembly one morning was greeted with hearty applause by the seniors. Victoria, who still wore a shade over her eyes much of the time, pulled it down to her nose, that no one might see the tears trembling on her lashes. Victoria had always been an ambitious girl. She had planned to graduate at the head of her class from the day she had entered as freshman, and that was no surprise. What she had not anticipated was that her classmates' generous applause should mean more to her than the honor itself. But though Victoria led her class, it was out of the question for her to make the valedictory address. The doctors vetoed the suggestion peremptorily, and the faculty, after duly considering the case, decided that the class president was the most suitable person to act as Victoria's representative. Blanche received the announcement without any indication of satisfaction. As a matter of fact, she turned pale. "Oh, I'm not the one?" cried Blanche. "What can they be thinking of? It ought to be Peggy Raymond." "Not on your life!" exclaimed Peggy, who did not often drop into slang, but felt that the occasion warranted forcible language. She compressed her lips in a manner implying that nothing could budge her from her decision. Peggy was still a little sensitive over unearned honors. But a new complication arose when the class met to award the scholarship. As it was invariably bestowed on the valedictorian, the vote was a mere matter of form, and the girls came listlessly to do what was expected of them, and get away as soon as possible. But hardly had the meeting been called to order when Victoria Wells was on her feet. "Miss President!" Whatever Victoria's abilities, speech-making was not her forte. She squirmed uneasily, her shaking voice betraying that even the addressing of her classmates was an ordeal. "I know it is customary to vote this scholarship to the one who happens to get first honors. And I just want to say I don't want it." The room hushed to a stillness where every girl could hear the sound of her own tense breathing. Victoria stammered on. "I'm not going to college for a year or two anyway. The doctors think I need rest. And when I'm ready, I'm going to a college out west where my aunt lives." She took her seat, and a more eloquent orator might have been satisfied with the effort of that brief address. For the restless assembly had become animated and alert. The girls were exchanging significant glances. Here and there heads met as whispers went back and forth. The slips of paper were distributed and tellers appointed. The scratching of the girls' pencils, writing the name of their candidates, was the only sound in the room. In silence the ballots were collected. Peggy, looking about on her classmates,
wondered at the preternatural solemnity of the faces. "It's going to make trouble, I'm afraid," said Peggy to herself. "Victoria's not wanting that scholarship. Suppose two girls get nearly the same vote on the first ballot. Then the one that loses is bound to be disappointed." "The meeting will come to order, please," said Blanche, rapping nervously on the table. "The tellers are ready to announce the result of the first ballot." The call to order was a matter of form, for the buzz of whispering which filled the room had died down into absolute quiet as Marian O'Neil came forward. Marian's voice betrayed her excitement as she began reading. "Whole number of votes cast, 108. Margaret Raymond received 99. The class did not wait for Marian to finish. Instantly the room was in an uproar. The storm of hand clapping was as spontaneous as the vote itself. Peggy, who had started up with a wild idea of protesting, sank back into her seat, her heart pounding. Why, this meant college! Peggy's plan had been to teach somewhere in the country for a year or two, raising a little money against the expenses of college life. The spirit of independence, which distinguishes the American girl from all others, made her reluctant to continue a dead weight on her father's small income. But now this wonderful, unexpected good fortune, falling like a bolt from the blue sky, had brought the goal of her ambition very near. Next fall her college life could begin. She looked about on her applauding classmates, and did not know that her cheeks were wet. Not a name had been spoken, and yet with no concerted plan, 99 girls out of 108 had voted for her. Even Peggy's sensitive pride could find no ground for hesitation. She was their choice, and the gift which meant so much in her life came enriched by the love and goodwill of these associates. Peggy had had her share of little triumphs in her 18 active years, but there was no denying the fact that this was the big moment of her life. "Speech!" somebody shouted, and then others took it up. "Speech! Speech! Peggy Raymond!" Peggy rose to her feet promptly. As a rule she was ready enough, but as the applause died down and expectant faces turned toward her, she suddenly knew that words could not do the subject justice. "You know I never dreamed of this." The unaccustomed tremor in Peggy's voice bore out her statement. "You've just taken my breath away, and I feel as if I'd been struck by lightning. Oh, girls!" She flung out her arms with a gesture as if she wanted to hug them all. "You're the dearest things that ever happened, and I don't know how to thank you." But it was not the evidences of good will from Peggy's classmates alone which brightened the closing days of her school life. As commencement approached, all sorts of remembrances came from all sorts of people. Among them was one of those ornate books that refuse to adjust themselves to the capacity of the bookcase shelves, and are inconvenient for reading, so that the whole sphere of usefulness left is to display themselves on the center table. But the inscription on the fly-leaf endeared the volume to Peggy's heart, for it read, "To Peggy Raymond from her affectionate friend Genevieve." When the sophomores entertained the seniors, according to the time-honored custom, Addie Dwight and Genevieve Alden were both on the committee of arrangements, and Peggy noticed with satisfaction that Addie's manner was conciliating and Genevieve's courteous. Peggy dared to hope that by the time the two girls reached their senior year, they would have become friends. Kitty Fox and Estelle Burdick brought her a joint offering, a dresser set, the work of their own hands, and designed with due regard for the color scheme of Peggy's room. The growing intimacy between these two freshmen was a source of great satisfaction to Peggy. Straightforward Kitty was bound to exert a good influence on Estelle, and Estelle's gentle manners were effective in toning down some of Kitty's exuberance. Peggy was glad to know that in discouraging Kitty's attentions she had not alienated her loyal little worshiper, for as she thanked the two freshmen for their gift, Kitty suddenly threw both arms about her neck. "I don't know how we're going to get along without you," exclaimed Kitty, winking away the tears. "I know I shall be just awfully homesick when I start school next fall and you're not there, and Estelle says so too." The day before commencement the flowers began to arrive. A wise regulation had forbidden the presentation of flowers at the theater, where the graduation exercises were held, as in the past the inequalities of fortune had been responsible for many heartburnings. But Peggy's friends knew her address, and flowers poured in on her, boxes from the florists, flowers picked from suburban gardens, while a few clusters brought with them the breath of the woods. The vases in the house were overflowing. Odd pitchers were pressed into service, and finally, in desperation, they fell back on fruit jars as receptacles for the increasing wealth of flowers. "I declare, Miss Peggy," exclaimed Sally, lumbering to Peggy's room with the long florist's box under her arm. "Anybody'd suppose this was a funeral occasion." "Oh, Sally," remonstrated Peggy, and spoiled her protest by laughing. "What does make you say such things?" "There's no harm in that, Miss Peggy. Any corpse might be proud of being remembered this way." Sally stood with her arms akimbo, waiting to see the box opened. This was her perquisite for climbing the stairs. The lifted cover revealed a sheaf of roses of a delicate misty pink, and deliciously fragrant. Sally sniffed ecstatically. "I declare, Miss Peggy, ain't roses the beatin'est things for smell? Except cabbage, maybe," she added conscientiously. Peggy did not reply. Just at that minute she had caught sight of a little note snuggled down among the roses, addressed in a hand she knew. Sally waited expectantly. "Maybe that little letter will tell you who they came from, Miss Peggy. 'Tain't likely they're sending you the bill." But the doorbell rang at that moment, and Sally departed with her curiosity unsatisfied. Even when alone, Peggy took her time about opening the note. Her thoughts turned toward the lower drawer in her chiffonier, where, buried under gloves and ribbons, "Yours devotedly, Babe," awaited resurrection. Graham Wiley's card was enclosed in the small envelope, as Peggy knew it would be. On the reverse side something was written. As Peggy read it, the angry color flooded her cheeks. "To the sweetest of sweet girl graduates." Peggy stood looking hard at the carefully written lines. Of course Graham did not mean anything. He had always assumed a half brotherly air toward her. "He thinks of me as he would of Ruth," Peggy said aloud, and even as she spoke, she challenged her own words. And then there was Babe. Graham should realize that Babe made all the difference in the world. She put the flowers in water, after a little, the severity of her expression relaxing as she handled them. After all, it was not their fault, poor things. And then she tore Graham's card into infinitesimal bits and dropped the fragments into the wastebasket. When she dressed and started away with Priscilla to the opening festivities of Commencement Day, her cheery face betrayed nothing of her inner disquiet. Peggy blamed herself extravagantly for her feeling of discontent. It was outrageous, abominable. She searched for the strongest adjectives in her vocabulary and hurled them at herself. A girl who had everything that heart could wish, who was even going to college in the fall, a girl who had been fairly submerged by unexpected kindnesses from all sorts of people, had no excuse whatever for that feeling of contraction in her throat. Only an ungrateful heart could own to disappointment on a day like this. And then Peggy found a shadow of excuse for herself. After all, there was ground for disappointment when a friend fell short of the standard you set for him. And Graham had fallen short, there was no doubt of that. When she came home, late in the afternoon, she looked tired. Her mother noticed it and counseled a nap. "I'll call you in a half hour if you like." "Mother," cried Peggy reproachfully, "you don't suppose I'm going to sleep away a whole half hour of my first and only Commencement Day? I wonder at you." And she ran upstairs as lightly as if her buoyant young body had never made the acquaintance of weariness. Half an hour later, attired in her commencement frock, she viewed herself in her little mirror with that sense of satisfaction which the least vain of girls must feel when she sees herself looking her prettiest. Peggy examined herself with the air of a complacent robin viewing his spring plumage. "A very satisfactory piece of work, Miss Raymond, though I say it shouldn't. Nothing homemadey about that dress as far as I can see." "Peg!" shouted Dick's voice from below. "Somebody to see you." Peggy jumped from the chair on which she was perched for a better look at herself, and ran lightly down the stairs. She had hardly seen Amy or Ruth all day, and she had an idea that she would find one or the other waiting for her in the cool living room. As she entered, a young man rose from the chair near the window and came quickly toward her. "Why, Graham Wiley!" Surprise made Peggy forget that she did not quite approve of Graham. "How did you happen to be here?" "You didn't think I could stay away on your Commencement Day, did you, Peggy?" He had both of Peggy's hands in his, and Peggy drew them away quite decidedly. "It was good of you to remember," she said with a girlish dignity that became her very well. "And thank you so much for the flowers. They were beautiful." "They weren't half beautiful enough for you, Peggy." His intonation was unmistakable. Peggy blushed high, and there was an edge to her voice, as she cautioned him. "Don't be silly, Graham." A youth as much in earnest as Graham was at that moment is likely to resent such admonitions. "Silly!" he repeated spiritedly. Is there anything especially silly in telling the sweetest girl you know that nothing is good enough for her?" For a moment Peggy's heart almost stood still. This was so much worse than she had dreamed. She steadied her voice with an effort. "I think, Graham, you had better reserve remarks of that sort for Babe." "What in thunder are you talking about, Peggy Raymond? Reserve them for whom?" "For Babe," she repeated. And then, as he looked at her blankly, "For yours devotedly, Babe." Peggy did not know what answer she expected Graham to make, but it is certain she was not prepared to have him, after a moment's astonished pause, burst into laughter. While there is no argument in a laugh, it nevertheless carries conviction under certain circumstances. Before Graham's paroxysm was over, Peggy knew there was a mistake somewhere. "Ruth brought over her picture," she said faintly, "and you called her your sweetheart." "Yes, I remember." Graham mopped his wet eyes. "I meant to have a little fun with Ruth, and I forgot to explain. Why, you dear little goose, Babe is Jim Vincent." "Jim—" Peggy could get no further. "He's made up for the part of Babe Hutchins in the little operetta we fellows gave just before the spring vacation. Makes a dandy girl, doesn't he? Though his feet are something of a giveaway. And you thought he was my sweetheart, did you, Peggy?" That fond, caressing tone had come into his voice again. Peggy did not meet his eye as she answered casually, "I took your word for it." "Will you take my word for it if I tell you the name of my real sweetheart, the dearest girl in all the world?" She looked away through the window, her girlish face sweet and vaguely troubled. Graham could have touched the little hands folded in her lap without moving from his chair. Something kept him back. "Peggy, dear, I know I'm not good enough for you, but you could make anything of me you liked. Won't you try?" Her eyes came back to his face, and the look of anxiety had increased. Graham felt a little puzzled, but he continued in the same strain. "You don't know how many temptations a fellow has nowadays, Peggy. It would help to keep me straight, if I knew you were thinking of me, that you loved me." "I'm afraid," said Peggy, straightening herself and speaking in a voice calculated to daunt the hopes of an ardent lover, "that I must ask to be excused." The change in her was so unmistakable that for a moment Graham stared at her in amazement. "Why, Peggy," he remonstrated at length, "you don't understand me." "I'm afraid I do, Graham. You want me, don't you, to undertake the job of making you into the sort of man I could love? Isn't that it?" "Why, how would you like it yourself, Graham, if I said that if you loved me, I could be a good woman, but I couldn't answer for myself without your help?" "Why," cried Graham, his handsome face aflame, "that's different." "It seems a good deal alike to me. If I loved anybody," said Peggy with an effort, "I would want to feel that he was strong and good of himself without my helping him, you know." They were both silent for a little. "I thought," began Graham presently, clearing his throat, "that you were always so keen about helping people." "Oh, yes," Peggy agreed. "People who love each other should help each other, of course. But if I felt that somebody was only good on my account, and would do all kinds of horrid things if it wasn't for me, why then, I might be awfully sorry for him, but I couldn't respect him." Again there was a long silence. Then suddenly Graham left his chair and stood close to her. "Peggy Raymond," he said in a ringing voice, "you're a brick." Peggy's answer was a choked half laugh, but no conventional term of endearment could have been as sweet in her ears as that slangy, affectionate title. "We men like to call ourselves the stronger sex," Graham continued, "and then we come around to you girls and do the baby act, the way I've done to-night. I don't wonder you're ashamed. But listen, Peggy, in the next year or two, I'm going to make you proud of me." He stooped, kissed her hands lightly as they lay folded on her lap, and went out of the room without looking back. The theater in which the commencement exercises were held was crowded that night with the usual intent throng, and fans were waving as always. And there were fathers in broadcloth and fathers with work-roughened hands, brought together by a common ambition and a common pride, as would be possible in no land but our own. And there were the restless little brothers, and the painfully good little sisters, who are always on view on such occasions. And, of course, the mothers were there. The orator of the evening, a man from another state, made an address which bore a strong family resemblance to the thousands of commencement addresses which are made each June to countless graduates. The mayor of the city presented the diplomas, and his brief speech was almost the exact duplicate of what innumerable other mayors were saying, or would say before the week was over. On the stage the girls waited for the precious bits of parchment, which meant that one goal had been reached. In their white dresses they looked very much alike to the casual spectator, though almost any one in the audience could have pointed out one girl set apart from the others by some unmistakable mark of distinction. A handsome young man, who had accompanied his sister to the exercises, scanned the white-robed girls on the stage for some minutes before he found the only one worth counting, and when he found her, his heart leaped into so exultant a measure that he almost fancied Ruth would hear it. For Peggy was wearing his roses. The End. The end of chapter 20, and the end of Peggy Raymond's school days, or Old Girls and New, by Harriet Lummis Smith. Read by Daryl War.